Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of MAAT. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses AUSET and NETET. To SABA Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord.
going out the holy tab.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's
Demand.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
then.
you upset.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Ankh-Senamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Ankh-Senamun, or was that a no?
Are you referring to Ankh-Senamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Ankh-Senamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of AUSET has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Ankh-Senamun. she has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that AUSET had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Ankh is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it
Let me ask you again. It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and black power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette parade. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Camille.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yeah. Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss. to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on the side of the TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it with an ITERU reel, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
But maybe I think so. You do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that, because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Arakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonnet, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, let me fix a little bit of thing here. Check, 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 check. If you can hear me, press a 9. Beautiful people, press the 9 if you can hear me. Okay, let me check the chat and see the 9 pressed. Get this up. Okay, let's see what we have here. All the 9. We have the 9 from Bella. We got Boots who says peace, great SABA 9. Lisa with the 9. Ox Effect with the 9. And 2 with the 9. Stranger, the namer of the moderators with the 9. Anu with the 9. Stranger says let's go. Wonderful. We're about to get this started, everybody. Let's start with the proper frequencies and get right to this because again, today some questions came in, and it's going to be one of those topics where people say, why have I never been told this? But everybody does it in the conscious, African-centered, Afrocentric, Kemetic, ancestral worship circles, but nobody ever has taught where it's from. We're going to get into that and several more things. Other questions have come in. So we're going to start with the powerful, positive, beautiful affirmation. And we're going to get right into it today. I'm going to put the affirmation on the screen for the new people. For the new people, you can read it and say it with us. And if you have a question, you can send the question in to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rock SV. Okay, now I'm going to move the banner from the bottom so everybody who doesn't know by heart can see it. And even those who do know it can see it. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. ALTERATIONS and MAAT, UN and S. Linktr AUSET and MAAT, mean. Hapapet and MAAT, her and who kiwi. Her, kut, I live for MAAT. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of MAAT. Every day I advance towards MAAT. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. I'm going to have that marinate on the screen for just a moment. Wonderful. Take a look at it. Absorb it. And now we're going to get right into it. Welcome everyone who is watching. Welcome all those to this another phenomenon will take place as it does every week here at this event called the Tehuti Pod Class. Welcome everyone. If you're wondering where you are at the houseofatton, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NITERU, the last on the planet to represent this, as you will see today demonstrated. Peace and love, everyone, and welcome back home. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. Peace and love to everybody watching. Peace and love to Primordial. Peace and love. Here's a brand new name, Monroe. Peace and love to you, Boots, Lisa, Bella, Octafect, and everybody in the room, and those who are in watching and not typing in the room. Peace and love to you as well. Greetings, everyone. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra, which most who are watching know that by now. We have been on this journey on the internet in this form for the past 3 years. I have been on this journey to reform, break the matrix, and bring people the truth since I decided to start, and that was around 1993 when I was a young man. Still am a young man, but at that time it was a much different world than it is at this time. I was very focused because I was not distracted by the regular surroundings that people were distracted by, that take them into the matrix, because I lived most of my life imbuing the animal world, imbuing and being out in the wildlife, in the nature, and watching the constructs of animals that inspired me to be what you see today. And when I was viewing the animals, I noticed this beautiful thing that was taking place amongst the animals, and that was they were all in a structure system. They were all structured. The structure system meant that what one butterfly did, another butterfly did. What one bee did, another bee did in the hive. What one ant did, another ant did. Whether it was 200,000 years ago or whether it was the day that I was watching them when I was 8 years old and 9 years old, the structure system was there. They didn't seem to fall into any type of vices, any type of temptations. They stayed following a structured system. I analyzed them. I spent time with the ants, the bees, the turtles. So much time that when I caught certain animals and let them go, a particular turtle, it stayed with me in the pond after I released it, and it would follow me and the other turtles would follow it. And I started to see that there was a trust system set up within the structure system. But if I flinched, if I did any nervous movements, all the turtles and the animals would scatter. I started to see that nervousness and anxiety seemed to repel the animals, and that calmness and slow moving attributes seemed to have the animals in a state of peace, at least with me. So I spent a lot of time with them while certain friends and family were doing that which regular people did. So I became highly sensitive to distractions, because out there in that wilderness state, it's an extremely peaceful state. The violence that takes place, or the violence of animals eating and catching their prey, but other than that, it's extremely peaceful. When I would merge back into the world with people, I saw that it was a state of unrest and unpeace, and people were nervous and fidgety and confused, and they didn't know their origins, they didn't know their language, they didn't know religion. They knew what they were in as religion, but then when they were pushing it, they couldn't tell me the roots. They couldn't elaborate on things to me, and they were living an unhealthy life while pushing spirituality. So I started to see as a young child that spirituality and health did not go hand in hand. The religion did not go hand in hand with a thing called biological imperative. At that point, at that young age, the word I was learning was SP, which was self-preservation. And then all the animals found themselves in a state of preserving themselves, preserving their kind, their species, and the people were indulged in destroying themselves. I was set to find out why this was. Why were we eating foods that were destructive? watching television shows, listening to music, watching movies, and all in a state of chaos. People were arguing over religion. People were dying over religion by the millions. And it seemed like the animals weren't caught up in any of this type of distraction. As I analyzed and as I started to develop, I started to see that the religions of the people didn't match the faces of the people speaking. And that's when the awakening started with me at that young age, that the faces of the people did not match the faces of the religions that they were pushing. So for example, it seemed like when I opened the Sabbath school quarterlies and when I opened the religious Christian books, all the faces seemed like people that came from Europe. No problem with that, except for when I analyzed where the Bible took place, it seemed like none of it took place in Europe. It started a confusion within me, and I was understanding that somebody or some group of people, something came and embellished another culture on top of other cultures. And the people that were embellished died and passed away. These new people that were around in my day and time weren't there during the invasions and the embellishments, so therefore they were ignorant to these events taking place. So it was my goal to show them that there was an embellishment taking place, and that if they're not living their natural way of life and living someone else's life, they will always have chaos and confusion in their life. When I saw a bunch of people from, they were calling themselves Spanish, Mexicans, and I analyzed that none of them went to, or had their ancestors ever come from Spain, and that Spain was thousands of miles from Mexico. I started to ask questions to these people that why would you be speaking a language that's not originating in Mexico? I started analyzing when I was watching nature videos. I would also watch tribal videos, people in Zimbabwe, people in Sudan and other parts of that area of the world. And I didn't notice any of them in their original state pushing Christianity. But now I come back to the family that looks just like the people from Zimbabwe and Sudan, all of them were pushing Christianity. So I started to see that there was an imbalancement going that was pertaining to lack of knowledge of self, lack of knowledge of tribalism, lack of knowledge of origination. And when you're not in tune with the original, then you're controlled by those who make up things. And I started to see there was a matrix going on. I challenged my family members to this matrix, and my mother challenged me back by saying that if I don't beat the pastor in a debate, I would be removed from the household. So my very first debate was with the pastor to keep the roof over my head. And something clicked in my mind that this is the first time I ever kept a roof over my head, was to win a debate as a young man against a pastor who had all of his degrees and his theological paperwork and all of his doctors of divinity. And I had to beat this person or I'd be thrown on the streets. So the first aspect of me touching biological imperative was to actually test my wisdom. And I won the debate by my mother kicking him out of the house after 5 hours of discussion. We were taking food breaks. It was the whole day. It was food breaks, bathroom breaks, and she eventually kicked him out of the house for embarrassment. I was embarrassing the pastor. That's when it clicked that the degrees and the schooling and the masters of theology paperwork and the doctors of divinity and PhDs and all the things that he had couldn't withstand my simple questioning that was coming from nature and coming from watching nature videos and analyzing animals and doing some study of his book. And I was able to get him thrown out of the house. That's when I realized that I didn't need any of that. At this point, I started going to different schools, teaching and trying to break the matrix as a young man. And I ended up being thrown out of schools and expelled for schools because I would skip classes and I would go to the library and study in the library. And I was truant in the school, but I was in the school, but not of the school because I was in the library. And I'd be caught many times skipping class to teach myself in the library because I didn't have access to any other means of such a multitude of books. I was thrown out of school for being caught later on trying to burn it down with a torch, fighting the the teachers, miseducating me, and it would lead to physical fights, and I would put them in different moves that I had learned, and I was thrown out of the school. When I was thrown out of school, I noticed later on that they used this word called expelled, and I understood what X meant. X meant to discommunicate with somebody, like an ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend. Excommunication. What I couldn't understand was the word spell. And I was wondering, why is it if I'm out of school, they're excommunicating me from a spell? Why is the terminology called dispelled? And when I was in school, the way that I learned how to communicate was actually the same word. It was called spelling. And I was wondering, what does this spelling that I'm doing in the school have to do with being kicked out? Because if I'm kicked out, I'm expelled, but if I do good in school, I've won a spelling bee, and I couldn't comprehend. I started to see that there was a hypnosis that was taking place with words, and there was something taking place where the frequency of words was not what was in your front, in the foreground, in your face. And so I named myself the word, because I wanted to bring back the origin of the frequency of words. So I started going from school to school, breaking people out of the matrix. This was not schools that I attended. I was just going into schools because I was kicked out of my school. So during the hours of school, I would go into other schools, and on the recesses of other schools, I'm in the hallway teaching people. It's not even the school that I go to. And after school, after I go back home and eat, I'd find out when Bible study was, and I would go to different Bible studies and start breaking people out of the matrix and talking to people. This is back in 1990, 1992. I'd found out a little bit after that debate that the pastor actually had a notarized stamped letter from the courthouse that I was banned. I had a restraining order against me from being in the vicinity of churches. And now it was illegal for me to go around churches at this young age. I wasn't even close to 20 or so yet. And I was expelled from school, and I was banned from going around churches legally with a restraining order from the courthouse. And I started realizing that the only way that I could survive, because I'm not going to do well in school, so I can't get any paperwork and divinity PhDs. I can't go around churches because I may be arrested. So I have to completely rebel against the complete society and find a way to survive without being a part of the school system and being a part of the religious church system. I was already hypersensitive being around the animals. So I ended up leaving everything, joining a particular organization because I thought this organization was all about the truth. And I ended up excelling in this particular organization. And I ended up doing things that was not within the confines, such as my urge to teach was so strong, and I had nowhere to teach because I had no facility. I would break into properties that were being sold by real estate agents, and I would time when they would leave, and they'd have their for sale sign up. When they would leave at 5 o'clock, I would knock the for sale sign down. There was no electricity in the house, so I went and got major feet of extension cords and ran extension cords from where I could plug it in to an electrical circuit and ran it across the street to get to homes that were for sale. And I would run the electricity down the street into these for sale homes, and I would put up flyers that I'm having a class to break the matrix and to educate people and to do what I've been doing, starting at 6 o'clock, because at 5 o'clock the realtor locks up and he's gone home. I knock down his for sale sign, I run electric cords across the streets, and I start running lights in houses that are not mine, knowing that I'm going to jail for trespassing if I get caught doing this. But my urge to break the matrix was so strong that I would do everything and break the law in order to teach people. This is back, there's no internet, there's no YouTube, there's none of these things that are taking place. As I'm teaching classes, I also have in the back of my mind biological imperative, because at any time while I'm teaching the class, can the police come? Imagine you're teaching a class, you don't know if the lights flashing into the home are the police coming because you're in a trespassed house that you've broken into through the window, and you could get arrested in the middle of you teaching. But this is the risk that I was willing to take because I was completely broken off, out of the matrix, broken off out of the society. I wanted to be off of the grid, and I was doing everything rebellious for the goal of teaching the people. This is back since 1992. In this particular organization, I continue to teach the way that I'm teaching now, but not as advanced because I was much younger. But I was teaching in a way using animal forms and using nature and using multifarious sources. And the organization was saying, the teachers were saying that I was not abiding by the rules. I was not teaching that which was in the books. And so they wanted to burn down my facilities, burn down anything that did not pertain to the particular books. My biological imperative was threatened again. The actual owner of the organization told the entire organization that he's going to take my information because my information is not in his books, while the students of the organization are saying, that brother is not teaching what's in the books. We have to kick him out and burn his belongings. The teacher and the owner of the organization was saying, I'm going to take from him and you all can't get mad at that. Then telling everybody in that organization, if you all want to learn how to teach, go learn from Amenhotep. Amenhotep will teach you how to teach. Now, I'm supposedly not teaching from his books, according to the claims of the other teachers in the organization. So this began to be too frustrating, so I had to leave. My life was being threatened. I was told I was going to be put in a body bag. All type of things was happening, and I realized that this is not why I came into consciousness and awakening for. I did not come in for these type of battles. So at any rate, I continued on to teach people individually. I learned from my aunt some real estate, and I took that knowledge back to that organization and started teaching them how to make money from flipping homes and buying properties, and letting them know that you don't have to be a poor righteous teacher. You can actually teach and still maintain a type of income without working for the man. I got a lot of people out of homelessness, and I was well respected for that. Meanwhile, I was in a state of complete danger because as this time, the teachers of the organization are telling people that the Escalade that I'm driving was given to me by the FBI. That the money that I have is being given to me by the FBI because I'm actually working for the FBI to get the master teacher thrown in prison, and they gave me an Escalade and for information, and it was extremely dangerous for me. Why they were making these stories up is I just lived a this dangerous life where they had to remove me. They took pictures of me teaching and cut my head off with Photoshop and put their teachers on top of my body and started distributing the tapes across London, Trinidad, Canada, America, and they were trying to remove me and erase me. And this is the life that I've been living ever since. People trying to erase me because I keep escalating to the top and I become a threat to the politics of whatever group or whatever organization that I am around. I started to withdraw from people. I took the money that I earned made from creating real estate programs, and I put it into magic. I saw that people were very enthralled in magic, and no matter what religion I read about, all the religious high people had these magical abilities, and that's what people were actually attracted to. When they spoke about Jesus and Moses doing these miracles and Muhammad did this, and everybody was talking about their great men and women doing so-called superhuman acts. And so I started in shutting down from being around people, and I started investing in magic, all types of magic. I took all the money, most of the money from the real estate, thousands of dollars. I invested it in voodoo. I invested in illusion. I went to David Blaine's teachers, found Chris Angel's teachers, David Copperfield's teachers, and I started learning from them. And I started learning all different aspects of magic, and it made me even more hypersensitive to the matrix, because then I started to see that the entire world around me was actually an illusionary world called the Matrix, and that this was a setup system of a psyop, and the regular people around me couldn't see what was going on, but I could see the illusion because I'm learning illusion on the mass scale, and I'm also learning how to see beyond different dimensions with the hoodoo and the out of body. And I started seeing that there's different worlds going on. And one world is actually controlling the mind of the physical world. And there's a setup taking place and people don't know what's happening, like sheeple. So I started wanting to break the matrix more, but I just did it with my family. I took the money from magic and started performing it on the streets because I refused to get a job in the system. I refused to work for anyone. I refused to go to school. So at that time, the pressure is on me as a teacher, but I also have a large family. I had 3 women that I'm taking care of single-handedly and 2 children and myself. And that was 6 people that I'm taking care of without having a job, without any schooling, by doing what? Going on the streets and teaching and performing magic from 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 12 o'clock at night, every single night, day in, day out, hoping that I can survive off of people throwing tips at me by doing magic and teaching at the same time. I would set up doing magic right beside pastors with the megaphone, and that would get me students because my magic shows was based on upliftment of people. Everything was based on were all magical stories to uplift and bring couples, teach knowledge of self. I was teaching and doing the magic and supporting three of my women and 2 children and myself by performing magic on the street every day, day in and day out, and only teaching a small circle around me. I ended up taking that the money and moving to a place where I could do this on a larger scale continuously because the weather was better. I was performing in -8 degrees with steam coming out of my mouth and my fingers frozen like this, but I'm still determined to perform magic to support my family at the time. I moved to California and I continue doing the same thing, but now we're doing it all year round while gathering students. As time went on, some of my students and my Netert, who's in the background right now, still with me, said to me, I should check out YouTube because there's a lot of people teaching that sounds similar to what it is that I'm doing, but they're on no level comparison, but there is similarities. I went to see some of the teachers, and lo and behold, they were my students. They were people that I had beat in debates that became your popular YouTubers. Some of them were the children of my students that became your popular Instagram. I don't know I was away from technology and away from the internet and all of this. So when I came back and started watching the YouTube, I started seeing the people. I said, oh, I know that person from 1996. They were a pastor. I beat that person in a debate, and the person came back to me and said they want to be my student because I seem to know more than them. Oh, now they're a YouTube person. Now they're an influencer, whatever these people are called, because I'm away from the internet. So I see all these different people, and I see that it's an interesting world, but the truth isn't. There needs to be more correction. I said to myself, I need to continue the teaching. I need to continue teaching. I was teaching, but teaching to a small group of people. I was told about different channels, different shows. I went to view them. Saw people teaching. One of the shows was Killer Priest, and this is what led to the podcast of today. Killer Priest was still has a channel. At that time, it was a mixture based on things like strippers mixed with astrologers, and it had a few views. I wasn't even impressed when I saw it. I was like, "Oh, this is Killer Priest. How come he's only getting 2,000 views per show?" But something's odd here. But I would see the topics. So Killer Priest knew about me because he actually used to watch the debates. He wanted to find a person that knew a particular teacher, and the person he had on the show didn't know the person personally. So Killer Priest wanted to do an interview with me, and I agreed to go to an interview, and I did an interview with Killer Priest. And when I did an interview, I was happy that I could teach Killer Priest because I enjoyed his music and I wanted to give back. He helped me when I was a child by listening to his music and keeping my spirits up and dropping knowledge of self. And now I wanted to return and say, okay, here's the master teaching. He said he was completely blown away. He wants me on the show every week. He gave me every Monday to do a show for myself. He gave me the show the very next week to do by myself as the actual host. And he didn't even come to the show. He trusted me the first day he met me, because the next day he gave me the show to run myself. And I was the host, and AD was the engineer, and there's no killer priest, and it's me running the show. It's me interviewing Mighty Hebrew, and every Monday I would teach and teach and teach and teach, and the numbers went up on the show. The reciprocity went up, not for me, but for the super chats, and it was a beautiful thing. It was a great, great exchange. And I started to notice something. What I started to notice was I was giving up a lot of my time, actually. A lot of my time with my inserts. I have a lot of animals taken care of. I have different things that I'm taking care of, but I'm spending 6 hours on the Q3 show doing one-on-ones with people, because people are giving reciprocities, $200. They said, I remember you from Tallahassee, Florida. I remember you from this, from that. And giving large reciprocities to talk to me for 1 hour, 2 hours. But it was taking up too much of my time. So I announced something on the Killer Pre-Show that I would do what's called a pod class, which is this that you see right here. And the pod class would be a class where I would revise YouTube. I would change the paradigm, which means that everybody comes on YouTube and does lectures or talks or debates or argues or whatever they may do. I said, I want to change the paradigm. I want to actually have an organized structure. And the organized structure that I want to change is that I want people to appreciate something other than what they're spending money on. People were seeing me get, $50 donations. This is after the pod class. People would be surprised. They'd be surprised that why is he's getting $50 to answer a question, $40? And I said, when I analyzed and realized, nobody complains about Will Smith. Everybody in this room and everybody watching the podcast right now, you supported horror movies. Jack Nicholson, anywhere from $5 to $20 million a movie, $20 million a year. These people are getting for portraying death, destruction, murder, violence, Silence of the Lamb, killing the Avengers, slicing heads off, ripping guts apart, horror movies, Saw 3, Saw 1, Freddy's back, Freddy's dead, this, that, Chucky. And every single person watching this podcast right now has been to the movie theater and given reciprocity for that. Every single person has rented a blockbuster movie or has been to the movies or gotten cable and watched Friday the 3rd, whatever it is that you're watching. And the actors that are portraying death, violence, destruction, all the Tom Cruise, the Jack Nicholson, every actor, everybody's watching, the guy that played Silence of the Lamb, whoever, Freddy Krueger and Michael Myers, getting $5 to $21 million a year. We've all given reciprocity to support that. And I said, is that worth more than immortality? Is it worth more than the awakening? Is it worth more than the life changes? Is it worth more than that? Because it seems like we have no problem with Halle Berry getting $18 million a movie. We have no problem. We have no problem with these people. And what are they portraying? What form of MAAT? What form of truth are they giving you? What are you watching? The Incredible Hulk and Hulk Hogan, and what are you watching? And Jerry Springer, and these people are making millions of dollars in reciprocity a year for diversion and chaos and destruction and death imagery that you have in your brain right now. That's why you know exactly who Wolverine is. You know exactly what Spider-Man's English name is, what his nickname is. You know exactly what Superman's special abilities are. You know what planet Superman comes from. You know the kryptonite that kills him. You know Xavier does this, and Phoenix Gray and Cyclops, and this, the Punisher and Thanos. You know all the history of that which is death and destruction. You know all the history of that, and you've given reciprocity and have paid for them. So I said, I'm going to change this. So I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a pod class. I'm going to take the word pod from podcast and take class because I'm a teacher of SABA, a doorway. and I'm going to have a class where I'm quiet and silent. What kind of class is that, Tehuti? That means that the class is going to be based on you. It's not going to be based on my wants. I have one want. That want is a simultaneous two, and the want is to break the matrix and to have people realize their higher self, immortality, and their culture. That's all one want, wrapped up into about 4 individual wants, but all of them go hand in hand. Those are my wants. But other people have wants to know the answers to questions that they can bring back to their family, bring back to themselves. Some people want to have out-of-body experiences. Some people want to know what the truth is of religion, health, culture, eyesight, whatever it may be. And all of those are very important. So I said, I'm going to create a system that doesn't shun anybody. But in order to ask the question, I'm going to create something where I'm going to do something for you phenomenal that you've never seen on YouTube before. That is an entire channel class based on your question, and you get a documentary type, multi-source videos, scientific reports, ancient culture, matrix breaking, geometria, source history, and most importantly, something that's never been done before, and that is teaching from what the indigenous people say. I brought that new paradigm to YouTube, and that is, what did the indigenous people leave themselves that you can apply to create a nation and create people and create yourself and family? What did they actually say? That was a theme for thousands of years. Not from the top of your head, not from tarot cards, not from astrology and the 5th cup of Pisces, and we're in the moon cycle and the great mother is looking down from Venus. Not that. But what did the actual ancestors say? When you were an Ankh, what did the people that brought the Ankh actually say that they lived daily, that was a discipline? What made them so amazing? Why they want to do documentaries on those people, but nobody wants to do a documentary on your family? Does anybody want to do a documentary on your family thousands of years from now? What makes those ancient people so special that there's millions of documentaries, scientific, archaeological digs, find you're wearing their symbols, you're wearing the Ankh, you're doing all of the things, wearing all the symbols. What was it so special? Because 500 years from now, will anybody be wearing your symbols? Will anybody be doing archaeological digs in your kitchen, find the ketchup and the Colgate in your bathroom, and married with children, and the executioner wrestler that you watch? No. But you're doing it to them. So what did they say? What was their discipline that changed the world? And I said, I'm going to bring that, because nobody on YouTube is bringing that. Nobody. That's why every single podcast I ask for, who's the somebody? Like what the guy say? I am a somebody. Where's the somebody that's interested in that? Everybody's coming from the top of their head. They're not applying any kind of discipline teaching, because there's a ranking system in Kemet. There was a ranking system in the Aztecs. There's a ranking system with the Navajo, the Nehi people. There's a ranking system with the Dogons. You can't just study. The Dogons don't study the Dogons. The Dogons live a Dogon life. There's a life that they live. The Zulus live a lifestyle. The people along the Nile Valley and MAAT live a lifestyle that's disciplined day in, day out, just like the animals. So I said, I'm going to bring that. So there's a support system that takes place, and I will show everybody. And you've all seen it before if you've been watching the podcast for years and years and studied with the House of ATTON and studied with, if you've been watching what's been going on, then you know. But just for the new people, an example, people ask questions like DR.LAROCHE, MD, said, what is the Ark of the Covenant? What's the root of the Ark of the Covenant? Is there a lost Ark? Nice class on 7, class on lost Ark. That was $40. That go back and watch that. Algebra origins. Dr. LaRoche again. Did algebra come from the Nile Valley? See, which has nothing to do with the Ark of the Covenant. Somebody else asked about feng shui. Feng shui. Somebody else asked about Gnosticism. Someone asked about eyesight. Hotep. SABA. You're very important to me and people who support and follow MAAT from your teachings. I appreciate you, big brother. I sent a donation for hyperhidrosis breakdown. Also, is there any home remedies I can use to combat this problem I've had since a kid? Peace and love, Utu, House of ATTON forever. Hyperhidrosis question came in. Answered. Hyperhidrosis spell broken. He's had it since he was a child. He's over 30 now, and I broke it in one pod class. Hyperhidrosis is gone. He did his testimony. This is what happens here at the Tehuti pod class because the house of ATTON. I got somebody under me. This is going to come up soon. But the house of ATTON, the ancient teachings of the NETERU, the last representatives of what the NETERU were on earth, is about changing lives and creating a structured system that's disciplined, because you cannot be into knowledge of self only. Knowledge of self just means you have the knowledge. You know, like somebody who watches sports, they have a lot of knowledge. Your dad, your uncle, he can break down all the basketball teams, the football teams, the plays that were done in 1982, the plays that were done, the blitzing, but he can't get on the football field. He can break down this and that about basketball and which team wore this jersey and this championship, but he can't stand in front of LeBron. Because the difference between being a watcher and being a doer is the watcher is just a hobbyist. May know a lot, may have a lot of knowledge of self, may have a lot of knowledge of football, may have a lot of knowledge of science, but can't do one scientific experiment because it is just a hobby. So the paradigm shift to switch the hobby into that which you can live. Somebody asked a question about depression, anxiety, spiritual mental health. This went right into the meta-netter. This was an explosive class, which has nothing to do with Navajo skinwalkers. Completely different topics. Somebody wanted to learn about out-of-body experiences, this brother Maharu, and then in the midst of all of this, what happened was his mother passed, and he had a one-on-one in a class, in the pod class, and a one-on-one on connecting with the mother. And after my teaching, he now has a relationship with his deceased mother. He's actually calling upon the ancestor, his direct ancestor, and having a relationship, and now knows how to call upon other family members that have passed and has a direct, independent relationship, independent of this realm, with them, and proof of it. That's what happened here with the Tehuti pod class. So this is a reciprocity system. People may be saying, well, how do you send in your question? You send it in to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App TT Moon. That's how you send in your support for this that is going on, because we've supported Nathan's hot dogs. How much money have you spent on that nitrogen-filled hot dog that you've been eating since you were 6 years old? Any hot dog, add up the money that you've given in reciprocity to nitrogen-filled hot dogs. The cotton candy for your children. All the things that kill us. To the bubble gum, the Doritos, Lay's potato chips, the extra sauce and the extra cheese on the pizza. How much of reciprocity have we given to Papa John's, the Domino's pizza? How much reciprocity have we given to funnel cake? And this is where they send us subconsciously to spend our hard-earned money. But I want to tell people that every one of you has a gift. Every one of you. Not found, but I know what my gift is. And when you have a gift, what is a gift? A gift is given to somebody else. Somebody gives you something, they say, here's a gift. It started off as their gift, and now they give it to you. So a gift is something that's actually shared. Gift comes from the word give. Give and gift is the same thing. Everybody has a gift. When you have that gift, it's supposed to be shared with others to uplift the consciousness and the humanity of the world, and to create a discipline so that some type of community, village, or something can be created. For immortality is the end of that gift. The ultimate gift is that you do not have to perish. With all that understood, everybody, we're going to now start the Tehuti pod class. Support with Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Raw. On the hat here is Seket, the oldest word on the planet for spider and the weaver, and is also the oldest word on the planet for the realm you go back to in the afterlife. If anybody wants to send a question on why would the word for spider and weaver be the same word for the oldest word recorded on the planet for where the spirit goes back to in the afterlife. And it also is the oldest word on the planet for immortal memory. That is Saket. She's a massive bird eater. This Heru, we called her baby until she had babies. Then she became the house of the babies, just like AUSET. And this will represent both classes. She and her husband, which may come out after I take my break, will represent both classes, because one question is on the wrestling system and its origins, which my original fighting style came from an alligator called Jacare, but it came from the family that gave him the style that fought like anacondas. They taught that they fought like anacondas, and Jacare was known as the crocodile. And the anaconda fighting style was the jiu-jitsu fighting style, which was slowly wrapping the prey, and his moves went against him, just like Aikido, but it was on the ground. And this is Heru, the large South American anaconda, who just had 8 or 9 babies. So she got her name Heru after I've had her for years. We just called her baby and her husband's name is Osiris, which this class on libation is going to be on the root of Osiris. And so this is the wife of Osiris, Heru. So the animals that I have around me, multitudes of animals that I have around me, represent the life and the teachings that I have. Every single one of them represent a class that I've done or something that I live when the classes are shut down. Every single animal that I have here. Several animals that have not even been seen by the pod class, but will be seen when the question arises that pertains to them. So this is Heru, and who represents the wife of Osiris, which is what both classes are going to be on: the martial arts question, wrestling, origin, and libation. For some reason, nobody's ever taught you why you do libation. Anybody can come to the panel and tell us. Most of everybody that is into any type of African spiritualism does libation, but nobody's ever told me or anyone that I've heard of what its origins are. And that's going to be one of the topics that we cover today. What its origins are based on what the original people said it was, not from the top of your head, not from what your teacher or your babaloa Baba told you, not from that guy, because that guy got it from somewhere else. What did the people say before they were invaded? I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in, and then I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to come back and answer the very first question of Tuesday podcast. There's the link right there. So team, jump in. Support Cash App, TTM, PayPal at RockSV. This is going to be a journey today, and it's going to be on the topic. Several topics are going to be answered today, but I always make the major topics the thumbnails. So the major topics that are going to be covered from the questions that are sent in today: libation, the origin of martial arts and wrestling, and libation. Well, there's Anu and Ant, so let me let them in. Libation, indigenous written origin, taught for the first time by Tehuti. The reason why none of your African conscious spiritualists have never given you the indigenous written sourced reason of libations. Why is that? Peace, Anu and Antu, how are you? Greetings.
Marie, wonderful Saba. I'm doing excellent and wealthy. Looking forward to this class. To all for teaching us.
Wonderful. Nice of you to be here in this class. And I will continue to teach you. I have some updates for you too, but I'll give you those later. But Tua for showing up and representing. How are you, Antu?
I'm doing great, very nefer. I'm feeling great and happy to be here. I'm thankful for all that you are doing, even though you are very extremely busy. I'm thankful that you are intense and providing us with all that you have to offer. To all very much. What's up?
Nini Uk, wonderful. Nice to have you here. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep echoing. And you're always echoing each other. If one of you are wearing a blue shirt, the other one is. If the shirt is black, the other one is black. Red. It's constant echoing, and that's exactly. If anybody wants to know why that is, for a class that they've seen 2 classes done on the family. I did the family class, and it showed the concept of the original families. If they were sitting in one position, the man sat in the same position across as the echo from the female, and vice versa. Go see the family class or the what is love class, and I elaborate on the mirror imagery there. And Anu and Antu said they always echo what it is that I'm teaching. So this is an example of them echoing it right now in front of you. So nice to see you both. Okay, team, I need you all to jump on. I'm going to step off for just a moment and start this pod class. I'm going to answer the first question of the pod class. And let me ask you all before I step out. Can you all hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay, good. Let me ask you a question. Actually, now, Tehuti Harakuti's here, so I'm going to ask all of you. Tehuti Harakuti, your look looks like you're there. It looks like you're there in front of Rhymes. You look like you're on a tour right now. Are you there, man, or what? You look like you're part of the scenery.
Yeah, I'm here, Saba. I'm doing great. I'm excellent. Ready for this class. Another great breakdown. I know for a fact. I saw the thumbnails. I was excited. So how was it?
I'm doing great. Let me ask you and everybody a question. Nook Punuk, jump on. Where's everybody? Lisa, jump on. Everybody jump on. Supporters, jump on. I want to interact and ask the question. Where's Annie? Annie, jump on so we can let the people in. But I want to ask you all a question before I step out for a moment. You all have heard of libations before? Anu, Antu, libations? Have any of you all done libations before in your travels, journeys, or knowledge of self? Anybody participate in libations?
I've only heard of the word. I don't know what it means.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, great. I don't even know what it means, so I know he hasn't done it. Tehuti Harakuti, have you done libations before?
Yes, actually, I'm from Senegal, West Africa. We do that. Is part of our culture. I grew up with libation that we were doing to our ancestors and all that. So, yeah.
Wow, we have somebody directly from where libations is extremely popular. He grew up with libations. So I'm going to ask this brother right now. Are you over 30 years old?
Yes, Saba.
Okay, have you? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Have you been around libations for over 20 years at least in your life?
Yes, I've been around that. Yeah.
Okay, good. So we have somebody firsthand right here, been around it. So let me ask you, growing up around libations, because I could cut this class short right now. We can actually find out from Tehuti Harakuti. He's actually from the place, one of the places that when you go to libations, you source it back to that place. He grew up in it, been around it. It's been his culture growing up. So Tehuti Harakuti, what did they tell you is the reason? What is the reason to pour water for a deceased? What does that actually do for the deceased? What is it? Where does it originate?
So I mean, they didn't went deep into the explanation, of course, but it was always to share whatever we have. If we have mostly like if we're drinking, we have beverages, we have to pour it down for one of your ancestor, grandfather that passed. It was always in the goal to share with them, never forget them, So
okay, so in Senegal, did they teach that the ancestor has a spirit that there's a spirit that that moves beyond the physical realm?
Yes, most definitely.
Where do they tell you the spirit was? Like where can it go to? Where is it, another dimension?
Now, it depends on the religion that you are in. Some people call it al-akhirah in the Muslim tradition. And in the French tradition, they call it purgatory. The names are different, but yeah.
Okay. So where is this place located in a particular physical coordinate, or is it another dimension?
I always thought it was another dimension. I was not looking at the sky or anything. I thought that they were around us at all time.
Wonderful, wonderful. So for those who do libations and those who are growing up, from what the brother said, you're sharing your drink with the ancestors, but you're pouring it down into the ground. But the ancestors they're still on the grave, or they transition to another dimension? Are they're trapped underground, or
no? They transition to another dimension.
But you pour it down.
Yes, you.
You don't throw it up in the air into the ethers. No, you pour it down. So they're still underground.
Yeah, I guess.
So there we have it, everybody. So the thing that they've never actually made sense of libations. Nobody's told you any type of origin of it. Nobody's shown. I don't know if they've shown any writing. Who wrote about where did the libations originate, and what did the original culture teach on it? Because according to the logic of what people are saying, they're pouring it out for their deceased, but that would indicate that their deceased are in a particular direction. Because I know that fluids evaporate. I know that you can take a cup of water, a cup of juice, and put out in the sun, and it will evaporate. And the evaporation goes upwards. It actually doesn't go down. So it evaporates into an invisible, less dense plane, which would make more sense, because when the Ifa tribe or the West Africans give a food offering, they don't throw it at the ground. But from what I know, they get an altar and they stand the altar is up in the air, and they put food on top of the altar and they walk away and leave it there. Is that right? But when it comes to the libation, they're throwing it to the ground, but the food stays in the air. So this is a part of the hypnotic chaos that that plagues our people, because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But we're going to get to the origin of this today. So thank you for telling us, Tehuti. That's somebody that come firsthand from Senegal. And here, I see Bella's in here, and I see Annie Patah's in here, and Annie Patah's in here, and oh, here comes the libation master, Menkor Ra. Where are you from again? Nigeria? Where are you from again? Where you from? Where you from? Ghana? You look like you're straight from Ghana. Where are you from? Where you from? Where you from again? Don't say Wisconsin, please. Don't say Wisconsin. Where you from, my brother? Wisconsin?
I'm from Tamari.
That's what your bio says. So you must be. I know you know all about it. So let me ask you a question. Well, let me ask Bella. Bella, you ever done libation before? Had poured any liquids down and contacted ancestors from pouring liquids out?
No.
Okay. Okay. So I know, well, Bella's in Wisconsin, so I don't think there's going to be much libations going there. But I want to go to the brother from Nigeria, Menkor Ra. Where are you from again, brother? It says Tamaray on your bio.
This is a trick question.
We want to know where you're from. Well, let me ask you a question. Have you ever participated? Have you heard of libations?
Yes.
Have you ever done it before, poured out for the any type of deceased and pouring?
Yes.
Okay. From when they told you to do that, for you to move your body to do that, they must have elaborated and taught you, right? So what is the reason why you did that? Why were you pouring out fluid onto the ground for somebody that died?
Well, it was pouring out some liquors for the brothers who's not here no more.
And you're pouring it on their grave so they could drink it or something, or what? Elaborate. What does that mean?
Just pouring it out on the concrete or wherever I was.
Oh, you weren't even in the cemetery that the body was in? You were like streets away, pouring it down on a random street?
Yes.
And they were drinking it from the cemetery? Or
no cemetery involved.
Oh, it was like running down the street to go in the direction?
No.
Oh, okay. So this is interesting. I'm trying to figure it out. So we got brothers pouring it on the street for cemeteries that are far away. We got one brother here that's pouring it downwards for a dimension that's not in the physical realm. He was taught to pour it down on the ground, but put the altar in the air. So a lot of confusion going on here. We're going to get to the root of it. Where did Annie go? Annie's gone. He'll come back. I'm going to take a break right now, everybody, and we're going to get into it. I would love to see a bunch of conscious people on the panel or anybody watching. I would love for anybody to come on the panel and tell us what is the origin of libations, what's the logic of it, who originated it, and why were they doing it. And I know that for hundreds of years after slavery, and maybe even before, you have many thousands of people doing it, and they usually do it when they come into consciousness or African-centered culture, but nobody has ever elaborated on what the logic is of it. We're going to get to it for the first time in history today, and we're going to find out. So everybody, I'm going to put that on the screen, and then I'm going to take a break and come back and answer the question. So once again, libation, the indigenous written origins taught for the first time by Tehuti, and the reason why none of your African conscious spiritualists have never given you the indigenous written source for libations, origin of martial arts and wrestling. That was asked by Dr. LaRoche. We're going to get into all of it. So here's Annie Patel. Before I go, I'm going to ask Annie Patel, in your journeys, Annie, have you ever been through anything where you participated in pouring out a libation?
Yes.
Where did you learn that from?
Well, I initially learned it just from growing up and just seeing people. Anytime someone would pass or transition, people would pour out libation. That's where I originally learned it from. Yeah. Okay,
and then you and as you got into the consciousness, that's when you're that's back before you were studying what you're studying. That's before MAAT, right?
Yes, when I started to learn about altars and creating ancestral altars, and then I started to get a little bit more of understanding of energetic occurrence that's taking place.
Okay, and you poured your libation on the floor or on the dirt on the street?
Yes, anywhere outside. Yes, most of the time in the grass. I like to do it by trees.
Okay, and wherever you learned that in your realm of consciousness, were you taught that the thing you're pouring it to is in a direction that's downwards, and they get it when it's down? While you're pouring it down instead of throwing it in the air, or?
No, it's no, that was never explained. I didn't have any thought to even ask why am I pouring this into the ground, other than just the energetic.
Okay. Okay, good. Everybody had good intentions. We're going to learn for the first time here on the Tehuti podcast what it is, what it really is about. Why are fluids even associated with the deceased? And people aren't throwing apples on the ground. We're going to find that out. I'll be back, everybody. Hotep, support the Tehuti podcast. I'll be right back to answer the first question, then that one afterwards. Peace.
Yes, peace and love. Hotep Henu, Ma'akaru. Glad to see everybody here. It's a beautiful thing. Make sure that everyone who's here with us live, please hit the like button and share this out to your platforms. Help to get this class to more eyes. So yes, welcome, houseofatton.org. Looking forward to this and the depth that the great SABA goes into when teaching on these topics that many of us may have heard about, but as Tehuti Harakuti was speaking about in Minku Ara, a lot of times when we come into different rituals, because of just the consciousness of today's time, isn't to continuously ask questions. So the fact that we have the great SABA here in the pod class to that's teaching us many things that are happening simultaneously. And one is to, if you're doing something, learn why you're doing it. So you're in more control and not just hypnotized by those things around you. So looking forward to this. Henu to the great Saba, and Henu to his Nefer Neterts and all the animals that help to support him. The support links are posted at the top of the chat. So everyone be sure to utilize those support links. Ask your questions there for any new people coming in or who are watching on the playback. Utilize those links. That is how questions are answered here. And so we'll go around the panel, let everyone speak. Let's hear your tones. Let's hear your Ebe. And we'll start with you, great brother Anu. Hotep Henu.
Hotep Henu Udesen. Hotep Marie. To the wonderful Saba Tudio and Hotep Ra. To his Neterts. To all of his animals. Everybody in his family. To all the people on the panel. All the supporters. Everybody in the chat. I am looking forward to today's class. I still don't know what the word libation means, but I have poured stuff out. Like Ani and Menku said, for something you learn when you're younger, pour it out for someone who's passed. When it comes to liquids like water and other stuff, I have never poured anything out to the ancestors. I have placed stuff on the altar though, and have used water pertaining to certain rituals and magical things. Heka. I've never thought of pouring out water for the ancestors. Later, when I became more conscious, I did pour it out unknowingly for people that had deceased, just because that's what I saw other people do. When it came to altar work, I always thought that it made more sense to place the liquid on the altar and allow it to evaporate, because when the water evaporates, it disappears, and it's symbolic, and it seems as if it changes from this view of perception to another view of perception, so that is a way for me to communicate what I'm trying to get through to another realm of existence. So it's part of the quantum entanglement, all that. So I've never poured anything out when it comes to altar work. However, when it comes to me being younger and not knowing what's going on and just following other people, you see it in the movies, people pour out the alcohol or anything like that, and water and stuff like that. I'm very interested to see what Saba is going to bring forth. I hope we get the etymology of libation, because none of these words are really what they seem. Looking forward to the wrestling class as well. To the people who asked these questions, I'm very thankful that you asked these questions. Without the questions, the podcast wouldn't be here. Everybody send in their support. Saba Tutti is wonderful. He is great. He is doing things that nobody else is doing. It seems like libations is a very common thing in the conscious community. So if you've ever done it, if you've ever heard of it, or if you don't know what it is, definitely send in your support. The sneak learners out there, I'm guessing some of you are in the conscious community, so this is a perfect chance to send in support, make yourself known. Don't be sneak learning over here. Don't steal. Slay this fet within your mind. Come forth, renew yourself, shed Pekam Ku, because you're learning information here that you are not going to get anywhere else. And the way Saba Tutti is getting this information is beyond comprehension. It's something that even if you tried hard to go look for somewhere else, you will not find, because of the things he does to get this information. There's many reasons to support, many reasons to love our Saba Tutti, to love MAAT, love the people on the panel. I can go on forever. However, it's up to you to make that change within your own heart and do what needs to be done to restore MAAT within yourself and within the people around you. Ani, I really like your background. Hope that you're in a class one day. I'm over here feeling very curious about it. Look at all this stuff back there. It feels like I see Impu right there. I don't know though. It looks like a shadow. But I really like that background. Peace and love to everybody here. Happy to be here. I'm happy you're all alive. Hotep, MAAT, Uncle Justin.
To all Anu for your words. I appreciate them greatly. And to all Hotep, to everyone on the panel, and to everyone who is watching and supporting the great SABA, to everyone in the chat as well. I appreciate all of you very much for all that you do for yourselves, for the healing that you do, and the consistency that you all have individually. To all that support SABA Tehuti and his family for what they bring forth and provide for us. This life that they bring to us is like no other. It is very life-changing and is continuing to purify my Eve daily, every single day. Even if the podcast is not live, it is continuing to purify my Eve and my life around me, what I view around me, and what I see and what I intake is all MAAT. And I strive to be the best version of myself that I can be because of the great SABA. He has changed my life and has created a more structured and disciplined life. I could go on about that. It gets very deep, but I'm just very thankful for SABA Tehuti for all that he does. He is intense with the workings that he does daily, like Ra, like the sun. He is the greatest. And if you are new here, or if not, this is just a reminder that the House of ATTON has social media and other platforms that you can support and like and comment and all those other things. We have Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Twitter, which is now called X, and we have Spotify, which the Nefer's sister, Nefertiti, makes classes, the recorded classes, and she shortens it down where you can listen to it in audio form on Spotify. And she adds a specific soundtrack for each individual crew, so they all have their own specific sound that goes with them that describes their crew, their energy, their consciousness, and it is very Nefer, so please go check that out and support. To a Hotep Mary, I am excited for what is to bring in this great podcast. I'm so thankful for the AUT, the family that Tehuti has created and is continuing to create. It is very Nefer and it is like nothing else. It is a connection that I am treasuring for eternity. To a Hotep Mary.
Hotep Inu to the great SABA Tehuti, to his Neterts. Hotep Inu to the HOA, the great Karu and Maru, and of course to everyone on this panel, all the great supporters and people in the chat. Yeah, I'm excited for another great class from our SABA and ready to break free from the matrix once again. I'm grateful for his infinite knowledge. I also wanted to mention that the Egyptians were black, and I think it's about time for the conscious community to move beyond this topic. As our SABA has shown, you know, there is so much more to learn, benefit from, and advance in our knowledge and lives. I'm forever grateful for that. And of course, I'm not discounting the efforts of our great ancestors who fought hard to prove that the Egyptians were black. I studied at Cheikh Anta Diop University in Senegal, West Africa, where he built his first lab to carbon date the bones of the pharaohs to show their black heritage. He also connected the Medunetter with the wall of language, such as the term Hem, K-H-E-M, meaning burnt or dark, linking it to the term Kem. He showed similarities with some ethnic groups like the Fulani or Pula, having last names like Ka and Ba. And these are not mere coincidences, and I believe the subject has been thoroughly explored now. So that's why the world needed someone like the great SABA, you know, to take it to a new level never reached before. This is definitely a unique phenomenon only happening here. So I encourage everyone to invite their folks, family, friends to break free from this matrix and seek immortality. Apply MAAT and practice reciprocity for what you are benefiting from. Thank you so much. To Mary. Hotep.
Hotep Mary to everyone in the chat, everyone on the panel, and Hotep Henry for SABA Tehuti. I'm grateful to be here, as always. I'm very excited for today's class, especially on the libation. That was actually something I wanted to ask, but someone beat me to it. So I mean, I'm glad to definitely to see what SABA is going to bring forth with that, and definitely will send my reciprocity for that. I'm excited. I don't know where he's going to go with it. I know the basics that it comes from Kemet, and that it's a ritual practice for the deceased. But I already know Saba's going to go very in depth with the answer, and definitely, hopefully, give us some jewels to be able to practice something ourselves and whatnot. That's why I'm interested in it for sure. So yes, to Hinu, this pod class is something that's changed my life. It's definitely inspired me to do a lot more than just the matrix things that normally everybody does, especially on the weekend, like a Saturday, like it is now. So definitely grateful and happy. A much more happier person knowing Saba, knowing the House of ATTON is out here doing great things for the world. So yes, Hotep Henry, peace and love.
Hotep Hinu, peace and love to our master teacher Saba Tehuti, to Saba for this powerful phenomenon. Hinu Hotep to your Neterts. Peace and love to everybody on the panel. Good to see everybody. Hotep Hinu to the HOA. Peace and love to the chat and everyone watching. Tua to you, Saba, for being the Nakash with the Kopesh. Tua for your testimony. Feel like as much as it's consistent, I learned something new. So Hinu for surviving all the times that you broke into properties and did like Beat Street, took an extension cord to put light in the property so that you could teach. That is very powerful. Tua for giving us your gift. Tua for teaching us the way that you teach us. I am excited as well to learn about the origin of libation. And I just wanted to say in 3 days, we will be 2 months away from the Pathways to Awakening. So Hinu and Hotep to you, Saba, for all the great awakenings that you teach us. Life is about having things to look forward to. And so I'm extremely grateful for every time you wake me up, every time you make me feel alive, every time you show us and model what it means to be a follower and a teacher of the teachings from the NITERU. It's very powerful life that you're living. It's a real thing. It's not a movie or something on Netflix, but it's your actual real life. So Hinu and Hotep for the Makaru, for the victory of surviving this matrix and knowing at such a young age the illusion that exists, and you didn't give up your freedom for protection. You decided to fight and battle so you can do the thing that you're doing, and it is extremely inspirational. So Hinu and Hotep to you.
What's up, Mary, everyone on the panel, to Saba and his Neterts, and everyone in the chat and all the supporters. Hanu, Saba and his Nefer Netzerts, his animals, and all of his surroundings. Tua for all your beauty and Heka and all the things that you do consistently, constantly to make yourselves live forever. And Tua for the Nefer podcast. Without it, I would not be able to connect with things the way I do. And for that, I thank you forever, Saba. Yeah, so much. So to all of you on the panel for gathering what you gather here at the pod class and supporting Tehuti and bringing it into your seket, your memory. And I really respect that because you can take it into Pesh and out of bodies and in the afterlife. And that's all really beautiful to experience. So I'm happy that all of you take that upon yourselves to do that in your lives and for your families. And especially to all of you who share this podcast and introduce Tehuti and his teachings to your families, because the energy of a family together here and in the other realms is very beautiful. So Tua and Tua very much.
All right, peace and love. Tehuti Erakuti, did you speak, good brother? No, I cut off for a while.
Yeah, I already spoke.
Okay, excellent. Yes, peace and love. Let me share the screen here to houseofatton.org. This is where you all want to be. This is where you all want to stay updated with everything that we are doing. And as the great brother Menkur Ross stated, the Pathways to Awakening is coming up, and we will have many updates for you this coming up week. So again, just stay tuned in here on the event section of Pathways to Awakening. Also, we'll make announcements on the Discord as well. So everyone be sure that you are in the Discord. Out to everyone who participates in that as well. So I appreciate you all. So yes, Pathways to Awakening. I hope you all are saving up, getting your accommodations taken care of, because this is something you definitely do not want to miss. With all of the heka'u that takes place here on the Tehuti pod class, in the actual presence and flesh of one another, is absolutely amazing. So I hope you all are planning so you all can come out. Woodland Hills, California, October 20th, 2024, which is a Sunday. So it's a beautiful thing. And I'm definitely looking forward to meeting those who I have not met yet, those who came to the Pathways last year. Looking forward to seeing you all again. It's very powerful. So this one is going to be an absolute movie. So I'm looking forward to this. And so here on the podcast section, also have the Great Saba's links here on Cash App and PayPal for those who are here and you're going through the classes over here. And a question comes up, because whenever you're taking in the teachings and the information, it brings forth more questions. And those questions are what allow the Tehuti podcast to exist. So be sure that you all are sending your questions in if you have them. And it's a beautiful thing, and it's something that is catered directly to you, that we all are able to receive the benefit from. So for those who are watching and who are not supporting the pod class, I don't see anyone doing any particular thing themselves just for the purpose of doing it without any form of reciprocity. And it's all within the teachings of MAAT. We're here, we're taking in these teachings, and we're talking about Kemet. Yeah, Kemet was the greatest, but we're not supporting we're not supporting each other. That is very odd. But we love and appreciate everyone who does support this, because it is you all that allow this to exist as it does, and you all are the ones who will receive the greatest benefit from what's being brought forth. So to Ahenu, to you all, House of ATTON. If you look at the top of the chat, you'll see the support links for the pod class here posted by the House of ATTON. That is our YouTube channel that we teach on every Sunday, and we also allow the great Karu, which is the Medu word for a household member. So members of the House of ATTON take on the sound vibrational tone, which then also creates the word for voice. And while we are within travels to the realm that the great Saba spoke about just momentarily when speaking about Seket, the spider, the Seket Aru, which is known as popular, that people know as the field of reeds. The real word is Seket Aru. And to be able to traverse within that quantum entangled field, one must become Ma'akaru, true of voice, voiced within Ma'at, to be true, and many other things. But this is part of the ritual of becoming Ma'akaru, of first becoming a Karu. So to Ahenu, to you all over at the House of ATTON. We have all of our classes sectioned off here as well. All of the scribal session classes here. Fusion, becoming a Netzer Part 2. Very powerful class. Everyone go check that out. The Calling, the great brother Primordial Thought 9 is putting together documentary style films with very creative ways of teaching the SABA. So everyone go and support this as well. The great brother Tefrem Kim Ma'at, he reads the literature, whether it's on papyri, stele, on the walls in a temple, in a het, or in a mer, in a pyramid, what people know as pyramids. The great brother goes through and reads those as well. So Menku Ara also does some very beautiful classes. They're always a ritual, and there's a lot of cleansing that takes place within the great brother Menku Ara classes. So Tuat and Hinu to everyone for bringing forth your ka and teaching everyone. So, and here the great Karu also have the opportunity to come forward and begin to sharpen their sword and teach. And here we have the Enuma Elish, which is a reading, a very powerful reading that the great brother Anu produced. So Tua, Anu, for all of the classes that you're bringing forward. Appreciate you. And his lovely mate, Antu, also has done a class called She is the Portal. very powerful class here. And here are all the Karu member classes. So as a Karu, you definitely want to place yourself within this list here. It's a beautiful thing. And I'm definitely excited for everyone's growth and looking forward to the continuous creations that are being brought forth. So this is the pod class section where everything is laid out and organized for you all. So Tua Hinu. And lastly, I'll show the shop section. This is where you can go and get your House of ATTON merch. We have all colors, all sizes, up to 4XL, as small as XL, excuse me, S, extra small. And we also have clothes for the young ones as well. Youth crew necks, sweatshirts, and short sleeve tees here as well. So definitely want to support the Great Saba, House of ATTON, and also receive the benefit of wearing all of the energy that's going into being built that you see. Definitely support this. It's a beautiful thing, and we appreciate you all. Everyone who has supported, make sure you come here and leave reviews. Everyone come leave your reviews, because it definitely helps the House of ATTON as well. So, and for anybody who is new, the Great Saba Tehuti has 2 ebooks, Stepping Out of the Matrix, Volume 1, and Melanin Dark Consciousness, Egyptian Science. And as soon as you purchase these ebooks, you'll get a link sent to your email immediately that you can download. And this is Stepping Out of the Matrix Volume 1 is what started the House of ATTON. Before we were the House of ATTON, we were the Teachings of MAAT. And if you go to the very beginning of the House of ATTON YouTube channel, you'll see these as the first 13 videos reading through Stepping Out of the Matrix, and then the next set of classes are Melanin Dark Consciousness. So we also have audio readings and teachings based on these 2 books as well on the House of ATTON. So Tua, everyone support this. And social media. I definitely want to show this. This is a great opportunity to reach more people here on the podcast House of ATTON. And so TikTok, and we just gained access to be able to live stream on TikTok today. So definitely going to be doing some live streams on TikTok. So make sure you're following us there. It could be spontaneous at any moment, at any time. So follow us on TikTok and enjoy what's going to take place over there. We're going to have some fun over there. And here as well, Twitter, which is now X, Instagram, the great sister Antu, who is doing a very amazing job with consistently putting forth these videos for everyone to take in, short form, very short sections of each class, multiple sections of each class go to all of these platforms. So it's a beautiful thing. Our Spotify, the audio version of the teaching are over there on Spotify. So if you want to just listen auditory with just the teachings all the way through, you can go to Spotify, which Nefertatan is the one who puts those together for us. And lastly, the Patreon. Patreon is something you also want to be a part of, as this is where private, non-public discussions, debates, classes go. So to Ahinu, to everyone who supports, you can contact us. There's many WhatsApp emails are here as well, Discord. So there's many ways to get in contact with us if you have any further questions. So Tua Henu, looking forward to all of the new faces that are coming in and meeting you all. And again, hope to see you all at the Pathway to Awakening. And I hear the great Saba Tehuti is back. I can hear him. All right, Hotep Saba, welcome back.
Hotep, greetings everyone. Glad to be back. We're gonna get into this, everybody. The first question. Glad to have everybody here. Those who are watching the Tehuti podcast, support Cash App, TTMO, PayPal at Rock SV. This is what's keeping this here at this consistency and the quality that you're seeing it in. If that's what's keeping this here, it's what's happening, because there are many things that I do, many talents and things that I have, and I help people. When the podcast shuts down, my podcast doesn't end, because I have another world of people that are not here in this podcast, another world that I take care of and that I help, and I have to be able to balance the time to be able to put what you're about to see in front of you. If for 100 years of your grandfathers, your mothers, and anybody you know in consciousness has been finding it important to do spiritual practice because it benefits you in some way. If you feel that you're contacting the ancestors, that's extremely important to you, and you go out of your way to purchase a wine, get some water, put in a special cup, make an altar, pouring it out, doing these things because you want to make connection. If that's extremely important to you, and somebody asks you in 2024, what does that do? How does it work? What does it signify? Why is water associated? What did the original people say? And you don't know. I would think it'd be important to know the answer, because it was important to go buy the alcohol, buy the altar, do whatever you had to do to set it up. Go to the temple, whatever you had to do. In all these years, you didn't know what you were doing. You had no reason why you're doing. You couldn't trace it back to any ancient culture. And now the Tehuti podcast, for the first time in your life, you are going to find out why and what the root is. When you find out, you're going to find out it has absolutely nothing to do. It has absolutely nothing to do with what you were taught, what you were told. And I say in this class, when I answer this question, this is one of the reasons why they do not want Tehuti and the HOUSEOFATTON on other channels. Why it's not a popular thing to have me around, because what I do is I turn everybody back into a baby, and everybody has to lose their position. Because if you have some Oba Ifa, Obatala medicine man, you're the chief, the Yoruba chief, and you're the house of a Khan, this, and you're doing all of these things, and you have all of these followers, and you're the high priest, and you're the Kemetic teacher of the Kwanzaa water pourer bearer, and you're doing all these things, and you have a whole community. You do not want somebody to come around and say, what's the cultural origins of that? If you could show me in archaeology, or show me some writings before colonialism, where does that come from? I just want to see I don't want to hear you talking. Could you read from what the ancestors wrote it from? Has it been going on? To be right, because there's a psyops going on that ancient people are illiterate. This is the psyops that I am here, Tehuti and Hotep Ra. I'm here to break this psyop, because anytime it comes to any ancient culture, everybody's illiterate. Anytime you go to find out what the original Australians are doing, they couldn't read or write. Anytime you go to find out how come no original Hebrews wrote about Jesus, they couldn't read or write. How come nobody was writing anything around the time of they couldn't read or write? 1% of who ever heard 1% of Egypt was illiterate? There is a psyops going on that all the ancient cultures, except for this one we're in, all the ancient ones couldn't read or write. Once you place that in people's mind that the ancient cultures couldn't read or write, then you have nothing to refer to find out what the people themselves said. I'm here to destroy that. I'm here to say that the ancient cultures could read and could write and develop reading and writing. And when they developed reading and writing, they wrote the reasons and left the themes and left the archaeology and left the writings and left why they did these things, and it matched the entire culture, and the culture was living these things. Once you're taught what did the ancient Yoruba do? What's oral tradition? What are the ancient South Africans? Oral tradition, the oral. And once you say oral tradition, then you can do anything, because if everything's oral tradition, you can add anything and say, well, that's what the oral taught me, and the oral taught that. Nobody can check. There's no accountability in an oral tradition, because you can change it at any time. But when something is written down, even if you want to add on to that, or add a theory, or add on to it, you at least have, what did the people say before colonization? But in all the cultures that you're in, if somebody could come to the podcast right now, there's 30 people watching, somebody come to the panel, I will actually let you on. If you're not a supporter, come to the panel right now, click on the link, and tell us what your teacher told you the indigenous people left to explain libation. Primordial thought, have you ever partaken in libation ever since you were born at all? Pouring out for the homies, or Kwanzaa, or anything conscious, any kind of libation in your life?
No, Saba, not at all. I didn't, since I wasn't brought up in that, I didn't believe in it at all. I didn't even understand it. Even when I knew some of my old partners back in the day used to pour out a little liquor and stuff for their family. Like, I didn't even understand that, because I'm like, well, they're not right there under the ground where you pouring it. So I just didn't believe in it. So no. Questions, no.
Okay. You said the answer is no?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. I was going to do one question first, but I'm actually going to jump right into the libation one, because I know Tehuti, Harakuti, and Menkora are not late nighters. They go to bed. They got an early bedtime, and I want to see them here, and other people here want to answer this question and jump back on the panel and comment. And the next question, if they fall asleep, that's fine. But I want to definitely see, especially the brother who was raised up in the libation, Tehuti Harakuti. I want to see his comment. I want to see what he says after this. So we're going to get into it, everybody. I'm going to put it back on the screen. Back on the screen here, everybody. And again, the topics of today that's going to be covered, other topics too, but these are the main ones. Origin of martial arts wrestling. What if the origin of martial arts wrestling was an echo of the afterlife? What if I could take martial arts wrestling, Hulkamania leg drop, and ravishing Rick Rude. I mean, I know Bella wasn't born, Auntie wasn't born, but ravishing Rick Rude and the Iron Sheik. That's my days, the Iron Sheik and the Coco Beware, whatever them guys are, the $1 Million Man. So I know it's different today, but what if all of that originally developed in an echoing of the afterlife? That's what we're going to get into. But first, we're going to do libations. We're going to get into the original origin of it. What's the oldest writing of it? What was the purpose of it? And why was it changed? And why does your teacher right now, whether he was a Kemetic teacher, a pro-African libation pouring shaman of the East, ancestral worshiping Sankofa, why does he not show you the origin of what people said it was and what the culture was prior to him talking, prior to anybody alive today? What was happening in 200 AD, 100 BC, 2000 BC? What was the teachings of it? So we're going to get into all that, everybody. And once you understand why the pouring is done and why this happens, your eyes will be you're never going to look at this again. So once again, welcome to Tutti Podcast. We're going to get into this answer. While all you who are new watching the podcast, if you've ever supported a break dancer, if you've ever tipped a waiter, if you've ever bought cotton candy, if you ever brought an ice cream cone for a child to give them cavities, all the things that you have done to destroy yourself, while I'm answering the question, if you feel that you are getting an answer you've never gotten before, support the Tutti Podcast is running at the bottom of the screen. Because if you do libations, this will completely change your life. And after you get this answer, you're going to see why, though the libation masters and the Kemetic African, why they don't want me around. Because after you get this answer, you're going to see it has absolutely nothing to do with whatever culture they turned it into. So let's get into it. What's up, Ox Effect? How you doing, good brother?
Hotep, Saba, I'm doing great. I'm doing great now. I'm in class.
Good. You ever done libation? Good. You ever done libation before?
Yeah, other than like pouring out for the homies, then yeah, and I've attempted it. I mean, I have a little altar at home, so I've attempted it, but honestly, I'm not 100% sure of what the ritual is and everything. So I'm excited for what you're going to pray for.
Wonderful. We're going to get into all that, everybody. Even though, why is it every time somebody mentions libation of today? Understand, everybody. I want everybody to understand that there's frequency psyops and hypnosis going on, even down to the way that you speak. It's a reason why you never say Merry Birthday and Happy Christmas. You have to say Happy Birthday and Merry Christmas. You have to say it like that. You have to say it like that. And that's why when you find somebody talking, they have to say Happy Halloween. They have to say it just like that. There's certain ways that have to be said, and it's a part of a hypnosis going on. And that's why every time people talk about doing a libation today, the word homie is in it. Every time. Like, it's the only culture that does the pouring out. Or I'm pouring out for the homies. Every time I ask somebody about libation for today, it's always I'm pouring out. They don't say homie. It's the Oxafek. How many times you said homie today?
That was the first time. That was the first time I said it.
Well, that's the first. It's not any regular conversation. You know, what's up, homie? No, it's the first time I mentioned libation. All of a sudden, homie. Everybody, we're gonna go through. We're gonna go through all of this. We're gonna walk through. We're gonna find out what's happening, and then when you get the answer, you are going to see how to apply it to the culture that it originated from, and how to apply it inside of your home and what it means to you now. It's gonna have a whole different meaning. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti podcast. Peace and love, Annie. But to us, a great background. It looks. You all are advanced. I don't know what you all background look like. It doesn't look like backgrounds. It looks like, I mean, there's shadows. It looks amazing. Shout out to you, Annie. I don't know what if it's OBS. I'm not sure what you're using. I see stuff moving. Sometimes in Annie's background, stuff moves. Does anybody ever notice that? Stuff will move and then he'll disappear. I don't know, man. Annie, you're doing good. Keep up the good technical work. Shout out to you, Annie. Shout out to you, Anu, and to Peace and Love. Shout out to you, Menku Ara Mary MAAT from Nigeria. Peace and love to you. We're going to change your mind on libations. I know you grew up in Ghana. We're going to change your mind. Ox Effect. We're going to change your mind. Peace and love to you, Primordial Thought, who never believed in libations. You're going to believe in it now. Shout out to you, Bella. You never did libations. You're probably gonna do it now. And shout out to Tehuti Harakuti, who was raised up in the culture of libations, and now for the first time he's gonna learn about it. Here we go, everybody. Press a 9 if you can hear me. We are going to get into the very first question at the Tehuti podcast. This question was asked by this brother right here. Hefe, how you doing? Good, brother. Let me go ahead and put it up on the screen. Okay, good. Press 9 if you can hear me. Here we go. Wonderful, everybody. Wonderful. There's Maharu. There's Mary Sekmet. Mary Sekmet constantly sending support throughout the week for classes that she's seen. Even when the class is not going, she goes back and watches past classes, and she is heavily affected, which is good. So we're going to get into it. Everybody, she shows her reciprocity throughout the week. So here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and put the I got two screens open. Let me close one. I'm gonna go ahead and put the question on the screen, and let me see. This is I was gonna go into the martial arts first. We're gonna go right into the into this one first. Shout out to Hefe. We gave him his round of applause last week, but I'm gonna put it on the screen again and give him his give him another round of applause right now, because he is a supporter of what it is that's happening, of this phenomenon that's happening, supporter of the House of Attendees, the supporter of the Tehuti podcast, and every question he's asked has been thoroughly answered and satisfied. So there's the brother's question right there. This is from Kiko Jones. If you can look on the screen, it says, can you do a breakdown on libations? Shout out to you, Kiko Jones. We're going to give you another round of applause, even though we gave you one when this question was sent in. Now, to you, Pico Jones, can you do a breakdown class on libations? And the answer is yes. Okay, everybody, wonderful. I'm going to take this off of the screen, stop screen, and we're going to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. This is going to be another one. Let's go. Okay, I'm put this on the screen. Peace and blessings to everyone watching. Peace and love to the NETERU. They give me the ability to do this and the ability to share this with others, and you all share this with others, because nobody that you see doing libations will be able to speak with you again about whatever reason they made up. I'm going to change all that is about to be changed right now. Let's get into the source. For those who just tuned in, welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pod class, the House of Atten, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the NETERU, the last to represent, live, and defend it. Here we go, everybody, and move this off the screen. Let's put the timer out. The people are sharing the link right now. I see to all those who are sharing the link. I'm going to put the timer on. Let me close all this up here. Put the timer up. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and put the see this pop up on the screen. And okay, good, it is here. Shout out to Kiko Jones for asking the question, supporting with his donation support, and everybody's going to get an answer based on this brother's support. So here we go. All right, I'm going to go to screen share right now. Let's get right into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Boom, boom, and boom, and there it is right there. And press the 9 if you can see and hear this right now. If you can see this and hear me at the same time, press the 9, because once I start, I'm not going to want to take unnecessary breaks to do any audio checks or visual checks. So if you can see that screen share, press the 9 right now, and if you can hear me talking clear, press the 9. I'm going to come back to the room right now to see the 9s. And let me see. Boom. Oh, where'd the 9s go? Where'd everybody go? There they are. Boom. Okay, good. There's Bella with the 9. Tehuti Kuti with the 9. Big Vase with the 9. Bella says this is good. Stranger with the 9. Bella says this is going to be a beautiful answer to SABA, to a NETERU. Anybody else press the 9? Lisa press the 9. Panuk 9. Ox Effect with the 9, and Boots is all I need to see. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Boom. Let me see if anything's still on the screen. Nope. The screen shares on the screen. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, and let's get started. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of Atten. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what are the original languages, spirituality's origins, who are the NETERU, what about health, purity, what about mental health, mental detoxification, if there are cures for mental detoxification, rituals, practices that can be done for mental enhancement and mental detoxification, depression, out-of-body experiences, ancient sources from ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, disguised in the form of quote-unquote black consciousness, the atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or only do debates, debunk, I expose you, I challenge you, challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs on topics only as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are Arab, the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt, we are the Abos, we are American Indian, we're not African, all contention conversations. attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline when the computer shuts down, that they and their family actually practice, never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth, family, those quote-unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention, thus to hide the fact that they cannot answer these questions. They actually make you feel uncomfortable to ask these questions, and then you're laughed at, kicked off of the stage, kicked off of the panel, or insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type of answer, customized, and then on top of all that, taught live, with each answer gets subconscious matrices broken for you and inside of you, is here at the Tehuti podcast. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And it's from Kiko Jones, $40 for can you do a breakdown class on libations? Wonderful. The answer is yes. This is great, and you would think that with all of the people within the so-called conscious community, pro-Black, African-centered, Kemet teachers, temples and shrines of Ma'at, ancestral worship, and voodoo influence, Ifa, that everyone would know the answer to this already. Let me ask the class, and I've already did this live, ask all of you in the viewing audience, how familiar with is everyone with libations? Has anyone in the class ever practiced, anyone in the class ever participated in pouring of any type of libations for the deceased? So I asked that to the class already, and I asked it live on the panel. Has anybody ever participated in anything that looked like this? And I received the answers already. Okay, beautiful, wonderful. And here comes an example of the type of question that Tehuti asks, which is the reason you will not see Tehuti invited or last long on any major quote-unquote conscious platform, because it is questions like these. There are questions like these, or it is a question like this, that show all the watching students that their current teacher is still actually a baby, whose most of his or her answers either come from emotions, the top of their head, or what the hypnotic masses blindly follow, and your quote-unquote teacher, YouTuber, influencer, priest, Oba, Kemetic teacher, doesn't want you to see that he or she has to start all over again. So the best solution? Keep Tehuti away from my students and popular platform. Here is the Viper Snake style question, and that is what I asked on the panel. What is the written origin of why liquid water is associated with memory of the deceased? And do you follow that original writing? Again, what is the written origin of why liquid water is associated with the memory of the deceased? And do you, the one that does libation, do you follow that original writing of why? This is the question that I ask, and it is the reason why. There could be 48 people watching right now. There can be 2,000 people watching right now, but people are wise enough to know that when I ask one of those snake style questions, it's best not to type, not to come to the panel, not to answer, because you don't want to be that one that apparently is made an example of. I don't make examples out of people in any type of rude or disrespectful way. I just want to truly know what they've been taught. What has their favorite teacher taught them is the origin of this practice, and are you actually following that origin, or are you following what your teacher told you it was, or what you see the masses doing, and you've never actually questioned it? You're there just pouring out alcohol and pouring out water onto the ground, saying this is for the deceased. You're just pouring out on this street, that street, pouring on this room, that room, pouring it on this corner, that corner, on the grass, and you're just pouring out fluids, saying with your mouth that this is for the respect and memory of the ancestors, but no one has told you what is the connection between water coming out of a cup and a person who has died 2 days ago to 2,000 years ago? What is that connection there? And why do you pour it down? Why are you not throwing the food down to the ground? Why don't you say, I'm dropping apples on the ground for the dead homies. I'm going to drop some chicken on the ground for the deceased. What is the reason that comes from the creators of it, not from what you heard? And that is when things change. The brother Boots says, Saba's voice. Ease is my ka. 2 hands. 2 a Saba. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get right into it. Ready, everybody? Shout out to everybody, and let's get into it. We don't want Tehuti around. He's a party pooper. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Now I represent the NITERU and what is taught from the ancestors, from their words, from what they left. Here we go. At this point, when you ask your teacher this question, the sounds of crickets will commence, along with the loud sounds of mosquitoes contemplating the healthiest blood types. And that is why you come here to the phenomenon and netter movement called the houseofatton through the guidance source called the Tehuti podcast. Let us begin. Are you ready? Here we go. Boom. Now, when one starts to come into what is deemed as African spiritual centered knowledge or African ancestral worship, one of the first things that they are transferred to, or when they come out of Christianity or Islam, is they transfer prayer, that is the contact of the gods or ancestors, through what is called a water ritual of libation. And some use alcohol or any type of fluid that is poured. Usually it's alcohol and water. Those are the two most popular things, and they're poured out, and it's for the memory of the ancestors. Okay? And when you ask them what it's called, everybody uses the word libation. Wonderful. And therefore, when you go to YouTube and you go to see the books available that are out, there are hundreds of YouTube videos plastered all over the internet, from the queens, the queens of the esoteric, the kings of consciousness, all of these different people pouring libations. The purpose of how to pour libations. So if this person has the purpose of and how to pour libations, either they made up the purpose or they got it from the ancestors that were the inventors of it, and it's a passed down culture. Okay? This is why you must learn to pour libation. So this is a must. It's a must to pour libations. Pouring libations. Books come out. Libations. And it shows a person from Tamaray that follows MAAT on the cover of the book. Okay? When you go to the book, will they tell you what these people said it was for? What was it for? Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. Are you ready? And shout out to these people or anybody trying to learn, but also shout out on a higher level to the actual source truth, because some people are comfortable in their position, and when they get into so-called consciousness, they're as stubborn-minded as Christians. We're here to break all of that and get to the truth of what the answers say. Then, with further study, you will come to find that libations are practiced throughout almost every spiritual and religious culture that claims it as a part of their way of life given to them. So, as you start to study libations and start to look around, you find that it's not only with the so-called African-centered spirituality or Ifa or Yoruba. You'll start to see that it's in all of these cultures that all claim that it's a part of their way of life given to them by a divine power, some divine consciousness, or some form of God directly passed it on to them, or it was passed on by their ancestors who received it divinely. So when you go to the Jews, they're doing libations. Catholics are doing libations. Your favorite conscious teacher, Kemetic teacher, elder, doing libations. You find these people over here doing libations. These people over here in different parts of the world doing libations. People in Kwanzaa. People partaking in Kwanzaa over here. Kwanzaa libations. So it is not just limited to one culture. It seems like we have Jews, Catholics, Christians, conscious Kemetic community, Ifa, Yoruba, Vodun, Kwanzaa, people doing Kwanzaa, all sharing in this agreement that the pouring of water or the pouring of fluid has something to do with some spiritual enhancement or connection to a being that was once alive and is now deceased. Even down to the unconscious, the regular people who claim street life, and the killers and the gangsters. Your average person on the street, your uncle, your auntie, non-spiritual people, non-religious people, down to who they even call themselves, down to people that even call themselves thugs. And even you, prior to the knowledge of the subconsciously still do the practice or have done it. Can you think of how? And it is what everybody said on the panel, pouring out to the dead homies. Or even songs, Tupac, pour out a little liquor. These people don't claim any spiritual practice. They don't do anything from the past. They don't read any spiritual holy book. They have no Ifa. They have no Oba. They have no priest. They have no chief. They have none of that. And even these people who are straight, they call themselves thugs and I live the street life, and it is even with them. So from the Jews to the Catholics, the people that do Kwanzaa, to the Ifa, to the Yoruba, to all of these people, all the way down to Tupac, all the way down to just regular brothers on the streets. They even have Martha Stewart doing it in memes. Even Martha Stewart. I'm going to pour out one for my homie. And that's the only way you can say it too. That is the way that everybody says it. Whenever talking about doing a libation in modern times, the word homie is always in it. They even have Martha Stewart and Snoop Dogg. I'm going to pour out one for my homie. Okay? So it seems to be all over culture. It doesn't matter if you're Yoruba, Ifa, if you're Catholic, if you're Jew, if you're a street thug, or if you're Martha Stewart. Everybody seems to associate in their mind pouring out liquid with somebody who's dead. So why is this just one apparent ancient practice still echoed in the minds of all cultures to this day, or most cultures? When you ask your current teacher about its African origins, why does he never show you the oldest one, the writings that match the imagery? Well, let me do that for you right now. Well, first, if you were to ask the average thug or Catholic or a Jew, etc., if they believe that they are God, most would say no. And this is where the confusion comes in, because if you were to ask them, when a person who dies that they're pouring this libation for, do they automatically become a god? They will also say no, you don't automatically become a god because you die. And this is because the psyops is actually hiding what the word libation in the English actually means, which doesn't match what your uncle or friend is doing for his dead homies or what the Catholics are doing. Let me show you. So when you ask a Catholic or a Christian or a Jew or a street thug, yo, are you a god? Do you consider yourself a god? Most of them will say, no, I worship God. Well, your dead homie, when he died, was he a god when he died? No. When he died, did he automatically become one of your gods? They'll say no, but I'm going to pour out a libation for him. When you go to the definition of libation, let me blow it up right here. Here is the definition of libation: pouring out of wine in honor of a god. This is the definition of libation: pouring out wine in honor of a god, or to pour or drip from Leah, and also applies to water. Anything that's pouring. But the first definition, which is the latest one, is pouring out of wine in honor of a god. Okay? To pour out make an offering. So as we can see in its origins, this had nothing to do with pouring out liquor or fluid for a dead homie or already deceased relative. This had directly to do with the honoring of a god. So where can we find the oldest practice of water being associated with honoring a god, and that god being associated with death? To see where that definition originally came from. You have heard or may have heard the word Hotep being used on a regular basis, applied to people's names of today, such and such Hotep, or they apply it to greeting each other. Hotep, brother. If you've been coming to the Tehuti pod class for some time now, you would know that a Hotep is actually an offering table. Some are small enough to be handheld. What I want to show you today is something different. This is an offering holding table. What I want to show you today is a Hotep spout. This is a Hotep fluid spout, meaning it's designed to pour fluids, aka libations, which has a double echo theme within the imagery, because in itself it's used to pour out water, and on itself are two very important netters that are also pouring fluid on the tool that is used to pour fluid for libation. Let me show you. Let me shrink this down. So this is actually a Hotep. This is a Hotep fluid pourer. So here we go. If you look at the Hotep, this particular Hotep, it's held in the hand. It's designed to collect in this deep area here, and then it pours out through here. See this funnel or this slide here? It's made for a fluid. The fluid fills up in here, and then when you tip it, it pours out of this end. It's designed for that. It has a double echo meaning because on the Hotep are two very important individuals doing the exact same thing on another Hotep. So as you're holding this Hotep doing the act, you're looking at the image of two netters doing the same act that you're doing on a Hotep, visualizing it, watching it while you're participating in the same action. It's a fluid spout, Hotep tool, one of the earliest libation tools known on the planet. We're going to start from a younger date and we're going to keep going backwards. Here is your libation tool from the ancestors. Where is this from? This is the Hotep fluid libation spout of Nesu Amunet Arakid of the southern region of Ta-Nehisi, known as the area that people call Sudan and parts of Ethiopia today. This is from 30 to 60 AD. And who is that image? Who is that on the image? Which is extremely important because of who they are directly related to. One, Anpu, the adopted son of Asar, the son of the one who killed Asar. So you're looking at Anpu, who's the adopted son of Asar, while simultaneously the son of the one who killed Asar, which would be Set. He was also Asar's mortician and the embalmer of Asar that prepared his Khat, which is his body, and then Anpu's mother, the Netert Hemet, lady of Asar, who assisted AUSET, the other Netert of Asar, to find Asar and bring him to Anpu, who prepared Asar as seen depicted in the oldest book of immortality on the planet, the Per-Emharu. So what we're looking at here on your ancient libation tool, that your the current people that are doing libations won't go to this, because this is what the ancestors left as a libation tool that they show with two important netters on it, which is going to be a theme. This theme is going to be echoed because these netters are directly related to him. This is Anpu, He's the adopted son of AUSAR, and he's the mortician of AUSAR and the embalmer of AUSAR. He is also simultaneously the one who brings AUSAR, assists to bring AUSAR back to life and preserve his dead body, while simultaneously, in polarity, being the son of the one who killed the man that he's bringing back, that he's assisting his mother who left his father, Set, for this man. So Nebtet left Anpu's father for AUSAR, and then AUSAR becomes the father of Set's son, and Anpu is a part of their family. Then the father kills the brother, and the son is the one that helps bring him back to life, which means the son Anpu is not on the father's side, working simultaneously with the mother who used to be Set's wife. Both of them were once with Set, now are with AUSAR to bring him back to life, and they're both pouring fluid on the tool that you would pour fluid on, which represents this family and the resurrection of AUSAR. There is your libation tool right there. One of them, we're going to go through a few of them and see how they're all directly connected and interconnected with the exact same story. Here we go, everybody. Boom. The theme and common denominator is Osiris and the afterlife, immortality of the pure energetic projectable double called the Ba. And here the theme is kept with the Hetep offering table and its association with the pouring of water, libation. I will take you back a little bit further. So first, I'm starting off as close to us as possible, but still representing the ancient ancestors. This is in the 80 times, 30 to 60 AD. We're going to go back a little bit further to see if it's continued from hundreds of years before that. So we're going to go back a little bit further. This is the Hetep table of Tejain Hesert, the priest of Tehuti, son of Ee. This is 332 BC. So we're from the 80s now, and let's see if the same libation custom is kept with the same tool. Boom. Let me blow this up here. Here it is right here. There it is. Boom. So now this is Tejain Heseret, the priest of Tehuti, and there's the same spout right there. This is the same Hetep right there, and what is on it? These things. These are called Hes. These are libation jars, and what is he doing on the front here? Pouring a libation, pouring the water. The same tool as over here, imaged as this tool, with another set of writing on it, and other tools, which are the ones that pour onto the Hetep tool. This is from 332 BC. And if you look directly in the Medunetta writings in front of him, you will see the exact same theme and common denominator. Osiris libation continues. So here, I'm blowing it up for you so you can look and see. This is the Hes right there. There's my arrows pointing to this sentence, and there he is pouring it. And what are these sentences saying? So we know that the first one over here in 30 AD to 60 AD, this directly pertains to Osiris, the Hetep within the Hetep, with the son, adopted son of AUSAR, who is the son of the one who kills AUSAR, who is the one that helps bring AUSAR back to life, with the Hemet wife, they call it wife today, wife of AUSAR, who is the mother of the embalmer of AUSAR, who is the last wife of Set, his father. And these two are directly correlated with assisting bringing AUSAR back to life. So this is all about AUSAR. Now we're going to get to this one. What does this one say? Let's see if it still follows the same theme of the Hetep and libation associating with AUSAR. Let's see if they keep the culture of libations directly for this particular netter. Here's the translation. It says right here, for the libation of AUSAR. See that? For the Hes, libation of AUSAR. And that is Tejain Heseret, son of Ee, who held the same titles. That is this, and right here, there. And there is AUSAR's name right there. for the Hes and Asar. Hes Asar right there. So there is it right there. Hesret. And it is the Asar, Tajayan Hesret, son of Ee, who held the same titles. So again, Asar again, libation Asar. The oldest word on earth for the libation that ties into the immortality of the pure energetic projectable double used in these instances is Hes. The word image is the libation vase itself, as seen here on page 510 of what is called an Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, Volume 1, matching the libation vase of the daughter of the high priest Amun, Painedegem II, and Neskons, Nestenebtet, Ishuru. This is now going back, I'm going back another 600 years to 975 BC. Now here we are over here. There's what the real jar looks like. Here is the word Hes from page 510 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. And right within the word Hes, that is the jar right there. It is the libation pot. This is the actual libation pot here in the museum. That is the one from 975. That's from 3,000 years ago. And if you look at this image of the pot, this is the word that's used right here that he's holding. That's the word for the Hes. And it's for the libation of the Asar. Right there, holding it. It's the word, because as he's holding it right there, there it is in the metanetter. There's the word. This word right here is the same as this object that he's holding, which is the Hes, which is this in the real life pottery, and which is this word on page 510, which is Hes or Heset. Vase, vessel, pot, libation, vessel. Okay? And matching the theme was the real libation, matching the theme of was the real libation designed and continued for thousands of years. What does matching the theme that matching the theme that the real libation was designed and continued for thousands of years? What does the Medunetter on the front of his libation vase say? It says Neskons, which says Asar, the principal head chief of the harem of Amun-Ra, king of the Nitiru. Nestem Nebet Ishuru. Yes, libations and Asar again. So whether we go back to the closest time to us with the Hetep, it is the story of Asar. Whether we go back 300 years, 400 years before that, to Tajan Hesret, the priest of Tehuti, in 332 BC, the writing states, the libation, as I blew it up here, the Asar, libations for the Asar. Whether we go back another 600 years and go to the translation on the front of this, Neskon says Asar, Asar, the principal head chief of the harem of Amun-Ra, king of the Nitiru. Nestan Nebet Tishiru, yes. No matter what year you go to, no matter how many hundreds of years that pass, it seems that all the libation references all go back to Asar. So again, when you confront or ask the current Afrocentric, Kwanzaa, Yoruba, Kemet, African ancestral worshiper, what does the pouring of water or fluid have to do with a person after they have deceased? Where can we find that on any indigenous writings that exist pre-colonial? What does the pouring of a libation have to do with memories of your ancestors? They always say, in memory of the dead homies, in memories of the ancestors. When you ask them this question, they will have no answer. So the question now is, why? Why and what does the pouring of water and fluid have to do with Asar in the first place? And the memory of Asar. And this is one of the secret usages
of libation, another hidden meaning of the ANKH that I did not release in the last ANKH class. The hidden meaning of the ANKH will now be the new definition, which was the ancient definition of the libation. But of course, everybody, of course, to get into what this has to do with AUSAR, what does water pouring have anything to do with AUSAR and the deceased? Why were they doing it? And how does it lead back to the original hidden meaning of the ANKH? You know, for that, we have to step it up and go into and we're going to throw in the King's Chamber and the double pi ratio. Ready? Here we go. That's why they don't want me around. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. Here we go. Ready? Boom and boom. Let the ancestors speak. For that, we're going to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Are you ready? Here we go. So I've taken you through the hands of the indigenous people, the only continuous theme recorded throughout quote-unquote Africa of libations from 40 AD in present Sudan, echoing the AUSAR MAAT culture theme to the fluid libation spout of Nesu, Aminet Tariqid of the southern region of Ta Nahisi, echoing the AUSAR MAAT culture theme, then further back to the Hetep table of the Jain Hesret, the priest of Tehuti, son of IEE 332 BC, echoing the AUSAR MAAT culture theme, then further back to the libation vase of the daughter of the high priest of Amun Painid, the Gem the second, and Neskons, Nestanebet Ishru 975 BC, echoing the AUSAR MAAT culture theme. But how far does this go back in actual indigenous writings that elaborate on why the libation originates with AUSAR? And for that, I will take you back even further to the oldest spiritual writings of immortality on the earth, which were told to you today is called the pyramid text. But since you've been coming to the Tutsi Paw class, you've learned the real name. So they call it the Saqqara pyramid text. This is now 2,700 BC. We went from 30 AD, 60 AD, 30 AD, 332 BC, 975 BC, and now we're going back over double that to 2,700 BC for the origins of libation. You have been told it's called the pyramid text or the Saqqara pyramid, whose real name is actually named after the Natirt of AUSAR herself, and that real name is the Unas Nefer Auset, 2700 BC. Let's go directly to the writings. We're going to go to utterance 32. This may be a little blurry. I'm going to blow it up a little bit. We're going to go to utterance 32, to the very first writings on this planet Earth that brought libation consciousness to this planet. Utterance 32, and it states, "This is thy cool water, AUSAR, Osiris. This is thy cool water, Unas, which went forth from thy son, which went forth from Heru." Let me shrink a little bit so it's more readable. "I have come, I have brought to thee the eye of Heru, that thy hearts may be refreshed by it. I have brought to thee, it is under thy souls. Take to thyself the influx, which is the sweat, which goes forth from thee. Thy heart shall not be worried thereby. To say 4 times when thou goest forth justified libation. 2 pellets of natron." Utterance 33. "To say to Osiris, Unas, take to thyself
Take to thyself this, thy libation, which is offered to thee by Heru. In thy name, he who has come from the cataract. Take to thyself the efflux, sweat. The cataract, by the way, are the different intersections or different dam intersections of the Nile, different cataracts. They deal with the Nile River or the ITERU. We'll get to that shortly. Which goes forth from thee. Heru has made me assemble for the Nitiru from every place to which thy goeth. Heru has made me count for thee, children of Heru, even to the place where you were drowned. A star was drowned. Osiris, Unas, take to thyself thy natron, that thou may be divine. Nut has made thee to be a netter to thine enemy, in spite of thee in thy name of netter. Harpeth recognizes thee for thy art made young, the name of fresh water. 2700 BC, the origin of the concept of libation. It goes on to utterance 436. To make libation, let me see if I can get this on my glasses. To make libation, thy water belongs to thee, thine abundance belongs to thee. The efflux, which is the sweat, that should be better. Hold on. The efflux, which is the sweat, goes forth from the netter. The secretion comes out of Osiris, so that their hands may be washed, so that their ears may be opened. The power is spiritualized by means of the Ba. Wash thyself, for thy Ka washes itself. Let thy Ka be seated, that it may eat bread with thee without ceasing eternally. Thy goeth on as a successor of Osiris. Thy face is from before thee, thine homage is before thee. 53. Resurrection, transfiguration, and life of the king in the heavens. Utterance 676. Say thy water belongs to thee. Thy abundance belongs to thee. Thy efflux, which is the sweat, the perspiration belongs to thee, which issues from Osiris. Collect thy bones. This is what Auset and Neptet's job was. Collect thy bones. Arrange thy limbs. Shake off the dust. Untie thy bandages. The tomb is open for thee. The double doors of the coffin undone for thee. The double doors of heaven are open for thee. Hail, says Auset. Come in peace, says Neptet. When they see their brother at the feast with Atum, their brother is Osiris. These thy libations, Osiris, are in Basaras. In Gurg Waba, F. There is your oldest reference starting from 2700 BC to 60 AD, a continued theme that libations had only to do with Osiris. This was the origin, which is why the current teaching you have can never show you this. Here we go, everybody. Boom. The theme of why fluids in water connected directly. Now, how does this connect? The theme of why fluids in water connected directly and only with the SAR in its oldest elaboration and introduction to the world, and why it doesn't make sense for anything else that people are saying libation is today, which is why they cannot show you it in any ancient writings pertaining to any ancient culture with relevance, is because one, a star was attacked aggressively, which caused nervousness, which just as anyone else who was frightened with adrenocorticotropic or adrenaline pumping through their system will start to perspire. That equals fluid, aka the sweat of a SAR in his attack. Number two, He was drowned in the river, the ITERU of the Nile, and recovered from the river, thus water again being connected only with the star's resurrection theme pertaining to what pouring waters were associated in the story, just like a river, the cool water, the waterfall. To this day, when you are really nervous, you say, man, I was what with sweat. What is the word you use? You say, oh my goodness, man. Yo, whether you were running somewhere or whether you were nervous or whether it was hot, you say, man, use a certain word, something with sweat. What is that word you use? Type it in the room. What's the word you use? You were what with sweat? Dripping? What's another word? Man, I was with sweat. Drenched? What's the action? What's the movement of the sweat? What is it called? Dripping? And a lot of people say, man, I was pouring with sweat. Sweat was pouring down my face. Pouring with sweat. Okay? The same action of the beginning of the ITERU. As stated in the pyramid text called the cool water of the river Nile that Asar's body was found in and he was drowned in when he was attacked, perspiring and nervous, attacked by his stepson's father Set. And he started to sweat and then thrown in a water and drowned and then pulled out of the water and put back together. Thus, the Nefer AUSET, the Unas AUSET, or what you call the pyramid text, associates directly the reenactment of the pouring of water. Do you see where the pouring comes from now? From 2700 BC in the writing. Whatever your teacher told you, whatever such and such taught, they never opened up any ancient writing and showed you what the ancestors said. It came from, you see, the top, what happened is, what's up at the head, just coming from the top of their, slow down and ask your teacher, can you open up? How long has libation been practiced in Africa? Well, if it was practiced in the 1000 BCs, in the 1500 BCs, and the 332 BCs, what was the prominent African writing culture in the 1000 BCs, in the 2000 BCs? MAAT, Kemet, Medu Neter. So did they ever hear about libation? Yes, because the oldest place it's traced to is with them, and you have no writing reference prior to that. Everything comes after that. After that. Then comes different transformations of that. But now you start to understand, why are we pouring fluid associated with the deceased? And the definition of libation in the dictionary says the pouring of fluid out for a god, not for your dead homie, not for Auntie Meme, for the pouring out of water for a god, because the Freemasons who studied this culture knew that the origin had to do with the pouring of water. And that's why that goes down to the ground, because something is pouring, like sweat pouring down the body, and the Nile River pouring down. When I show you the origin of what starts off the beginning of the Blue Nile and the White Nile and Lake Tana, as written by our ancestors. Every other explanation that you've gotten is written by no ancient ancestor. Because if they take you here, now they got to start teaching from the pyramid text, and nobody wants to do that. Everybody wants to do wild teaching. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit. Start me slowly, slow. Start me slow from the origin, because once you start teaching from the pyramid text, you have to keep that culture. Because we see from 2700 BC in Africa to 900 BC in Africa, 1200 BC in Africa, 300 BC in Africa, 40 AD in Africa, 60 AD in Africa, we see the libation theme continuing with the indigenous people. It doesn't seem to change in the writings and in the tools being used. But now we're in 2024, the new age influencer, YouTube, Instagram, new age movement, the esoteric movement of the third eye of the Vesica Pisces cup coming down from Venus. The mother goddess says the libation tool of the next witch is coming when your eye opens in the third eye and the next eye and your lungs participate with the chakra movement. Where is that in the writings of our ancestors? Nowhere. And that's why they don't want this around, because now you have to be disciplined and stick with the culture that taught it. It has the theme and the meaning of why it associates with pouring water, and they stated that in their text. They wrote it. Not Guru, Shaman, Obatala, Yoruba, Kwanzaa man from 2019. Not him. No, not him. This is 2700 BC. The influx sweat, secretion of the scared Osiris. The influx sweat, the cool water of the Nile, where he was drowned. Boom. The theme of why fluids and waters are connected directly with and only AUSAR in the oldest elaboration, introduction to the world, and why it doesn't make sense with anything else. The people are saying libation is today. That's when I asked them, why are you pouring down to the ground? I'm pouring down to the ancestors died. Nah, show me where they said that. They cannot show you in any ancient writing pertaining to any ancient culture with relevance, because one, AUSAR was attacked aggressively and caused nervousness. That's why one of his names is Sek, nervous, he kicked back. I'll get into that another day. Which, just as anyone else who is frightened with adrenocorticotropic and adrenaline pumping through the system will start to perspire, that equals fluid, was drowned in the river and recovered from the cool water river. Thus the water again connected only to the AUSAR theme pertaining to what pouring waters were associated with in the story. And just like a river, waterfalls to this day, when you're really nervous or you're sweating, you say, I was pouring with sweat. That is the actual terminology you use, because it is what pours down your face when you're hot. And you look like this. The pouring sweat, nervousness. This is the beginning of the Blue Nile's pouring waterfalls in different areas of the cataract. That's why in the ancient texts, it speaks of the cataracts. The cataract in the areas of the Nile, and the pouring of the cool water that began the Nile, called the ITERU, where AUSAR was drowned. And thus the sweat, nervousness, and the fighting of AUSAR with Set pouring down the face, called the influx in the ancient writings, was associated with the pouring down of the beginning of the Nile in Lake Tana, the Blue Nile's pouring water, pouring down, and the different interactions of the cataracts, where the water pours down, and moves and flows, where AUSAR body was found in the ancient writing. And remember, the word for libation was Hest. The image of the word is the water pouring vase itself. There it is right there. That's the water pouring vase. Well, here is the Hest libation vase of Ramesses. Now we're in 1200 BC with his name on it. And guess what the other name there is as well? Let's go directly to the Met Museum. I love the ancestors because they left it for us. You don't have to make things up from your head. Here's the Met Museum. This is the Hest vase with the name of Ramesses, Ramesses IV, libation vessel, hieroglyphic, Hest praise favor. We're going to see who's doing the favor. Would have been used to pour out purified liquid during the performance of rituals. Here is the vase right here. See the Medunetta writing right there? Guess what that word is on the vase? This is the libation vase. I wonder whose name that is there. AUSAR. Errol the libation, whether pertaining to the hetep, pouring fluid hetep, what is the libation vases of 332 BC, 975, 1200 BC. Asar's name is on them all. That's the libation because it pertains directly to his story, nobody else's story. And if somebody can show me a simultaneous story going back to the pouring of water and the sweating, where the ancestors wrote about it in 2700 BC. Asar, who was thrust forward. If you read the story of Asar, instead he was attacked and pushed into a coffin that was given to him as a gift, and he was tricked and he was thrust forward in a threatening manner, attacked by Set and his men. He was pushed forward into this coffin in a threatening manner. Then he was resurrected by his Natert Auset, Het Heru, the cow goddess, out of the river, and he was drowned and submerged in. That is the story. He was thrust forward into the coffin in a threatening manner. He was nervous. He was kicking back, fighting back. And after he was drowned, he was resurrected and saved by his sister. So that's on all the libation, which represents the pouring of the cool waters beginnings, the origin. That's the eye of Heru, the origin of the waterfalls, and where Asar was drowned, and the sweating of the nervous fighting man as he sweats. Whether you're fighting, being in an attack, or whether you're nervous, you are sweating and soaked, which is exactly what the pyramid text stated. And then on all the vessels is Asar's name. There's a star right there, Asar, with the sun symbol, and then there is the egg symbol of Auset resurrecting him or giving birth back to him. But that is Asar's name as he becomes the Nesu, because the Nesu symbol is that plant right there, which is the Renpet Nesu symbol, which means to be born again as a young plant. That's why when you look at images of Asar, there's plants coming out of his body and he's green, called the Uwajet Asar, the great green one, which they transfer today as when somebody's buried, they're pushing up daisies. So here it is. So now the oldest word is Hes, right? Hes is the libation. But guess what Hes also means? That this Asar was thrust forward in a threatening manner into a coffin, which he was tricked, transported, killed, and drowned in the river. And thus the word Hes means the libation vase. Right? Here it is, Hes, libation vase, 2700 BC. What else does Hes mean? Hes is one whom grace favor has been shown by Osiris. Dead person, one who is approved by the god. Remember when we read the definition of the libation and favored, and libation poured for a god? That is the god that is favoring you in the ancient culture, the Hes, which is a star. He's the original dead person. He's the original dead god. That the pouring of water to reenact where he was killed and to reenact the influx, as it says in the pyramid text, the sweat dripping down and pouring from him, the emission of Asar, the sweat pouring down from him. As you're reenacting it, you're pouring water downwards, not into the ground for some ancestor that you were taught about, but to reenact the visualization of where Asar was killed and the fight, the nervousness, and the sweat that was coming from him as he fought for his life in the story, directly from our ancestors, not from a YouTube influencer, not from a meme. And this is why none of your African spiritualists, ancestral libationists can tell you what the oldest African word for libation is, because the word libation itself means the grace of Osiris. And we're going to find out what else it means. And again, remember, this libation origin is about the story of Osar, who was thrust forward in a threatening manner, who was resurrected by his Natert Auset Het Heru, the cow goddess, out of the river that he was drowned and submerged in. Guess what else Hes, the libation word, means? The oldest word on the earth for libation pertaining to the resurrection ancestor. Guess what it also means? Hes, an attack. to thrust forward the face in a threatening manner. The word libation in Africa means an attack, to thrust forward in the face of a threatening manner. Ask your Ifa, Obaman. Ask your chief. Ask the African esoteric occultist. These libations that I'm pouring, I went and looked up the ancient word for libation. It's hes, and it means to attack, to thrust forward in a threatening manner. What does that have to do with the deceased? Could you? What's the theme of the culture that is in? Who was thrust forward in a threatening manner? Who was attacked? That the actual word libation definition, the actual definition of the word, is the action of what happened to a star, which from 2700 BC forward, every single African person has a star associated with libation, calls it hes, has a star's name on their hes, and has a star's name and story on the hetep fluid pouring. The actual writing of the origin says this is the efflux sweat pouring from a star and the cool water river pouring from the cataracts, representing a star, because it literally says in the text, and there he was drowned in the water because he was attacked by his stepson's father, Set, who pushed him forward, thrust forward in an attacking, threatening manner into the coffin, and he was attacked and killed. That matches the theme of libation. Your Obaman, Chiefman, Balaman, Lebaman, whatever he's talking about, is his story recorded matching the theme, because I want to know how the attack and being thrust forward in a threatening manner ties into the peaceful water pouring that everybody's doing at Kwanzaa. And everybody's doing the pouring of libations for the ancestors. But wait, the word for libation in the oldest language means attack, to be thrust forward in a threatening manner. Huh? What happened? You see, it's the attack of the vesica Pisces, of the feminine energy coming from the masculine, coming from the third eye, pulsing, attacking evil. No. Answer my question before I give you the story. Just walk up to your teacher. Don't give him any of this. And just say, hey, the ancient word libation, what does it mean? It's the word hes. What does it mean? Just ask him that and just be... Don't say a word. Just ask him that question. What does the word hes mean? Say, well, I looked it up. It means attack, to be thrust forward in a threatening fashion. How does this tie into contacting my peaceful grandmother and the ancestors? Watch him make up a lie on the spot, because anything that comes from his or her mouth isn't coming from the ancient writings of the ancestors, because if it does, he's gonna have to start teaching about the story of Osiris only. This has nothing to do with anyone else. As time went on, thousands of years later, as the story passed on, culture started associating it with their deceased. And you lose the story because it doesn't make sense with anybody other than Osiris. It makes no sense. No pouring of water has anything to do with Aunt Jemima that died, your dead homie, or anybody that they're talking about in the writings of the culture itself. Have nothing to do with an attack, being attacked in a threatening manner. Nothing to do with that. But it has everything to do with what the ancestors said it had to do with. But we don't want the ancestors. We want the new conscious meme influencer from the new age, the metaphysical, esoterical, the meta-esotericals that just make up stuff fast on the spot. You don't have to make anything up. They left it for us. They invented the libation to match a particular story and left it in writing and symbolism and the pots and the vase. It's in the museums. You don't have to add anything to it. Unless you don't want to follow anything and want to be everywhere. Those are the ones who add to it. So there's no discipline. A little bit of this, will you get with this, or you can get with that. Ding, 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 ding. You can get with it, or you can get with that. Or Humpty Hump, do what you like. That's what everybody wants. Nope. It's not do what you like over here. If you're going to touch it, you're going to touch what the ancestors say, go by it. Let's continue with it. Don't grab a little bit of this and a little bit of that, a little bit of spice. No, that's isfet. That's chaos. That means you're everywhere. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So now, Hes, the word for libation, the actual Hes jar means an attack, to thrust forward in the face of a threatening manner. Boom. This is why they cannot teach you the oldest word for libation. What else? What else? What else, Tehuti? What else will they not teach you? Libation. A star was attacked and drowned in the river, as the ancestors wrote. In the utterance 33, 27 to 2400 BC, to say, Osiris, take thyself this thy libation, which is offered to thee by Heru in the name of he who has come from the cataract. Look up the cataracts and watch the flowing and falling of the waterfalls and the river moving. Take thyself the influx, that's the sweat, which comes forth from thee. Horus has made me assemble for the NITERU from every place from which thou goest. Horus has made me to count for the children of Heru, even to the place where thou was drowned. That's what the ancestors say. I don't know what the Instagram guy says. Well, this is what they said in 2700 BC. A star was attacked, drowned in the river. Guess what else the oldest word on the earth for libation means? What does it mean, Tehuti? Hey, Hes, the libation pot vase. Page 510 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Here's a libation jar of Osiris with his story contained right within the jar itself, the meaning of the jar in the Hetep table. What else does Hes mean? To submerge, to be submerged. River spoon, the river, to be submerged. Hes, boom, libation, one who was attacked in a threatening manner and drowned in a river. Did your current libation teacher tell you that? No? They didn't. They just say they're pouring out? No, didn't tell you? No? Of course they can't, because then they would have to teach what the NITERU taught and start all the way over as a baby in knowledge and discipline again. They don't want to do that. You tell me the word Hes means to be attacked in a threatening manner, to be submerged, and river, which are all the things pertaining directly to what the pyramid texts say about Osiris. And you're there pouring water, have no idea what is pouring water to do with the deceased ancestor, because you're not reading from anything the ancestors left. But that's okay. That's why you're here. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? Remember in my past UNK class, typo, I taught you for the first time the word UNK and embrace with the two arms coming down, which was Hapet, the same name for immortal double squared, King's Chamber. That represented the echo of life at the same time, meaning the UNK was actually a bow. The UNK was a bow and it was a tie, which was the knot of AUSET representing the rebirth of contractions. I taught you that in the last two classes. There's the word Hetep, and it's to embrace. There's the woman there embracing surrounding clothes. There is the embrace, take to the breast. That's what the woman does. It represents taking the child upwards, raising him upward, embracing him, taking to the breast to give him life. It's the same definition of UNK, to enclose, to embrace, and to brace, take to the breast, which is also the mirror. Go back to the UNK class, and you'll see more of why this is UNK, which is the mirror. There's the UNK, which is actually the tied knot. You can see the rope tied right there.
There's a tied knot, which is also called the shen, which was the rope, the top of the ankh, and that's why the top of the shen there. There's a circle with the line. There's a circle with the line. There's a circle with a line. And because the word shen or shenu means what? The ropes, the cords. It represents endless time of eternity. When you ask somebody, what does ankh mean? It means eternal life. Yes, it's the cord, the rope, the shen rope circle, the knot, the tet auset of the female, which is endless time, eternity in that circle. And that's why when you go to the word for shen, the top of the ankh, it literally, the definition is cords. Okay, we taught you that some weeks ago. And there's the king's chamber with the double pie, the square box that I taught you about a few weeks ago. This is also called the hepet. This hepet, which is the same definition of ankh, is the eternal area, which means square doubled, and it's also advancing right in truth and ma'at. And there's the square double, the echo, because literally it's two squared doubles, and that double chamber represents the coffin that one goes into as they ascend into the realm of immortality. And that's why the actual shape of the king's chamber is the word hepet itself, with that right there. And it is the hepet, which is to advance. And you see that right there? It's the hepet. And that's why one of the reasons, guess what else the hepet is a word for? That ties into the Osiris theme. It is the same word for the Nile. That's why they call the Nile happy. If you look at the word happy, it's the word hep or hepet. It's an arrow because it represents the flowing of the Nile, happy, which is the flowing of the Nile, the same definition of the original word for the Nile, which is ITERU. Hepet means to advance because it's moving in a direction from the waterfall, the place where Osiris was killed. It is the hepet. That's the happy river, the same name as the chamber that represents the double square of the immortal life in the mer, aku. That's the hepet, which means to advance. Two squares right there, the hepet, which is happy, the same name for the Nile where Asar was killed. What if I, man, okay. What if I were to show you now for the first time that all of that was imbued in one image and used as a tool for libation of Asar, the one who was nervous, perspiring, equaling water, the one who was drowned in the Nile, equaling water, the happy, the hepet, one who became deceased, in which the ankh brings back life to through the knot of the female auset to match the theme ritual of the true origins of libation. I shall show you the oldest known ankh thus far in archaeology history. Today's date, you will see the oldest ankh. This is August 17th, 2024 at the Tehuti pod class. We went back in time starting from 40 AD, 60 AD, 332 BC, 1200 BC, 975 BC, 2700 BC, with the theme of the libation. Now that you know about the ankh and the hepet, I'm going to show you the oldest ankh on the planet today, August 17th, 2024, at the Tuti pod class. Are you ready? Guess what it is? Uh-oh. There it is. What's that? Hey, what's that? It looks like it has a spout. Huh? What happened? What's that? What is that, a hepet? That hetep? What is this? What is this? In the Met Museum, 3100 to 2900 BC. That is 300 years before the pyramid text. The libation dish depicting the ka arms representing the ankh. There's your oldest ankh. The oldest ankh is the oldest libation dish. What did your teacher say? What happened? New Age people can't fight the ITERU. They'll lose. The knot of Auset, the ankh, which is the same definition of hapet, to advance. The word happy comes from where Osar was killed, the Nile River where he was drowned, the water, the embrace, the same definition of ankh.
and the echo double chamber called the hapet, with the arrow pointing up, meaning to advance because you're ascending in everlasting life, which is the Shen, the symbol that the name is put into, called the Shen, which is the top of the knot of the Ankh, was the original libation dish of Asar, shaped in an Ankh, designed to hold water, and the bottom of the Ankh pours out water in a spout in the shape of a hetep dish for Asar. 3,100 BC. That's much older than your social media, YouTube, Vesica to the Hindu, Icy, to the Ifa to the left. 3,100 BC. There is your origin of libation. And that is why your teacher, whoever they may be, can't teach you about the origin of libation left by our ancestors. Because if they do, you're going to be in my world. You're going to be in the Netter world. Because once you jump in that world, now you're in MAAT. Now you have to continue to teach from the pyramid text. Uh-oh, no more memes. No more TikTok memes and this and that. No, you gotta stick in there. I don't want to go 2,000 years later to the Ifa yet. There's no Ifa. There's no none of what you're, no Kwanzaa yet. None of that. We're in 3,100 BC libations that continues to go on, unstopping theme. Before the Jew got it, the Christian got it. Before the Kwanzaa man got it, and the Obatalami. Now it makes sense. Because it made sense before it didn't make sense. It was already organized in MAAT before the chaos came in. There is your oldest libation dish. It's the Ankh. With the hepet hands. What hands is that? What's that? Do you see it? Do you see the two arms coming down? Hepet, happy, embrace to the breast. Embrace the Ankh. Banded, the banded ropes, the knot of AUSET. Do you see the arms coming down in your oldest libation dish? The Ankh with the arms embracing it. What happened? Boom! 3,100 BC, the oldest Ankh found in archaeological history was the tool of libation for Asar, immortality, and this is why your current African-centered spiritual teacher cannot tell you the origin of libation, because it would lead you right back to Ma'at and wipe his new age spirituality right off the map. But that's okay. You have Tehuti now to defend what the ITERU brought. Let us continue. Here we go. Where are we? Boom, boom. Thus, the Asar story of biological imperative submerged underwater and brought back into consciousness so that the great AUSET could bear his seed, HEJD. Oh, do you remember how the class began? By showing you the tool of libation was the hetep table, the table of fluid libation spout of Nestu, Amunet, Tarakid of the southern region of Ta-Nehisi, the Sudanese area, 30 to 60 AD, to pour out water, which represented the pouring of the Nile River Asar was drowned in, and now you know it also is the pouring of the sweat, the efflux of Asar after he was attacked, right? All the way back to 3,100 BC to the pouring of water Ankh, representing that with the knot of the female's biological imperative contractions. That's the Ankh, the tie right there, 3,100 BC. Thus, let me show you the other libation hetep fluid water offering table. Guess what it was designed as? Now found in the Louvre Museum Department of Antiquities in the Louvre Museum number 25551. What's that, Tehuti? Uh-oh, what's this? What do we have? What do we have here? What's this? What are we looking at? What's this? What is this? What's this? You know what this is? There's the other Atep spout. Boom. The Nile River pathways and the cataracts of the ITERU Nile, where Asar was drowned, equaling water of Asar, then resurrected to impregnate AUSET, equaling biological imperative. You see Sobek, the crocodile of the Nile, on the Hetep, with the running water now moving and taking turns and branching out, just like the Nile. You see how the Nile looks? You see where it starts? Blue Nile and Lake Tan all the way from Uganda. See all the branches here and the branches at the top? And there is the Hetep. You put the water in. You know those little puzzles you have where you put a little red ball in, you move the square thing around so you get it out at the bottom? This is where it comes. Here it is right here. This is the water, and the water moves around, and it goes past what? The lotuses of the Nile, the frogs of the Nile. There's the frogs, and right there is Sobek, one of the most dangerous creatures of the Nile. But Sobek is the word that means something. And there are the birds of the Nile, and it goes through all the spot. Oh, there's just swastika. It goes through all the spouts till it gets down to the bottom and drips down out of here. The water flow of the Nile. On the Levere Museum, number 25551. And it has Sobek right there in the middle. What does Sobek have to do with all this? Well, the story theme is the biological imperative of Asar being resurrected so that he can give the seed to AUSET. And she could be impregnated. That is the whole story of the resurrection. So you see Sobek in the middle of the Hetep spout water flow of there's a libation tool. What does Sobek mean? Sobek, to make pregnant. What did your teacher say again? One moment, everybody, I'll be right back. One moment, hold on. Call out the camera just for about 20 seconds. Hold on. 30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds. Boom. So there's the there's the Hetep libation dish where you pour the water and it streams through all the turns of the Nile, going around Sobek, the crocodile of the Nile, the frogs of the Nile, the lotuses plants of the Nile, which are the shesh right in the center, and it moves and moves and moves and moves and moves and moves until it comes out of the spout. The original libation dishes, all about the story of Asar, who was rebirthed, drowned in the water. That's why the water has to drip down and pour down. Drowned in the water was the cataracts, was the falls of the beginning of the Nile. And he comes out for the purpose of what? To impregnate AUSET, to give birth to the holy child ETYMOLOGY, the seed, the progeny of Asar. Sobek in the center. What does Sobek mean? What's that? What's that there? And you look up Sobek, and Sobek is in the middle of Asar's libation dish because the word Sobek means to impregnate. I love the netter. They can't beat the netter. I don't care how many new age stuff people start to come up with. I don't care what new age. There it is, Sobek, to make pregnant. The crocodile of the Nile. They're the libation dish. In the center, the crocodile right there, Sobek. Because Sobek means to make pregnant. The whole purpose and theme of Asar, boom, to impregnate. The Asar theme again, and biological imperative, of course, the rebirth or to be birth. The other word for libation, here's another word for libation, it's STI, S-T-I. S-T-I is the other oldest word for libation. Here it is right here. Let me go ahead and show you right here. Here's the other word for libation. STI, right there. Libation, make water, to drip, pour out. So it's not just water sitting in a bowl. It has to be in movement, pouring out, in movement like the Nile. To pour out, there it is, S-T-I. Hey, guess what else the word for libation, S-T-I, means? What else does it mean? To beget the seed. The same as SOBEK. To impregnate, to beget, to sow the seed. That's the word for libation. Ask your teacher about it. He should know about it, right? But he doesn't. So one definition of libation is the same definition, to be thrust forward and attacked in a threatening manner, and to be drowned, submerged in river. And the other word for libation is to beget, to sow a seed. The same as SOBEK, who's in the middle of a libation dish. This whole story of AUSAR. Yes, only in the culture that originated libation is the word for libation the same word for ejaculation and begetting a seed. The whole point of AUSET, bringing AUSAR back, is the word libation itself. Our ancestors were so beautiful that the actual word libation, both definitions, are the definitions of one that AUSAR had to do and the next one that AUSET had to do. And what do all of these religions have in common? What do they all have in common? You know what they have in common? All of these religions here that are doing libations, the Jews, the Catholics, Conscious Community, Yoruba, the Voodoo, Kwanzaa, they all have this one thing in common. What do they have in common? Well, of course, they all do libations. What else do they agree on? That there is a divine spiritual entity that does not exist on the physical plane, and most can get to him after death, or them, if you believe in the Orisha, most can get to him or them after death. And what title of this entity that they all agree on? I've heard Catholics say this word, people in Kwanzaa say this word, people in the Kemetic communities, it's one word. Jews say this, Christians say this, Muslims say this. The one word that seems to encompass is God. That's the word right there, God, right? But did any of them ever tell you what God means? What does God mean? God. Everybody calling their Most High a spiritual being God. God. Here it is, definition of God. Supreme being. Uh-oh, what's all this? Supreme being, that which is invoked, to call upon, invoke. Divine entity summoned to a sacrifice. Gu, poured. Gu, to pour a libation. Boom, libation, to pour, to invoke a divine entity who is sacrificed, buried, invoked, libation. The true definition of the English Masonic word God that they will never tell you. God means libation. The one who was sacrificed and buried. That's AUSAR, Osiris. Otep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent in the past for July 4th or cotton candy ritual, and if you have learned or if any of this has had any impact and has advanced your current recent understanding of this particular subject matter, send your tip of appreciation reciprocity called Libation Origins or No More Libations or any creative title that you can come up with to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App, TT Amun, Matrix Broken. There's your libation origin. Before the Tutsi Pod class, if you've never heard this before, if you've ever done libation. going to put the link in the room. For the supporters to jump in. We're going to check the room, check the Gmail. If you've ever been taught about libations in any class equal to that, you're free to put the link in the room, the page number of the book, chapter and verse. If not, support what you've seen. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Your teacher can't give you the origins of libation from the ancestors. Throw him away. Throw them away. And come to the truth. Come to where the ancestors can speak for themselves. They were not illiterate. We're the last ones to represent it. The House of the Ten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NILE. Peace and blessings, everybody. I hope you all appreciated that. Supporters, jump in the room. We're going to check the Cash App, the PayPal. And there's your libation, Anu and Antu. You're about to add libations now to your rituals now. Now you know what it is.
Well, very much, Salvatore. That was truly a mind-blowing answer. I'm extremely thankful. Yes, we're definitely going to be adding libations to our rituals. Might have to make one of those attempts out of clay. I really appreciate this answer and answers like this. For me personally, you give me a feeling that no one else can give me, where I'll try to explain as best as possible. It makes my mind and my being, my ka, feel this flow throughout my neurons of how the ancestors thought. And it feels great. You really helped me understand what Unas was thinking in that time when that was written. It creates this magical feeling, this absolute nefer feeling, and Tua very much for being able to give that to me. I'm very appreciative of you, Otet Marie.
Nini, I'm glad you appreciate it, and I'm glad you appreciate it. I hope people really appreciate this, because this answer has to be hidden. If anyone finds out this answer is out there, they have to hide it. Or they got to start over from a baby. I'm glad you appreciate it, Anu. Antu, I'm sure your thoughts echo what Anu just said. So I'm going to go through, unless you want to say a couple words, you can say a couple words, I'll go to Tehuti. Go ahead, Antu, say a couple. I know you echo.
Tua very much. I appreciate it very much. It was very powerful. I loved how you brought the original meanings back, and the oldest Ankh. That was super interesting to me. I really loved that, and the biological imperative is very nefer. Tua very much for all that you brought forth.
Glad you appreciate it. And this brought, hold that, you Isfet spiritualist. This brought Sheshayet out of the woodwork. Sheshayet has made her appearance in the darkness. But we'll get to you soon, Sheshayet. Tehuti Harakuti, how you doing, man? They teach that in Senegal?
Man, I lost faith. I lost faith in all the people that talk me about libation over there. I think you.
What'd you say first? You said you look crazy. What'd you say?
No, I lost faith in them. You shattered the matrix again, and I'm never gonna be the same once I'm going back to my country, and I'm gonna put them on the spot with the heads. I'm like, hey, okay, what's the definition of heads? Like, what is the first word to describe libation in Africa? It's just the damage that is caused by oral tradition. I think people are too comfortable in that because they can keep making stuff up, you know, and that, yeah, that's the sad truth of the matter. And again, you are married for everything that you do for your infinite knowledge. Yeah, I learned a lot.
What knowledge?
Your infinite knowledge. Infinite,
Oh,
yeah, I learned a lot today.
What's going on? Well, Primo, we'll go a Primo thought. The line started over again, but we'll go backwards to. I'm glad you appreciated that, and tell the people in Senegal that I'm here, man. Let them know, because I don't know. There'll be a time where you can't say that. Everybody has their time, so there'll be a time to say that Tehuti in the pod class was here, and there'll be a time where this will be a story. So let them know while it's happening, because imagine how many people depend on do this practice, and if they knew that it was only about AUSAR. I'm not even sharing it with any other culture. If some other culture wants to jump up and say, "Yeah, we 2700 BC, we were EFing it up, we were voodooing it up too," and they come show me, walk with me, slowly walk with me. Don't tell me about nothing unless you go back to 2700 BC with me, and we can walk together. Let's walk together. But if you don't pop up until 500 AD, that's 3,000. You're popping up 3,000 years later with an explanation. So I'm glad you appreciate it. We're gonna go to Bella. Bella, how you doing, Bella?
I'm great. So for asking, I hope you're well too. So for the Nefer class, I loved it very much. You're definitely not one who studies or learns the language. You are imbued into your own teachings, and you live it very beautifully. So love very much for that. I liked.
Say that again, Bella. It cut off. You said not one that learned the language. Say that again. It chipped up.
You're definitely not one who studies this or like just studies the language or anything like that. You're imbued into your teachings, and everything flows naturally from you. I really respect that. It makes me honored to be in your presence, because you're the Netzer, Tehuti, and the SABA, and I really, really respect you for that. And I liked the part where I liked all of it, but I liked the part where you read the Unas Nefroset. I was attracted to the part where it said the efflux goes forth from the Netzer, and then you kept going on with the story, and so I liked that a lot too. So very much. So Hotep spouts were Nefra as well, and I like the imperative tied into all of it. So.
I'm glad you appreciated it, and Tua for those beautiful, beautiful words. We got Sheshayet. We got we got Tanya, 23 experience. It looks like she's the cousin of Angela Gates. How are you all doing? We're gonna get to you though. We're gonna get to you. We're at Sheshayet. How you doing, Sheshayet?
I'm doing great, Saba. I'm doing great. I came in a little late today, but I've been catching most of the replays because I've been working a lot lately. And so being stuck at work, a lot of the times they want me to stay focused with work. Sometimes I try to sneak my headphones in and sneak listening in while I'm taking orders and
you're one of the
flipping burgers. And
you're one of the sneak listeners?
I do. When I'm at work and I'm not supposed to be on my phone, I sneak listen.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because I mean, learning so much with everybody, the main thing I've learned to do is to keep consistent. Because with me, most of my life, I've been very inconsistent with a lot of things. And this class has taught me that, you know, I have the power to change myself instead of making all these different excuses about why I can't do this or why I can't do that. You know, I'm an adult now, so why do I gotta lie to kick it? I'm a grown, you know.
Lie to kick it. That's from somewhere. That's from somewhere.
And
Go ahead.
so, you know, it makes me look myself in the mirror and question myself and hold myself accountable for things. And, you know, a lot of the times it's very difficult to do those things, but at the same time, you feel such a load come off your shoulders once you start holding yourself accountable and start putting your best foot forward to make sure that you're doing the best for yourself to get where you need to get to spiritually. Because at the end of the day, you know, like we all learn in this class, you know, people in society think that money and material things is everything. No, because they don't believe in an afterlife. You know, they believe in this falsity. Just like when you were explaining about marriage, until death do we part. I told my husband, I'm following you into the afterlife whether you want me to or not. I'm gonna be there. We gonna be handcuffed together.
And the handcuffs are gonna be going through the hands because you're etheric beings. We're like etheric handcuffs.
Exactly. And so, you know, it's just, it makes me feel so proud of myself to be able to say that I can hold myself accountable and to be able to know that I can say I'm a grown up now. I don't act like a child anymore. You know, I'm 30 something years old, pushing 40. And, you know, what do I look like still making all these excuses? I'm halfway through life already. And I'm still making excuses like a little kid about this, that, and the third instead of being on my grown woman stuff. You know, I'm sitting here portraying myself. I identify as a grown woman, but I ain't acting like one. So what kind of example am I setting for my children? What kind of example am I setting for society and people around me? So, you know, once people start to see this change, some people were like, oh, you acting different. What you mean I'm acting different? Because I'm starting to tell the truth about myself and about everything that's around me. Because I'm no longer making up excuses for anybody or for anything. You know, and so some of those people, they decided to leave me alone. Good, I'm better off without you. That's all right. But you'll come back around when you figure it out for yourself. You're going to be like, dang, you was right. I know, because I learned it from somebody who knows.
I got to find that somebody. Thank you. Thank you, Cheyenne. I'm glad you're glad to see you. I was like, oh, I figured you were working because I see you still doing what you do on Facebook. So I said, I see what's happening. So I'm like, it must be your shift and stuff. But I'm so glad to see you because I tell my Terts all the time, I'm the happiest, saddest person on the planet. I don't show my sadness. I go through things before I do the pod class, and because I think like an animal. When my Terts leave the house, when people that I love around me leave, I don't know if I'm going to see them again, and that's actually how I feel about every. I've had people leave and I didn't see them again, and so whenever somebody's not around for a while, that's why I'm very sensitive when it comes to people that are wishy-washy and inconsistent. Because if you know that I'm doing this and we're trying to build a family, you can't just disappear and say I'm having a cut watching. I'm gonna think you actually died because you're not contacting, saying something happened. But I saw your activity, so that's just how I feel about people. Because I was growing up first with a loving nature, so and because I was around animals always think that their loved ones are gonna die. That's why they're so fast and sharp. That's why we wake up in the morning, we're like this. Let's see how to wake. Oh man, let me stretch. When a rabbit wakes up, go to a rabbit that's sleeping in the woods and touch it. It's gone. We don't do that. So a rabbit every moment thinks it's gonna die. So, but I'm glad you're alive and well, Shashad. Wonderful, nice to see you again. I'm gonna go to the guy from Ghana last. So I'm gonna go to let me jump to Angela Gates. How you doing, Angela Gates?
How you doing, Saba?
I'm doing good. I didn't have this answer before the class. Right before the class, I was telling my editor, I said, I don't have the full answer for the libation. But I'm doing good.
Good. Yeah, that was excellent. It's not what I thought you were gonna go. You went a totally different direction than what I was expecting. And then from my, previous learning from Bobby Hemmett, wow, you definitely opened my eyes to a whole nother aspect of understanding exactly what that is. And I appreciate that.
Thank you. When I bring up libations, because I knew the brother personally, but outside of knowing him and spending time with him at his house and stuff. But when I bring up libations and stuff, he's one of the first names that comes up for people. He was one of the hypest. Yeah.
Yes.
You should see his house. You should see Bobby Hemmett's house, man. His house is an altar. Libation. There's 1,000 pennies over here, 50 nickels from 19.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was very, very serious about that. Shout out to him. He got people interested. I'm here to rectify. So thank you, Bobby Hemmett, and all those before me who sparked the interest of people, so that at least I could teach you the truth of it outside of all the. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you that. Bobby's wild, man. He was wild. Shout out to him. I hope he's alive and well. But thank you, Angela. Appreciate it. I'm glad you appreciate it. And we're going to go to Tanya, 23, experience her first time on the panel, looking like the cousin of Angela Gates. How you doing, Tanya? Oh, you're on. Let me try to take you off mute, and then you try to do it. So
there it is.
Try it now.
I muted myself.
Oh, you did it. Okay.
I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here. And how are you?
I'm doing good now. I'm always doing great, but a lot of different emotions before I start the podcast, and I'm doing great now. I feel great now that I got this out. I feel happy.
That's awesome. I can relate. I'm glad. Peace, everyone.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Actually, I was a little behind in the pod class, and just when Nukpu told me to jump on, and I said, oh my gosh, this is an opportunity to jump on, but I actually didn't hear the explanation, and I paused my phone right there. And so I'm a student that has to go back and listen to it. I was like 20 minutes behind when I jumped on. I kept getting distracted at home and had to pause it. I was under the understanding, like Sister Angela said about Bobby Hemmett, I was under those impressions of libations being poured in the ground to connect with your ancestors, as you would say their names, or any other deities. Sort of made sense, but I'm super excited to hear what you said. So I got to get back to that.
Okay, great. I'm glad to see you on the. I'm glad. Hold on, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women on the panel. Oh my! I'm glad to see the female energy on the panel. I'm glad to see you on the panel. Like I said, the panel is for the supportive family. So as far as you, Tiny, experience, you always say, "I wish I had more. I wish I had more." But when I look back at the Cash Apps, and if I see 2 supports or whatever it may be in anybody's family situation, you could definitely come on the panel at any time, because you are a supportive member. So even if you don't have something for that week, no problem. You can come on. It doesn't matter. You're part of the family. So I definitely want to see you pop up more often for sure.
I really appreciate that, Saba. Actually, I was a member on the House of ATTON website, and then I got hit with some financial stuff, and I'm actually trying to build my own website because I sell retail products like drop shipping type of thing, and everything costs when you do that type of situation. But I know it can work. I know it can work. That's actually my field. But when you get hit with this and that, you got to kind of pay the important things first, and which I did. you know, and I have great hope and motivation. I know I can put in the work to get better. So look out for me. I'm going to be a continuous member of the House of ATTON.
Wonderful. I'll look out for you, and definitely talk to Annie, and talk to Annie a little bit more about your product, and maybe some of the things you have can be incorporated, and we'll see how it works. But good luck to you and all your creativity. And I started off my business with $2 in a strange state that I never lived in before. Didn't know anybody, and I had $2, and I bought 2 packs of incense, and I walked the streets. That's my beginning.
Awesome. I always listen to your stories and am motivated, because I do remember I saw you in the debates back in Sonetta and years ago, and I'm a witness.
Okay.
Absolutely.
A witness. Nice. Thank you, Tanya. I'm gonna go to Primordial Thought, say some quick words. Now, Primordial Thought, he knows where I got all this from. He knows the secret. Tell him, Primordial, with the Ashby book, what page. Tell him where I get it, man.
Saba, come on, man. Theta. You're the Theta netter. That's what you are, man. You're just phenomenal. Tua for that. Like I said, me being born in Christianity, at first I didn't believe in any of that prior to you. So to get it more detailed, especially when you gave us that wonderful explanation in the Medunetta class back when my MUT had transitioned. It's been on since then, right? So I just Tua for just the extra that you always throw on top when someone asks you something, and I appreciate this wonderful breakdown and build up. So Tua to you, great sub. Appreciate you dearly, and libations definitely happen. So it's just good, man. Thank you for getting us out of the oral tradition. I want to make sure I tap on that too, because for so long, in my past, you know what I mean, I've definitely, prior to meeting you, that was always oral tradition. Like, it's never really, you can't really find it. They just pass it on, but
we couldn't write. Never wrote nothing down. Writing today, we couldn't write. That's so silly.
To you, great stuff. I appreciate you.
Glad you appreciate it. Now we're gonna go to the man, Menku Oroa. Background in Nigeria, interviews Bill Gates. What do you got for us, Menku? What do you got for us? How'd you like that, Menku? Then we're gonna go into a couple donations, and then I gotta step off and rebirth. So go ahead, Menku, say some words.
Gratitude to you, Sawa. That was a grand master teaching class. I love the way you built it. You built like you always do your teaching. You built that like a unes nefer auset. I really love how you ended with the libation dish, and how you ended it with God means libation. I feel like that was a extremely powerful nefer offering to the Neteru. And to teach this kind of information in this day and time is definitely a sacred sermon. I really felt like you put your all into this teaching, and you definitely separated yourself from everybody else. And, it goes to show how there's a saying that nothing corrupts like power. And so these teachers who think they have this power, not willing to, come into the knowledge that you have and just be a baby and start all over. It's kind of a sad thing that people aren't willing to be humble.
Yes.
yeah, that's just a sad thing. But I really love you just shared so many jewels. Like, you know, the oldest aunt being a spout. That is just so powerful. And you sharing the utterance. Those utterance mean so much to me. I love spells. I love how you shared the Hess. The Hess T is an attack. The Hesse her. The Hess jar, the libation pot. It's just over and over. You were relentless. Like, you were throwing axes. You were nonstop. That was really, really powerful. This is one of my favorite classes now, because it goes to show we are under a spell, and we're doing these things not knowing what we're doing, and we're saying stuff and we don't know what we're talking about. And so Tua, to you for taking us back to the origin, and Inu Hotep to everybody that is willing to start from square one and just be a student. Like, it takes a lot of humility to be like, this person knows more than me and I need to learn. And so it's just a beautiful thing, Saba, what you're doing. This phenomenon is very powerful. So you are the Grand Master Teacher, Inu Hotep.
Nini, glad you appreciate it. And I cut it. I cut the class. I cut it. I was putting it together, and I was like, oh no. I realized I'd already answered the question, and sometimes I don't stop, and I get a headache and things. But I left out what water does when it touches a living and deceased person. So, anyways, what we're gonna do here is Annie. Right? We have a new person here. Shout out to, I've never seen this person before, but much respect to Scorpio, Sun, Cancer, Moon. Oh my, I can't wait to listen to the Saba. I'm going to be behind next. Scorpio, Sun, Cancer, Moon. Oh my, I can't wait to listen to this Saba. I'm not going to be behind next time. LOL. Shout out to you. Shout out to Mary Sekhmet. I think he has a question to send into the pod class. Shout out to Mary Sekhmet. Shout out to everybody. I see about 3 questions from me, Mary Sekhmet. You can choose all 3 or choose one. Definitely send those in. For those that any practices have to be, I have to answer them in I don't answer practices here, but you can email me or contact me and set up something in the future. I may have a libation. Do I have any? I don't know if I have any libation in my. I'll go and see if I have a libation practice in one of the 67 classes. I'm not sure. If so, we'll let you know. Shout out to Mary Sekhmet. Annie, how you doing, good brother?
What's up, great Saba? You were excellent.
How you like that? How you like the Ankh from 3100 BC? Is a libation pourer that's made in a Thai.
I love that. I love that. It's definitely. I love the old artifacts. You know, that one, Ani Bowl. You know, I look up the oldest. That's my thing. My first thing I go to. So I love that you showed that, because that's a beautiful ancestral artifact. Tua for that, and telling the story, giving us the story of libation, which is what no one else can do, because they, as you bring up so much, because it's so prevalent, is that no one reads the writing. So Tua for giving us the story to connect us to what's taking place when we are embodying, doing the rituals. That's so very powerful. I love the utterance 675
yeah.
for Asmet Mer that you put in there. I love I love that. The efflux goes forth from the nectar, comes out of AUSAR so that his hands can be washed and so that his ears may be opened. And this connected a lot of things for me. I just did in my art fundamental class, I'm going through Amen and Mope, and the very first sentence is give your ears so that you can listen, and going real slow through the Medu to really internalize what it means to open the ears, the ANKH, the doors, to allow that whatever comes within you is going within your head, your temple, your body, your kot. So I love that utterance, and it being associated with the libation. And last thing I'll say is I was wondering which word you were going to focus in on, because I know you focus in on one word mostly, and that and Hess. And I love that word too because it's a word that means music.
I love that.
Yeah, I love that. So I didn't even tap into the libation side of that word. So you just connected. There was just a whirlwind. So Tua for that. Great Saba. This was very powerful. Inu Tua for teaching us and guiding us.
Nini Up, I'm glad you appreciate it. I left that part out too. It was gonna be too much. I left out the music part of it, which is the chanting, and where the you know, I'm stop. Okay, we're gonna get into the we're gonna get into some support. I'm gonna read about 4 of the donations tips for this particular answer, and then I have to take a break. I have to take a break and start again and restart myself. So let me read the first tip here. Shout out to on the screen. Hey, Scorpio Sun Cancer, are you known as something else? Do we know you as another name? Let's give some shout out to the 2 people who are always the first to pop up on the pod class and always giving support and donations. And since they're the ones that gave the support, go ahead and read that. And go ahead and read that. Anu.
Otep Saba, $20 for We Hess for Mary Love to you as you pour out Mary with a Sobek emoji, crocodile.
Wow, that was a lot. That was a class. Thank you. What was that? That was a lot. Thank you very much. Anu and Antu were definitely this whole class about pouring out. So this is beautiful. This is awesome. Thank you. Give him some noise, Annie. Give him some big noise, please. Oh, that's Tanya. Oh, okay. Shout out. So now that I know. Okay, so let me go back to. Okay. Okay. All right, Tanya. It's good to know. Shout. Thank you. And we're gonna go to Hotep Art by ANKH and ATTON. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. The animals are doing well. Why are you rattling? What's happening? Phantom. What does he see? He's looking at. He's coming to the. Who knows what they see in their realm? Okay, shout out to Phantom. Just don't turn me into a phantom. All right, next supporter here is. Yeah, I said ANKH and ATTON, the animals are doing well, and then Phantom starts to rattle. That's interesting. Okay, shout out to Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe, always. I don't know of a class since I began that this gentleman has not supported. He's, I think, from the very first classes ever, he was always there. Shout out to this brother here. Let's give him some big. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment, but give him some noise. He's on the screen. I'm going to get I'll get Bella to read this. I'm going to come off the screen for a moment.
Tua for letting me read it. It says 2172 for forever supporting the master teacher.
Yo, let's go.
Push the button.
Shout out to Owen Hythe. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. You've been supporting from the beginning. That's Facebook. Okay, I'm gonna read 3 more supports. Donation. This is Nook put Nook. I think I saw an email from you too, all the way down the bottom somewhere about a Upesh. See if I can get to that tomorrow. So. Okay, shout out to Nook put Nook. And I'm gonna get oops. Nook. Yes, Annie, I'm glad you I know there's certain jewels in there that you really like and you can apply to things that you teach, and sometimes I put them in there for you. I put them in there and I'm like, oh, I'm still giving Annie the UNK class. I never thought this about the UNK either. There's still more, so I was like, as I put it together, I was like, this is going to be part 3 of the UNK class. Let me just throw it in this as a little bonus here. Yeah, it's the water spout libation is a tie, but and it's the oldest one, 3100 BC. That's amazing. So that was for you, Annie. Glad you appreciate it.
Yes, Henu, great SABA too, very much.
Nini the donation disappeared. 1 second. What happened? Nook. Okay. Donation. Oh, there it is. Nook appeared. Waterfall splash. There you go. Oh, boom. Nook is not on the panel, but it's 90910 is a tip. I'm gonna get hey, let's get. I want to. Find 23 experience. Can you try to read that for us? I know it looks like another language, but go ahead, sharpen up on your meta there. Some numbers and everything in there. I think you're on mute again. Are you?
The shows are.
Can you all hear Tanya?
Here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, great. Yes.
Okay. It looks like $9.99 from Emmanuel Rodriguez, and which is Nukpu, and it says for Hotep Nefer Saba, 999 spears to Isfek Nek He Hotep Ma'at.
All right, thank you, Tiny 23 Experience. Give him a hand clap for that, Annie. Oh, is your sound okay, Annie? Or is that me? Did you all hear that?
That's me.
got Ox Effect. I'll read this one, another one, then I do have to take a break for sure, just for a few moments. What's going on over there, Phantom? What do you see? What are you doing? What did you do? Tip libation. Okay. All right, we got what'd you do? Okay. Shout out to where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Shout out to the good brother Ox Effect. And $20.72. Angela Gates, could you read this with your wonderful voice?
Sure. So we have from Ox Effect $20.72 for Hes T Origin Libation Styles Broken Hinu SABA.
Thank you. Give him a hand, bring him a round of applause, please. Okay, and shout out to this new person here. I've never seen this name before, but I love seeing new people being affected by the pod class. And so we're going to give a shout out to this person. This this is this brother right here. And we're going to give him a round of applause, even though it's under $20. But always for if someone's a brand new supporter to the Tuesday pod class, no matter what it is, if they're brand new, they get a round of applause. And so we're going to give a shout out to, what does his name say? Aziz Shaw. No writing here to read, so we're just going to go ahead and shout out to the good brother Aziz Shaw. $5. Give him a hand clap, please. Aziz Shaw. And shout out to okay, that's it for now. When I come back, I see Gabriella, I see Primordial, I see Lisa, I see Harasted, TV Sly again. That's as far as I can go down for right now. Who's that? 1 second. Whose name is that? Oh, that's for men Meta class. I don't think it's okay, this is a regular raise, no anonymous. The two Meta classes. Okay. I will read the rest of them when I come back, and then we'll get into the next question, everybody. For those who just came here to the Tehuti pod class, my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. And what you're witnessing in front of you is the family of the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NITERU, the last representatives of those teachings here on the planet that I know of. If you know of any others, bring them and let them, we will all join and build. If not, appreciate what you're getting here at the Tehuti pod class. I look forward to this panel speaking because we haven't had a panel, we haven't had this recipe of a panel. On at the same time, Angela Gates, Tanya Experience, Manko Rod, Bella, Primordial, Fatu, Tierra Kuti, Anu, Antu, and Annie. And I thought Sheshay was here. She must have fell off. But I look forward to seeing that. And also for those who just tuned in. Nana? Everything okay? Okay, is Head Heru still hiding under there in the spot? Okay, thank you. For those who just got here and watching, the class we just did is the libations, the indigenous written origins taught for the first time by Tehuti. Those who just tuned in, they need to go back and watch that. Definitely go back and watch that. If you have seen libations elucidated on, elaborated, and taught on from indigenous writings, let us know. Watch this class for those who do libations. Rewind it. Watch it tomorrow. If you're just hearing this now and it's not live, watch it anytime. This will change your perspective, because not only was the question thoroughly answered, but I also gave the reason why none of your African conscious spiritualists have never taught you the indigenous written source. Reason for libations. There's a reason why this cannot be taught by the current teachers, because they would have to continue to follow through with the rest of the culture. But the New Age culture is to sprinkle and dash a little bit of this, a little bit of Hindu, a little bit of occult, a little bit of esoteric, a little bit of astrology, a little bit of Yoruba, a little bit of that, which is Isfet, because every culture that everybody respects never did that. They abided by their traditions, they abided by their discipline, and that's why they became the cultures that all archaeologists are researching, people are studying, and everybody adheres to. America is a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You can walk down America, see a Jew towns 2 blocks down here, Koreatowns over here, African Ifa centers in the middle of the block. That never happened in any ancient culture. So go watch that class. I'm going to step away for a moment. Peace and love to everyone. I shall be back. Let me adjust. Okay, got the metadata there. I shall be back. Peace and love, everybody. Support the Tehuti Pod class. If you're watching this for the first time, if you're watching this for the 27th time, if you're watching this for the 72nd time, 236th time, whatever time you're watching this, support the Tehuti Pod class, and I shall be back. Peace and love. You all build till I come back. Peace.
Peace, Hotep Hinu. All right, who wants to take the mic? Passing the mic off. Who wants it? Who wants the mic?
I'll take it if nobody else wants to.
All right, go ahead, good brother.
Noani's going to come with some fire classes, incorporating these teachings that we have learned. I love seeing those synchronicities. I'm very appreciative of our SABA Tehuti bringing this forth. It really does create a Nefer life expanding feeling within me to learn the Medunetter, to learn how the words connect to each other. It feels great to learn words that have meaning, and the meaning ties back to a story of immortality. From these type of classes, the way that I feel is that there is a needle, and then there is a thread, and the thread is MAAT. And with each thing I learn, the needle goes through my energy center, and then comes out, and then goes through another energy center, and it feels like MAAT knitting me together to her, to MAAT, and to our ancestors. It is absolutely Nefer feeling. With these classes, I can feel neurons disintegrate and new neurons be built. I can feel the smoothness, the love, the pureness on the pathways, no pun intended, of my neurons in my brain. It is a feeling that cannot be recreated anywhere else, and it only can be experienced if you are truly dedicating yourself to this information. When I hear what SABA Tehuti teaches about, I try my best and I do my best to take in the knowledge that he is giving us and make it so that way I can repeat it as well, because then I know that I can imbue it and live it within my life. I take notes. I exercise this knowledge any chance that I get, randomly to myself in my bed at nighttime, when I rise, at the gym, walking around, with Antu and I. And when you do that, you start to get just a little taste of what the ancestors felt and what they thought. And they are eternally, limitlessly pure. And you get that purity poured down onto you when you try your best and do your best to imbue what is being taught to you. It's an absolute beautiful thing when you get a glimpse into the past of our ancestors. It motivates you, it motivates me to continue going and going and going, to be like them as much as possible. It is a beautiful feeling. It is everlasting feeling. It is beautiful and safe to know that when you imbue this knowledge, there is a life waiting for you in the Tuak, in the Neter Kurt, that there is organization, that there is love, there's goals, that there's no Isfet. It is an everlasting feeling. I'm very appreciative of Saba Tuti for bringing all of that to me, and I hope that he is able to bring it all to you as well. The people that are listening, you are the door. You have to let it in. Don't be afraid of what you're capable of. Don't be afraid of your power. Don't be afraid of the organization, because when people grow up in a world of Isfet, when that's all they know, they get used to it. They accidentally or on purpose.
Check. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I got bumped off. The cord got pulled. I'm back. Okay. I wanted to make this announcement, everybody. Real quick. Nani AUSET just reminded me. I'm gonna make an announcement. For Nani AUSET does womb circle, female womb circle classes. She's gonna open up for the people in the pod class that are here in California to attend physically, and for the people that are not, I want you to let me see. One moment here. One second. For the people that are not, I'm going to give out the email address, and you'll be able to participate in a StreamYard Zoom type fashion. And those who are here in California will be able to participate live in her womb circle female classes. So she will, her email will go out, and I wanted to make that announcement there. So she does womb circle, but it was for people in a Kemetic type temple that was here. But those people were not a part of the pod class. They were not supporting. They're not really a part of. And I said, it should be the sisters that are here. So she's opening up to the pod class, so you all be able to participate in her womb circle, and especially for those who live here, those who live here. So she'll be shouting out to everybody who knows they live here. Everybody who's listening, you'll get contacted, or we'll put the email out when I come back. Put the email out, contact that email, and you'll find out what to do to join the Nani AUSET feminine womb circle. I want to have a baby class, so I'll be right back.
Gabriella's ecstatic right now, Saba. Gabriella is ecstatic right now. I told her, come right now. Saba talking about Nani talking about there's a womb circle. She came running, listening right now.
Oh my goodness, she does a lot of things. Gabriella, you're gonna love it, because you're here in California, Gabriella, and you have a very well working womb. So peace and love, everybody. I'll be back. Peace and love. Now I'm gonna take my break. Peace.
Yes, Nani. Yes. You caught my signal for the clap tones. Yes, Tua, that's very beautiful. I wanted to say really briefly, I caught something too, a connection. Saba shared that ANKH was the adopted son of AUSAR and the embalmer, and who is in Ani's background. Come on, let's go. Let's fight. Let's go. Ani saw that coming. Okay.
Yeah, tending to you, great brother. Observation is great as always. Yes, I'm excited for that. I want a Nani AUSET Mur class too. What about the brothers? We want a Nani AUSET Mur class. Hinu, and shout out to Nani AUSET Mur for bringing that for you all to participate in that. That is huge. That's a beautiful thing. So definitely excited for that for all the great sisters. So if you're in California, if you're in the area, definitely do what's necessary to make it to those. And I'm sure the innovation from it will just be an echo of the pod class. So it's a beautiful thing. To our Hinu. Yes, just again, everyone who's here, make sure you hit the like button. Utilize those support links that are pinned to the top of the chat. And support what you see and what you appreciate. So continue to ask your questions and show your Marie for what the great Saba is doing. So yes, and Anu and Antu also love your background as well. It's very Nefer. I think it's from the Perhe of Sin in the Gym. Very Nefer Perhe. So too, I love that image because it shows the Shimsu nice and detailed. As well as you, Bella, you have a beautiful wallpaper as well, which I think that's from Nebamoon. Nebamoon, very Nefer imagery within these Perhes. So Tua for showcasing, and Tehuti Erakuti looks like he's in Kemet right now, just chilling in front of the statue. Peace and love to you. Minku Ara, we know where Minku's at. This great brother's always in the temple, so peace and love. And Tanya 23 experience, love that as well. Love seeing the imagery of MAAT and those who study it and learn it and can begin to explain from what it is, because it is absolutely Nefer, which is why most people are attracted to it. But to be able to explain and understand what it is that you're showing and representing is powerful, and it feeds the cost. So to all of you. And the great brother Primordial Thought 9 created his own logo through the Medunetter, which I love too. I absolutely love that. Taking the symbols and creating our own with it as well, and making it a part of an expression of who we are and what we represent. So utilizing it in the root fashion that it should be. So very powerful. Yes, houseofatton.org. This class was phenomenal. I hope everyone is able to begin to appreciate the levels that the great Saba is doing, because you hear at the end of the classes of, you know, all of what he leaves out, because there's so much information in the Medu. The Medu is absolutely, it's pure, and how stories are able to be told from one root vibrational tone is just, to begin to do that is to be able to comprehend what's taking place with that is absolutely way out of here. And so for the great Saba to come forward as he does and teach us, to show us how the same words begin to tell and make up the story that creates the meaning for the words, is phenomenal. So by doing so, it definitely expands the sight and what we're able to understand what's taking place around us, and it just puts more intention in your own life, because you see the meticulous detail that the great ancestors went into to be able to feed the cause of the nectar, which then later we're able to do for each other. And I'm just thankful and grateful that you all are take this serious. So when these transitions begin to take place as a collective, we're able to produce the rituals in the purest form to truly be able to assist with the process that brought this consciousness to the planet. So I'm very thankful for that. And so tuahinu to you all for just supporting this, being here and studying and applying it. You know, closing this down and then going and reading the Perm Haru, or going and reading the Mer Seshu, the Mer text, the Mer writings, and creating. And yeah, Tiny 23 experience, keep creating. I know you make things and put things together, and it's a beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to be able to take something from here and bring it forward. And as a collective, you know, we can do so much together. So keep doing what you're doing, and everyone who's doing whatever that they're doing. We definitely what everyone is good at, skill set, talent wise. We love to showcase House of Atton. So it's a beautiful thing. MAAT is absolutely Nefer, and she's gonna do everything to enhance whatever it is that we're good at, and that's what Saba has spoken on many times about what he does. So I'm very thankful and grateful, and yes. Tua, keep supporting, keep everything going. House of Atton has some beautiful. We're always updating, we're always upgrading and enhancing and adding things, and so yeah. This week again, we'll have more updates for the Pathways to Awakening, October 20th, 2024. Come out, celebrate with us. Great brother Minku Ara is he's gonna do some break dancing. Every time I see these little things in the Olympics, now it's in the Olympics, I'm like, oh, they don't want Minku on the floor. They don't.
It's really interesting you bring that up, because a lot of people that I know who really love hip hop and take that culture seriously were very disappointed in breakdancing in the Olympics. It was not good. So on another note, to Hinu to Saba, I really love how he taught on ANKH, because we really don't get. I haven't really witnessed anyone teaching too much on ANKH, and I'm excited as well of the thought that there's a part 2 to what SABA just taught. So yes, looking forward to, definitely looking forward to the Pathways to Awakening. The energy will be flowing. We will all be happy and celebrating, and who knows what kind of dancing we will see. Definitely will be dancing around fire, dancing around the Aku, just enjoying each other's presence and enjoying each other's energy is just going to be very powerful. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. Tehuti Harakuti, are you planning on joining us? Not to put you on the spot, you can say next question or pass. Just curious to see who's coming. Hope you can join us if you can.
Yes, I'm thinking about joining this pathway. I know I missed the last one, and I was sad about it, but I was like, yeah, I need to make it to this one. So I'm putting everything together, and hopefully, I will be there for sure.
And I just want to say jokingly, Nefertatan, I don't like your comments talking about the brothers can wait their turn. Ha 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 ha. No, we want some love too. We want, why we can't? Our family's getting bigger. We need to, heal some wounds, and Nani AUSET is doing that. Let the brothers get some love too. How you go? I know you're joking, but I just have to comment on that. So I'm very, very excited and happy for the sisters, and let the brothers get some love too, like Ani said. Maybe that can happen at the Pathways. We will see.
Yes, it's a beautiful thing. Anybody have anything they want to speak on?
Yes, I just wanted to say a Henu and all of my love and respect to Nefer Netzert Nana, so for bringing that into existence for us, and all the beautiful things that you do. I really appreciate, and I really look forward to it. So very much.
Yes, as well for that, Bella. Tiny 23 experience. That's you, correct? Scorpio, Sun, Cancer, Moon.
Yes, that's me.
Okay. All right. Yes, for the information, it's on the website under events. And this week we'll be updating. We'll put a lot of updates in that section there, and that's where you'll be able to find everything. So we're concluding a lot of some of the things that have to take place before we bring it public. But this week we'll definitely be adding a lot of updates there. So yes, houseofatton.org/events.
I wonder if it's too late to be part of the naming ceremony.
Well, you'll definitely have to ask Saba. I know he did give a deadline. So that's just something you may have to ask him. And there he is. Welcome back. Great, Saba.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, all right. We smiling, happy people. All right, man. Cora, you're breakdancing at the Pathways?
Yes, Saba. Yeah. Dancing around fires, dancing around the cool break dance. I'm gonna levitate too. You got to teach us how to levitate, Saba. I know you can levitate. So yes, break dancing and levitating, flares, head spin, all the same. Yes, I know you can levitate.
Wow. Okay. I look forward to that event there. I look forward to that. Okay, great. Okay. I look forward to that, brother. Okay. Okay. We're gonna get started, everybody. Tanya, did you have a question about the pathways? As it came in, I heard you talking about the pathways and the name.
I actually was asking Ani if it was too late to be part of the naming ceremony and how that went. So I would like to attend the event.
Okay, so I want to let me separate so we can be clear. You can definitely attend the event. The event is not the naming ceremony. The event is actually going to be about 8 hours. It's going to be very, very long, and there's going to be many different events within the event. The naming ceremony is one of the things that's going to happen. You can definitely come to the event. You can definitely come out there. The naming ceremony, as far as people who want to name, that was cut off on August 7th. For those to send in their donation, and for those to give me the prerequisites of what's needed. I'm going to confirm. I'm going to say shout out to Anu and Antu. Shout out to Israel Hoyley. And next week I'm going to have the names of the people on the screen because I have to reconfirm one thing. But as far as the naming ceremony, what everybody had to get into me was on August the 7th. So, but you can definitely come out to the event.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I definitely want to attend that.
Okay, definitely come out to the event, and then the next time you definitely be on the list. And definitely shout out to Anu and Antu. They're going to be getting the name of the naming ceremony. Shout out to Nefertatan, Neferkeperet. They're going to be getting their name at the naming ceremony. Shout out to Israel Hoyley. He's going to be getting his name at the naming ceremony. Shout out to Black Alucard. Going to be getting his name at the naming ceremony. If I forgot anybody, no problem, because next week I'm going to actually have the names all written. I just have to confirm one thing. Some people were giving in increments and such. Oh, and AUSAR. AUSAR gave his last increment. So I'm going to confirm one thing, and then next week I'm going to have the names official, sealed in for the naming ceremony on the screen. We're going to be giving them a round of applause and a hand clap for that. So peace and love, everybody. We're going to get into the next question. This spider. The spider has a defense mechanism that is torture, and what it does is it flicks hairs. So I think I moved too fast and shook my head, getting excited in one of the answers, and she didn't flick hair, but my head shake. I just saw a little snowfall of hairs fall down, and me and Nania sent Murray like this in here, scratching away because it wasn't even flicked on us, but it's crazy. So shout out to Saket. That was an accident. She didn't actually flick hair. I just shook my head and I saw the hair flakes pouring down. Give me a hair libation. So shout out to her. All right. What do you say, Nanny? Oh my God, I don't like that kind of libation. Splash with hair. Okay. So we're gonna do a couple more donations, then I'm gonna get into the next question, everybody. For those just tuned in, the next question that I'm going to be approaching in the Tehuti pod class, get your pen, your pads out. It's gonna go in a direction that they always go in a direction that nobody can predict, but it's going to be the origin of martial arts wrestling. Daniel LaRoche sent a question in about wrestling, the origins of wrestling, and we're going to get into the origins of wrestling, and of course, everything that we did in MAAT along the Nile Valley had an echoed reality. So we're gonna go into the martial arts or the wrestling origin echo and show that it dealt with the wrestling dealt with immortality, the opposite of our friendly Greek neighbors. So we're gonna go ahead and give some shout out to the supporters, donators who gave tips for that last class. I'm going to do two more, then I'm going to get into the next question, which is going to be the martial arts wrestling, and of course going to lead right into immortality, going in a direction that most don't think some of that wrestling could go into, and we're going to go into wrestling going back maybe some 15 million years. There we go, everybody. So next person is Gabriela Lopez. Gabriela Lopez. Is this a tip or is this inner time? Is this the inner time thing? The inner time. Let me see. Where is she? Oh, inner time for the inner time for the spider. I don't know if we want that. Inner time with the spider. Oh man, that's an itchy experience. But let me give a shout out to Gabriela Lopez, who gave a great great donation support, and that is go ahead and read that for me, Bella, please.
So for letting me read it, so it says $20 for inner time and the giant spider.
Oh, and the giant spider. Wonderful. Give her a hand clap. Inner time and the giant spider. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez. Give her some hand claps for that, please. Shout out to Tanya 20. Okay, here's Tanya 23 experiences. I'll get Tanya to read this one. This must be a code for something. Let's see what Tanya is saying here. Shout out to Tanya 23 experience. She has on the Emperor's helmet. She has on. She is ready. She is ready for war. Here we go. Let me get to her on the screen. I'll get her to read this. Okay, shout out to Tiny 23 Experience, who has a little message for people. Tiny 23 Experience. $5. Tiny, could you read that, please?
Sure. I wrote why give money to those who don't support your channel? So let me explain. Okay. So we talk about giving and receiving, and there's a philosophy that when you give, there's a frequency or whatever it is that reciprocates that back to you somehow, which is an understanding that you kind of get in Christianity, and you're taught about tithing type of thing. So I wanted to ask you if there's any legitimacy to that as far as spiritually. So say this
is actually a question.
I support others, right? And I just use channel for an example because I actually am into podcasting myself. So I do support other podcasters and whatnot. But I noticed that it's always a one-sided thing. And I never really see them support others. Maybe they do not in, where everyone else could see it, because they say if you give in secret is better than giving in front of everyone so that they could see you. So I wondered if I was doing myself any good by taking my resources and supporting others, and it's just not really kicking back. So I'm thinking that it's more practical to go ahead and build yourself, and then when you get yourself to a certain place, then you can help others. Is that a healthy mindset? I actually struggle with that because I'm more spiritual than practical.
Okay, good. Well, actually, what I'm going to do is Dr. LaRoche sent in a question, and he wanted to know about Nile Valley reciprocity, the principle of reciprocity. So actually, what I'm going to do is I will combine yours with his, and actually give a full detailed answer on the concept of ebb and flow and reciprocity and the in and out aspects of Ma'at and give the laws of Ma'at that match it. And then you will take that, and from there you'll be able to make a good decision. But I'll actually, instead of just answering it real quick here, I'll put it in a pod class answer under the reciprocity and give you both a nice, chunky, healthy class. Okay?
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Saba.
You're very, very welcome. So I'll go ahead and make a note of that right now. It's going to be under reciprocity. So let me resave that. I like the headpiece you're wearing too.
Thank you. It's just something I threw over my locks. Trying to keep my head a little bit.
Oh wow, okay. It's the Ararat. It's the Ararat crown. That's awesome. It's wonderful. From August 17, reciprocity. I'll put it with the reciprocity answer. Perfect. Okay, good. That's a great topic because it's what the Tehuti class is all about. And there is an energy flow. Annie mentions it a lot, but there is an energy flow in that. We're going to find out about that. And the Tef says something great, which I'm going to cover in the class too, and that is when you support this, you're supporting yourself. We're going to get into the science of that you should support that which supports you. But I'll get into more of that because support comes in more ways than one. We're going to get into that when I get into the answer. Okay. Shout out to okay. Okay, I see a couple who's this? What's this? I'm gonna go way down. There's some supports from way down here. Who's this? Whoa, Mark Strubble. Okay, I'm gonna read some of these after the next. I see some support. I'm gonna read some of these after the next one here. I see you. I see Nefertatan. I'm not Nefertatan. I see I can't even see the name anymore. Hold on. Not Nefertatan. I see Bella. I see a tip for the Lion class from Mark Strumble. Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and read Mark Strumble, then I'm going to get into the next answer to the Tehuti pod class. So here it is. I see some people there way at the bottom because they donated early. So well, this is Tanya again, right? No? Is that Tanya again?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So shout out to Mark Strumble. He gave a tip for what's the lion class? I did a class on lions. Did I do a class on lions, Nanny? I didn't remember. No, recently I did a class. Scrap, did I do a class on lions recently? Something about lions? Oh yeah, the pet.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, yeah, tip lions. Oh man. Okay. Sometimes before the pod class, I ask my Naturds say, "What are you teaching on today?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I don't know what was asked. Like I don't. Sometimes I don't remember what I teach. But yeah, that's what I did a class on the pep. That's right. That's the lion class. Okay. Shout out to the pep. Shout out to the lion class that I did. A tip was given from Mark Strumble. Give him a hand clap, please. And we're gonna get to the next answer. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to Mary Sekhmet. I'll go ahead and do hers, then I'll get to the next answer. She's way. This will get buried. This is way at the bottom. Shout out to spider hair. Shout out to Mary Sekhmet. Ooh, from a class from 5 months ago. And then we're gonna get into the next answer. Here we go. I gotta give hers because she's way at the bottom. Shout out to Mary Sekhmet, $9 for could you read that for me? And two, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. It's for not an Israelite class from 5 months ago with a lock and a key and an unlocked lock.
Oh, there's more? I'm sorry. What did you say?
Just saying there was an unlocked lock at the end as well. An emoji.
Okay, thank you. Give her a hand clap for that, please. We're going to get to the next answer. The two. Thank you, Mary Sekhmet. You're wonderful, constantly supporting. Oh, wrestling. Oh. Yeah. Okay. You're constantly supporting and constantly learning and growing, and you can definitely feel free to come to the panel anytime you want. You are a consistent supporter. Shout out to you, Mary Sekhmet. You're doing great. You popped up new and you came in supporting right off the beginning. You are not a sneak learner. Okay, now we're gonna give a shout out to this brother right here, Daniel LaRoche, who asked this question, because the next question coming up in the Tehuti Pod class, we're gonna give a hand clap to Daniel LaRoche. He's constantly sending me questions. I think every week he sends me 2 or something. I don't know. He sends me 1 or 2 every week. So shout out to Daniel LaRoche. And this question here. Oh, it's still Mary Sekhmet. Why is that? Oh, I see. I'm gonna cancel out. Okay. Minimize Mary Sekhmet. We're gonna go to this right here. Okay, let's give Daniel LaRoche a big round of applause for this question and give him a hand clap, please. All right, and it is now Valley. Hold on. Now Valley Origin of Wrestling. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Nile Valley Origin of Wrestling. Let's see what this is all about here. Let me take that off the screen. Wonderful, wonderful. Does anybody on the panel do any martial arts? Tehuti, Harakuti, are you do some Senegalese ninja style? What do you do? Anything?
Actually, the Senegalese wrestling look like what I saw on the walls, and they call it beret. That's what they call it there, and it's kind of the same. I feel like it's connected to Kemet.
Oh my goodness! Okay, I'm gonna go to a jiu-jitsu. He's probably a master by now. He's been doing jiu-jitsu since a year and a half ago, maybe. He got to be black belt by now. He's about to do an interview with Hoyce Gracie. Menkura Rob. Menkura's been doing jiu-jitsu from, I think, the time I mentioned in one of the early podcasts. He said he joined it. So I know you're a beast by now. You got to be. What tournament are you in right now? I know you got that smile, but you're a smiling killer. I know you're killing people in it. What belt are you now, my good brother?
I'm basic. I'm just starting, Saba. I'm not as good as you.
I don't know me. I haven't trained jiu-jitsu. Only move I know is the rear naked choke. Is that what you call it? The naked choke? That's my move right there. The naked choke. What else you got? I don't know nothing else. Okay, Menkura, you've been doing some martial arts though. You know the origin of wrestling?
Oh, interesting. Well, I'll say this. Quite some time ago, I watched Tariq Nasheed had some DVDs of Hidden Colors, and then in Hidden Colors, he did a pretty good breakdown on martial arts. Not so much wrestling, but I will share that.
Okay, cool. Okay, Anu, do you do any wrestling outside of the home?
No wrestling.
No wrestling. You said you do. Oh, you're the one that said you do the rear naked choke. That's you.
Yeah. What I practice is Tai Chi Chuan and Bagua Zhang.
You look like you could kill somebody. I don't know. You have that happy that happy guy that's killing you smiling. I don't know about that. I don't know. You look like a happy ninja. We'll see. Shout out to you. Well, you can protect Antu with that to keep. What do you call it? What do you practice? Who?
Tai Chi Chuan and Bagua Zhang.
I don't even know what language. I don't know what's going on right now. Bagua John, you sound like a Magua. I'm not sure what's going on, but keep practicing and defend your family. That's awesome. Annie Patel, you look like you secretly do martial arts and don't tell anybody about it. That's what you look like, Annie Patel. You do martial arts in secret, man. Haven't told me, or what? What's happening?
Well, I grew up doing martial arts. I'm 3 years old. I got tapes of me.
Oh no! Oh, 3 years old?
3 years old. I grew up doing martial arts, but I do not know. This was a very interesting question. I did see a word in the Medu for stick fighting, but that's the only thing I know.
No wrestling?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen anything on that, so I'm excited about this.
Okay, we're gonna get into it. Bella, how you doing? You practice any wrestling moves? You do the what's it called? What's the cat? the cat. The Maine Coon. You do Maine Coon Chow? Maine Coon Fu. Maine Coon Fu. Maine Coon Fu. That's you. You do any martial arts or wrestling, Bella?
No, sir.
Okay. She said no. Primordial Thought, you look like a wrestler. You look like you're about 340 pounds coming into the ring, weighing in. Rikishi. You need the star and the skull on your chest coming in, throwing yourself around, body slamming people. You do any martial arts, Primordial?
No, not martial arts, but in high school, I was a wrestling champion. I got my first ring when I was my senior year. First time trying out. I wish I'd have did it all 4 years, but I did it. It was mainly for football, but anyway, yeah. But wrestling has definitely always been one of my favorites. Grew up on it. When you said Ravishing Rick Rude, $1 Million Dream, Robert Ted DiBiase, everybody, Papa Shango, all that. I grew up on there. So
Papa Shango. Why? Why Papa? You got wrestlers go Papa Shango. I'm done.
We used to make the cardboard belts and wrestle, and me and my older brothers wrestle, and neighbors. We used to put the mattresses out in the living room. Mom's at work. We used to we did all those things.
What'd you say, Primordial?
I said we did all those things. I grew up on that life.
Okay. Nice. Tanya, 23 experience. Do you have done any martial arts or fighting techniques at all?
Outside, do a little kickboxing. I've actually been practicing this one kick since I was a teenager.
I do not want to receive that one. I don't want to receive that one kick. I don't want to get it. Whatever that you've been practicing, get it.
Seriously, me and a girlfriend of mine, she did what do you call it? What do you call it when you go like around like a somersault type of thing? Well, she did that up into her 60s, and I did my one kick somebody's head off. And I've just been practicing that one grandma kick with both feet. And I have
grandma kick. Grandma food.
Yeah. I'm a grandma 3 times over.
You're a grandmother?
Yeah, I'm actually 53 years old.
Oh man, well,
I might be the elder on the panel, but I keep those 2 kicks going and my little boxing thing.
Wow. Well, you know what? We'll see at the pathways when I see everybody. I may be inducting some people into be my bodyguard or something. You guys.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty good at that.
The killer grandma kick. Anu knows the Magwai move. Menko Ra has been practicing jiu-jitsu for 2 years, and he's been doing martial arts since he was 3 years old. Primordial Thought's a championship wrestler. I have a lot of you all are gonna be my bodyguards. Okay, so we're gonna.
I have a son that's a fencer too. He's pretty professional at it, so he got you. Stop.
Thank you. What do you say now? Manku's pop locking weapon. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get into it, everybody. Enough fun. Welcome to the Tuesday podcast. We are gonna get into this next answer: wrestling, the origin of martial arts, and is there a double meaning in the wrestling concept or the martial arts concept along the Nile? Did it have anything to do with MAAT? Was it a sport? Was it used? What was this? And was it even there? Annie said he found some stick fighting. Annie, you didn't find any wrestling. You found, you found the. That's funny. I looked it up too, and all I found was stick fighter. Stick fighter.
I don't remember where because I didn't look for it. It just came up somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I've seen.
Okay. Well, shouts to you, Annie. Jump back in the room. Anu and two, jump back into the room. Primordial Thought, jump back into the room. Bella, jump back into the room. Tehuti Harakuti, jump back into the room. And it's switching. Tiny Experience, jump back in the chat room. Here we go, everybody, and it's switching around. All right, everybody, here we go. We're gonna get into it. Are you ready, Tanya? Are you ready? You're gonna stay on here with me?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay. As much as I can.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna go big screen. Primordial, jump back in the chat. Primordial. These people probably hasn't home. Okay, I'm gonna go big screen. So jump back in the chat there, Tanya. Peace and love. I'm gonna go big screen so I can start this class. Here we go, everybody. Peace and love. Welcome to the Tuesday Pod class. We're gonna get into the next answer of the Tuesday Pod class. That's gonna be answered by Tanya, 23 Experience. Okay, there we go. And Tanya, I'm gonna put you. You may have some computer issues. I'm gonna put you in the chat. Boom. Okay, here we go, everybody. Get your pen, your pads out. Oh, you got stuck in the back room. Okay. I'm going to kick you back into the chat because it somehow stuck you in the back room. Get your pen, your pads out, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to Tuesday Pod class. We're going to put the timer on to get into this next beautiful question and see what direction this goes into. One moment, everyone. One moment. Hold on. I got to come off the screen for just a moment. Hold on. One moment. Okay, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday Pod class. I got to come off the audio and the video and then come right back. Hold on. Okay, I am back, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to Tuesday Pod class. Next question being addressed right now is the origin of martial arts wrestling. Does it have anything to do with Kemet? And he said he looked something up. He found stick fighter. We're gonna find out if the origins of anything to do with Kemet is martial arts. Is it quote unquote Asian? Does wrestling have anything to do with martial arts? And then of course we're gonna go into the double meaning of things that are not taught everywhere else. So welcome to Tuesday Podcast, everybody. I'm going to go screen share, and here we go. Get your pen and your pads out. We're going entire screen share. Boom, boom, boom. That was a nice little fun break we had, but we're getting right back into the guidance, right back into the wisdom. And they put the timer on. The last class was 1 hour and 26 minutes was the last class answer. And guidance, is that showing up on the screen? 1 hour and 26 minutes, and now we're going to get into the next one. Here we go. Let me reset this. Press 9 if you can hear me clearly. We're about to get into the next answer of the Tuesday Pod class. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Hope everybody's here. Support the Tuesday Pod class because there's nothing else happening like this that I've seen. Okay, support the House of Atten. Here we go. Nefertatan says the brothers can wait their turn. What? Oh, for the womb circle, I made a joke and told Nana, wait their turn for what the prostrate circle. But okay, shout out to Nefertatin, shout out to Tanya 23 Experience, Bella, press the 9, Angela Gates with the 9, Tanya, press the 9, Nook with the 9. That's all I need to see. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Pod class, and boom, there's the screen. I'm gonna put the timer on, and let's get into this next answer. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Oh, hold on. Hold on, we're not in overtime. So let's get the overtime music off. And here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. We're set start. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity being stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what are the original languages, what is spirituality, who are the NITERU, what about my physical health, security, what about mental health, detoxification. I've been having out-of-body experiences. Are there ancient sources to out-of-body experiences? What about the government psyops that are taking place in the world? Is telepathy real? Quantum entangled consciousness, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of quote-unquote black consciousness and atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers who will not have classes on the actual teaching disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves, spiritual disciplines, belief, but rather teach from memes or only do debate, debunk. I expose you, I challenge you, challenge videos, challenge your spiritual beliefs. The Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are Arabs. No, the Egyptians are whites, the Egyptians are blacks. The pyramids here in America, ours is older than the ones you have in Egypt. We are the Abos, we are the American Indian, we're not African. Everything based on contention, attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous spiritual writing and discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to when the computer system shuts down, when their laptop shuts down. What do they do on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice when the computer shuts down? Never showing what they actually believe in, because in truth, those conscious teachers have no discipline and actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they cannot answer these questions or what they actually believe in or what you actually live by on a disciplined daily basis, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity, get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live with each answer, get subconscious matrices broken within you, is here at the Tutti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? Daniel LaRoche, Nile Valley origin of wrestling, pod class. Thanks. Interesting question. Another beautiful question from Dr. Daniel LaRoche, MD. Now, before I get into that topic, I would like for everyone in the room to name for me some martial arts for me. Name some martial arts for me. It can be martial arts that you are familiar with, or from movies or tournaments, or from what you yourself have personally taken. Just everybody name some martial arts titles for me. Name martial arts for me. I'll come into the room, go into the chat. What are the names of some martial arts that you are familiar with? Shout out to Big Blunt, peace to you. Martial arts, go ahead and name some that you've heard of, participated in, or have been taught about. Martial arts. What are some names of some martial arts? Please type them in the room. Martial art names. Martial art practices. Okay, here's an interesting one. Kenti. That is a unique. Kenti, okay, Kenti. Kung Fu. Kung Fu is very popular. Capoeira. I've sparred a capoeira artist, and it was very difficult for me. It was one of the only spars that I did that was actually difficult for me. He was on his head. I was trying to grab his head. I was grabbing his feet. His feet were in the air. That was a very interesting fighting style that was very confusing to fight with. So shout out to that capoeira brother in Atlanta. That was a very interesting spar. I would say it was a tie. I couldn't submit him because I didn't know where he was. It was like
don't know what he was. That was capoeira is amazing. Man was standing on his head and everything. Shout out to capoeira. Taekwondo. Spelling may be wrong. Okay, good. Tai Chi. Tai Chi is very, very popular. Nook for Nook, I believe. No, he told me he practices Tai Chi. Street karate. Not just karate, but street karate. Okay. Daniel Setmer says jiu-jitsu. Yes. Kempo karate. Haven't heard of that one. And wow, Kempo karate. That is that's a classic one. I think that's the one Chuck Norris does. Shout out to Kempo karate. Jiu-jitsu. Art I'm very, very familiar with. Shout out to. Okay, so we got a lot of them. We got Kenti, Kung Fu, Capoeira, Taekwondo, Tai Chi. What is this? Bugazan. Okay, Bugazan. Aikido is. I sparred an Aikido person. That was the only person that I felt threatened by. That was a threatening feeling. He was doing the moves I was familiar with, but he was standing up. He was doing the moves before we got to the ground. Aikido is a wonderful art. We were comparing the jiu-jitsu to Aikido, and he was moving me from my moves going towards him. It was a beautiful thing before we got to the ground. Aikido, shout out to, I think his name was Joe. Shout out to Joe, sparred an Aikido artist. He was very good. Until things go to the ground. But shout out to the Aikido artist. Wing Chun. Wing Chun is my first Sifu teacher. Shout out to my Sifu teacher. His name was His art was Wing Chun. He was the son of a master Wing Chun artist, and he was my first Sifu. He was very beautiful to fight with. I lost every fight. Every time I saw him move my body, my scrotum was hurt. I didn't know what was happening. Every time he moved like this, my scrotum was hurt. He moved like this, and my scrotum was hurt. I don't know what's happening. Shout out to the Sifu. It was beautiful until I learned jiu-jitsu and took him to the ground, and then everything changed. Shout out to Wing Chun. Krav Maga. Ooh, Krav Maga. You're bringing out some brutal martial arts. Shout out to Ox Effect. I haven't heard that in a long time. Krav Maga. If that's what I'm thinking it is. If that's what I'm thinking it is. Shout out to you. Nefertiti says, I love the way Aikido teaches using leverage. Yes, it was beautiful. My body weight was his movement. It was like we were dancing, but the dancing was could become painful. Zing, I don't even know. Anu lives in China, I think. Anu lives in Japan. I don't know what. Zing, yuck. Okay. Cobra Star Karate. Jeet Kune Do. You remember, bro, the old class Jeet Kune Do? You do Krav Maga? Nefertiti, watch out. What? That's what I think it is. That's animal fighting right there. Shout out to you. Okay, good. We got about 15 different names. Shout out to everybody. Let's get back into the class. That was fun. That was good. PJJ, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Yep. Here we go. Everybody ready? Boom. Excellent. Let's get into it. Ready, everybody? Here we go. All right, good. Thank you, everybody, for participating and naming at least 15 martial arts or more was named inside of that question. That was beautiful answers. Wonderful. Martial arts, and we got a bunch of different names. Here we go. All right. So, great. Everyone was right. You may be wondering, why are you focusing on martial arts? When I think of martial arts, I think of Kung Fu, Karate, Jiu-Jitsu. Why are you focusing on asking pertaining to martial arts? The question about wrestling. Here's the question. This question that Dr. LaRoche asked doesn't even have the word martial arts. And it says, now value origin of wrestling, right? Why is Tehuti asking questions about martial arts? So people think of martial arts. Here's everything almost everybody named. There's the Kung Fu. There's the Wing. This is a master. There's the Wing Chun. They're all everybody on the screen actually is a master. I don't know who these two are. But, there's the Kung Fu. There's the Wing Chun. There's the Jiu-Jitsu.
There's everything when people think about martial arts. These are what they think of. Correct? Wonderful. Let's continue. Good answers, everybody. Everybody's answers match. Most everybody's answers match what's on the screen here. If you want to see a great martial arts movie, go watch the movie Ip Man. So that's a wonderful, wonderful film. Ip Man 2. Well, what is wrestling categorized then? You will notice that no one's first answer or no one's answer when I ask this, when you're asked this in a regular question, is wrestling. What if there was a psyop subconsciously and hypnotically remove this category from martial arts? Because when you think of martial arts, think of Asia. Almost everything everybody named down to the bottom ties into Asia, except for maybe capoeira. So when you think of martial arts, you think of Asia, and thus separating wrestling immediately takes you to another culture, which is Greece or Greco-Roman. Once the separation is made, then a new beginning in people's minds of wrestling begins, giving Greece a new cultural accomplishment while removing the true creators from your psyche. So first, let us see what the categorization is that wrestling falls under. What does wrestling fall under? Let's look at the categorization of wrestling. Wrestling is a martial arts, combat sport. But when I asked the question, snake style, nobody said wrestling. But wrestling is a martial arts and combat sport that involves grappling with an opponent and striving to obtain a position of advantage through different throws or techniques with a given rule set. Wrestling involves different grappling type techniques such as clinch fighting, throws, takedowns, joint locks, pins, and grappling holds. Many different wrestling techniques have incorporated martial arts, combat sports, and military systems. So you can see here, right in the definition, there is an agenda. Even though they say wrestling is martial arts, they have a separation of it. Because how can you say, first of all, when I asked everybody to mention a martial arts, nobody said wrestling. No, not a person in the screen. Now, the admittance that wrestling is a martial art and combat sport, so it is a martial art. But down here subconsciously, they put wrestling techniques have been, wrestling is a martial arts. But when I ask everybody what is martial arts, nobody mentions wrestling. And they say wrestling has been incorporated into martial arts. Many different wrestling techniques have been incorporated into martial arts. How can you incorporate wrestling techniques into martial arts if wrestling is a martial art? Wrestling is a martial art. So you can't incorporate wrestling into martial arts because it already is a martial art. So you can say wrestling has been incorporated into jiu-jitsu, but there's a psyops to make you think subconsciously that wrestling is separate from a martial arts. And that's why nobody that I've ever met, when I say name a martial art, ever says wrestling. Now, when it gets into the definition, wrestling comes in different competitive forms, such as freestyle, Greco-Roman, judo, sambo, folk style, catch, shout, luta, lever, submission. This word's covered here. Shuijiao, professional wrestling. You'll notice that the only one that's named after a particular culture has Greece and Rome in it. Because when you think of a martial arts, everybody goes to Asia. When you think of wrestling, this is the only one with a name that deals with a particular people. Greece and Rome. Now, another form of professional wrestling, which is athletic theater, and not generally competitive, although historically it was wrestling's first appearance in ancient Olympic Games as an event during the 18th Olympiad, 708 BC. There's a wide range of styles, varying rules, both traditional, historic, modern styles. The term wrestling referred to Old English. So when you think of wrestling, again, when people name wrestling, they never associate it with any culture's name in it other than Greco-Roman. So when you go look up wrestling, In some sources, it will say that it goes back first to Greece and Rome. They don't say wrestling goes back to Japan. They don't say wrestling goes back to Senegal. They don't say wrestling goes back to Hawaii. They don't say wrestling goes back to China. Every time you hear about wrestling and its origins, it's always Greco-Roman. It's the only culture you don't hear Nigeria wrestling, Greece and Rome. And when you see the wrestlers, the popular ones in the competition, they look like Greco-Roman people, and you associate them with that culture, separating it from other martial arts, which is why subconsciously it's never mentioned in the martial arts. Okay. Okay. Let's continue, everybody. We're going to walk through. Oh, let me put it back on screen share. Sorry. Put it back on the screen share. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Back to the screen share. Here we go. Oh, okay. So let me show you the PSYOPs live. Look back at when it says wrestling's first appears. So they use the word first and appears, and they always mention one culture. They don't say when wrestling is first in any other culture, but there's only one first in mathematics. So why don't they give you the actual first when you look at wrestling? The trick words to throw in is first appears as an event, which would lead you under the comprehension that one, either wrestling first appeared in Greece, or two, it first appeared as a competitive event, with rules and referees, codes, beginnings in Greece as a cultural event, as opposed to just warlike training. Now, when you click on the source reference, it will take you to the United World Wrestling and Brief History of Wrestling Origins, and let's see what it says. So when you click on the reference, what does it say here? Here's United World Wrestling, Brief History of Wrestling. How does the wrestling website start? The first traces of the development of wrestling date back to the times of the Sumerians. 5,000 years ago, the Epic of Gilgamesh written in cuneiform. The sculptures and the lower reliefs are numerous sources that reveal the first refereed competitions accompanied by music. There are also many historical archaeological traces of wrestling in ancient Egypt. When you look in Wikipedia, the first thing it talks about is when it first appears, and it starts talking about Greece in 708 BC. What about, did it first appear anywhere before there? So they take you right to Greco-Roman, but when you click on the site, it goes back to the archaeological traces of wrestling to Egypt and Sumeria. Among them is worth mentioning in particular the drawings discovered in the tombs of Beni Hassan, representing 400 couples of wrestlers. These drawings, as well as many other vestiges, witness the existence of corporations of wrestlers in ancient Egypt with wrestling rules and referees. So the origin of, when we go back to wrestling, when it goes back to rules and referees, it's actually first appearing in Egypt under a competitive sport, because we see there's rules and referees, which means that this particular wrestling is not just the wrestling that they teach to send out to fight wars, but there's referees and codes, which means it was a competitive sport. But you don't hear about wrestling as a competitive sport starting in Egypt. When you go look it up in the Wikipedia, it takes you right back to Greece and when it first appeared in 708 BC. Okay, so boom, there it is. 4,000 years before Greece, with competitors, rules, regulations, refereeing, and music. A cultural event originating with the Sagiga and detailed originated imagery from the followers of Ma'at and Tehuti, which I will walk you through. And what if the origin of wrestling really went back to a competition practice of biological imperative that went back even millions of years before that? I will get into that later on in this class. Okay, let me take you to around 1971 BC, to the time of what's called the Mahajed. Right? This was called today the ORYX NOME. The ORYX NOME, but originally called the Mahajed. I will get into the significance of the ORYX, wrestling, martial arts, biological imperative, and immortality in the Tehuti Overdrive section. For now, let me take you to the governor, royal sealer, soul friend, king's acquaintance of that NOME, the Mahajed, and that is the royal governor, sealer, Keti of 1971 BC. Now we go over here. This is the governor. Here it is. This is the governor scribe of the Mahajed, which is the ORYX NOME Mahajed. This is 1971 BC. So here he is, Keti. And there's a larger, let me shrink this down so you can see the whole image. Okay, there we go. So this is Keti, the great governor during the first, what they call the first intermittent period, which was 2141 BC to 2665 BC. And here's how you spell his name, Keti. And he was the son of Beget. And there's Beget right there. This is Beget's name in the Medunetter, Beget. And Keti was his son. He's the royal sealer, soul friend, king's acquaintance, who is in the chamber, who belongs to Nekhen, the overlord of Nekheb, overseer of the troops at secret places. So he was not just a regular governor, but he was an overseer of fighters. This is like, Ket belongs to Nekhen, was the overseer of fighters. And there is the tomb of Keti right there. Let us continue. I'm going to shrink this down and show you the actual image of the area and tombs of Keti. There are different numbers, tombs in these areas right here, but this is the actually what it looks like. Okay, so this is the exterior view of the tombs of Keti and Beget 3. Beget was the father. So this is the area called Saju. When you look at these writings right here, it looks like there's numbers in it. That's actually a code in Egyptology for the letter A. This is the letter I. It's actually Saju, Tai. Also the letter Y. So here it is on the map right here. It's located right here in Asut. And when you zoom in on it, this is what the area looks like, which is the area of Bakti, the father, and Keti, and Nekhen. Nope. Yeah. So it belongs to Nekhen, the overlord of Nekheb. And so all of this is that same area because all of them were family, and the tombs were right here. Okay, and there it is on the map right there. All right. So as you can see, there are multiple directional walls with different echoing events on them. So when we go inside of the tomb, you can see there's different directional walls, and there's different events going on these walls, depending on which wall you focus on. And there's festivities taking place inside of the tomb on these walls. So for example, on one wall in the tomb number 15, what do we see? We see these ball players in the tomb of Keti. Very interesting sport here. People riding each other's back and throwing a ball back and forth as one person has to sustain them on the back. One person has to be sustained and sustain a person on the back of the other while the others toss a ball back and forth. That looks like a very strenuous game. It didn't look like this game survived till today, but this looks very strenuous. You must be very athletic to even participate in this. This is the cultural festivities of this particular ball game, and that's on wall number 15. So there's tomb number 15, many tombs and walls in this Keti area, Nekhen area. And oops, sorry, I'll go back. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. And there it is right there. So there's ball players. So we know that in this tomb, there's images of events, and some of the events are sports events, as we can see directly right here on tomb number 15, sports events. Okay, cultural festivities of a ball game. But guess what cultural festivities practices we see when I take you to the east wall? What do you see? What is this? What do we see on the east wall here? What does that look like is happening there on the east wall? These are some of these are festivity walls, and they're showing some of the festivity cultural practices that are taking place, depicted on the tomb of Kepti and the culture of MAAT. So even though he was the governor of the soldiers which went out to fight real wars, there was also cultural festivities that included these grappling moves and wrestling. These men are not fighting their end. These are not images of men fighting their enemies. They're all men of Ma'at sporting with themselves while practicing to use this art not only as a sport, but also outside in real combat. Boom. The original detailed images of martial arts wrestling and hand-to-hand combat strategy 1,200 years before Greece, as a festivity with referees. So now we're at the upper wall. When you look at the upper wall, you see it even more clearer here in the upper wall. You can see several moves, kick moves, footlock moves, tripping type moves taking place in the upper wall of Keti. I'll blow it up a little bit for those who may not see it. There we go. So get a look at the kick moves, foot holds, foot flip moves, trip moves, foot clinch moves here. Ankle grabs taking place over here. 1971 BC. Wonderful. Let's continue. Oh. Now, here is an entire scene of the multiple combat martial arts defensive practices for the protection and guardianship of the nation, while simultaneously being a sport with referees. Now you can see these pretty detailed, but I'm going to actually expand one of these images for you. You can see direct martial arts, competitive jiu-jitsu, judo moves before the title jiu-jitsu, judo, and wrestling even existed. This is 1971 BC. Okay, and one of the most effective wrestling moves in jiu-jitsu, moves of today, is called the standing key lock armbar, with the technique of grabbing your own wrist for support and stability, which is in the execution of the move. So this is one of the most popular moves right here. It is a standing arm bar. It is complete pain. It is horrible pain, but you do this move. It's more popularly done and easier done when you're laying down. But if you can get someone in this move standing up, the fight is pretty much over. And you're grabbing your own wrist for stability. So this becomes a bar right here and a lock. You're locking your own wrist, and that's stability, so that there's no escape right here for the opponent. It is a grappling clinch technique called the standing key lock arm bar. Also a technique of grabbing your own wrist while standing to hold what's called clinch control in wrestling and jiu-jitsu. So let me shrink this down a little bit. So these moves here that are popular today in judo, in jiu-jitsu, these are clinch control moves where you're holding your own self or using the person's arm to secure your own hold. You can see the clinch, he's holding his own arm. You can grab your own arm or use the other person's arm as a bar, and they're helping you hold them in this move right here. It's called clinch control and wrist grabbing stability. It's wrist grabbing stability. You're grabbing your own wrist, a very popular move, and it's for the stability execution of the move, mainly for stability, because you can hold yourself and the opponent still by holding your own self in this standing clinch move. A famous position of standing with your arm wrapped over the body, grabbing your own wrist. Let me get back to almost 2000 BC to the tomb of Keti. And what do we see here? What do we see? Let me blow it up. Boom. That's one of the images there. This is tomb number 15. The same tomb with the ball, the same number with the ball players. And what do we see? We see the arm wrapped around the body. And what is he doing? Standing stability, holding his own wrists. This is almost 2000 BC. This is what you're seeing over here. You're grabbing your own wrist as a form of stability. That was practiced by the followers of Ma'at in in 2000 BC, because the tomb is Keti, 1971, but it was his father Beget and Nekin before him. So that's over 30 years, and we're talking about 2000 BC. And there it is, the self-stability, grabbing your own wrist move in jiu-jitsu and martial arts is first depicted on the tomb of Keti and Nekin. Boom. There are your origins, beginnings with the followers of Ma'at and Tehuti. Let me ask the audience, let me ask the viewing audience, other than the ibis bird, what is the most popular animal associated with Tehuti? Let me come into the class and ask everybody, those who are watching, those 44 people that are watching, feel free to jump in the room and answer the question. Tehuti is always associated with the ibis bird, really called the habu bird. But there's another animal. What is the second most popular animal that Tehuti is associated with? I like that, Tanya. You got Metanetter fonts. Nice, very nice. Okay, Tanya says incredible. Boots says MMA owes the ancestors a slice, a bag. Nice. UFC got to support this class. Shout out to the UFC people. Shout out to the Gracies. One of the Gracies that attends the Tehuti pod class, who's a friend of mine on Facebook, and he comes to the pod class and he's watched me. He's watched me since Killer Priest. Ralston Gracie. Shout out to Ralston Gracie, and shout out to the Gracies. The Gracies families are the ones that I learned from jiu-jitsu. Shout out to the Gracies. Shout out to Ralston Gracie. He has attended the pod class and has watched me teach on the Kill the Priest show. Shout out to the Gracies. Okay, so the animal is, ding, 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 ding. Everybody got it right? The baboon. Anu put the baboon. Bella put the baboon. Mary Segment put the baboon. Nefertata put the baboon. Boots put the baboon. Angela Gates put the baboon. Bella put big snake. Baboon. Okay, wonderful. So the animal that's most popular with Tehuti, other than the habu bird, is the baboon. Does anybody know why? Why the baboon? What does a baboon have to do with Tehuti? Tehuti is considered the netter of intelligence, the netter of mathematics, the netter of writing. And what does any of that have to do with the baboon? I taught about it once in class a few times with the scribe. Nefertatan says, Ma'at MMA will have a hikagon. A hikagon instead of an octagon. Nefertatan put meditation thinking pose. Perfect. The way it sits. Bella and Nefertatan said the same thing. Anu said sitting position and meditation. That's right, everybody. And the writing. Remember the writing. The way the scribe sits in the baboon so he can place his papyri, his shesh across his knees in that position. So you all remember? Good memory, everybody. So when you ask the average person, they won't know that. But when you think of the baboon, what words do you think of? Meditation. The boat with AUSET sailing down the Nile. Wonderful. Let me show you what the writings say. The way he sits as a baboon. The way he sits. Wonderful. Now let me show you what the indigenous writing says about the baboon when it was first given to Tehuti. Bella says, memory is key to be with your loved ones in the afterlife. That's right. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's see what the indigenous writing says about Tehuti. When was he first given the image of the baboon? When was he first associated with the baboon? Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom, ready? So when you think of Tehuti, what's the other animal you think of? Oh, I'm going too far down. The other animal that you think of? Boom. Yes, the baboon. Do you see what the baboon is holding in his hand? What is the baboon holding in his hand? Not the neb symbol, but the other symbol. You see what he's holding in his hand right here? What is that? What is the baboon holding in his hand in that image? Now, he's holding again. Here's the baboon with his arms out, holding the same image again. Holding the same image as this right here. What is he holding? Right there. The same thing. And now we see he has the crescent and sun of Tehuti. He's in the sitting position that everybody mentioned, and he's holding something in his hand, right? What's he holding in his hand? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Ready? And now he's associated, now he's directly with Tehuti, holding the same thing in his hand. And there's Tehuti on the boat that Boots mentioned. And he's holding something in his hand. What is he holding? Yes, the Uwajit. But how does the baboon, Tehuti's animal, the Uwajit, tie into fighting, wrestling, martial arts at the temple of Keti and echo out not only the actual fighting techniques that protected the nation, but is an echo of biological imperative while simultaneously echoing out immortality into the afterlife? Well, you know, to get to that stage, what does the ape, the Uwajid, have to do with Tehuti, competitive fighting techniques, and the echoing out into the afterlife and biological imperative tie Tehuti into the baboon? How does that even work? What is that? What do any of those things have to do with each other? Well, you know, in order to get into that, time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Ready for the baboon, Tehuti, the Uwajit, and fighting techniques? Here it is, everybody. Boom. So now what do we got? We have Tehuti. Then we have the baboon holding the Uwajit. The baboon holding the Uwajit. The Uwajit equals protection. But what type of protection was Tehuti as the baboon associated with that was in comparison with an ape? You all remember the story of Sekhmet, the bloodthirsty protector of Ra? Well, her other name was Uwajit, the protector of Ra that violently defended Ra. The Uwajit protector, as written on the walls of Seti today, called the Book of the Heavenly Cow. So the last image, the last story that associated with this image, which was the Uwajit that dealt with protection, the type of protection that Sekhet or Sekhmet was doing was violent fighting protection. Not meditative protection, not prayer protection, fighting, bloodthirsty, fighting in the story of Sekhmet, as she defended Ra. She was called the Uwajit. That Uwajit, to journey out, to protect, to fight, dealt with fighting techniques. She didn't have any guns. There was no guns back then. She didn't have any bazookas. She didn't have any grenades. She went out and fought many men, warriors. How did she do that? The same way you see it in the martial arts movie. How does one woman, Sekhmet, go out as one being? Go watch Ip Man. This is a martial arts fighting that you have to have a great, massive fighting technique in martial arts to be able to go out as one female and fight clans of men, which is what they teach the women in Wing Chun. They can fight clans of men. Now, Tehuti is associated with this ape, and he's holding the protection symbol. But what type of protection was it? The same protection as Sekhmet. That's when we go to, we're going to go to tomb KV-17, the tomb of Seti I, side chamber. And we're going to go into Menma'at Re Seti I was a pharaoh of what they call the New Kingdom, the 19th dynasty of Egypt, the son of Ramesses I and Sitre, father of Ramesses, dating 1294 BC to 1279 BC, or 1290 to 1279 BC. When we go into his tomb, we see this right here. We see the large cow and sets of writing. These writings are a story. These are a story. Now we're going to get into what's called the destruction of mankind. The destruction of mankind, right? Who is in the destruction of mankind? Who is in there? The protector. But here's a section in here that's not as popular. Now, we'll go ahead and read. Workers who have worked iniquity, rebellion, because remember, they were rebelling against Ra, and that's why Sekhmet had to be called to be a destructor of mankind, or a destructor of the destroyer of men, because there were tribes that were rebelling against Ra, and Sekhmet, called the Uwajit, went out and killed them and fought major what we would call martial arts techniques in order to fight multiple beings at one time. Now the story continues, but here's the less popular part of the story. Now it says, in this rebellion, through thee I will keep away from the servants whom heart of mine loatheth, thou shalt be in my place. AUSET. AUSET was another one of Tehuti's name, called AUSET. Why? Because thou shalt therefore be called O Tehuti, AUSET, or AUSET, AUST, with AUSET, C-A-S-T, AUST, of Ra, because AUSET means a seat, a place. So he becomes in the place of Ra, called AUSET of Ra, or Asti of Ra. Moreover, I give thee the power, and here's the Habu bird, because Tehuti sends forth, and the word for sending forth is Hab. The way they say Habi in the Greece is Ibis. So because Tehuti sends forth, he's called Hab. Here's where Tehuti is receiving all of his names from Ra, in all of his animal symbols. So there's the bird. Thereupon shall come into being the Ibis, which is the Habi. This is the Habi, bird of Tehuti. Moreover, I give thee the power to lift up thine hand before the companies of the ITERU, who are greater than thou. And what thou does shall be fairer in the work of the Neter Ken. Therefore shall the divine bird Teken. Teken is the beak of the Habu bird, the Teken, which is the measure on the scale, which was symbolic of the beak of the bird, because Tehuti will be the fair one. He'll be fair in Ma'at and do proper judgment. Here's where Tehuti is given the position of a judge from Ra, and because he was a judge, he was named after the Neter Ken, and it became Taken. Takeni, bird, which is the beak of the scale, which judges things fairly. That's what comes into being. Moreover, I give thee the power to embrace. There's the embrace. What's that? The ANKH. The same thing I just taught on. The definition of the word ANKH, to embrace. The two pets with thy beauty and with the rays of light. Therefore shall come into being. You'll be called Yah, the moon god, because he's a reflection. He's a reflection of the light of Ra. And that is what the moon is. The moon is a reflection of the sun. So Ra is the sun. And now because Tehuti is in the place of Ra, he becomes the second sun, the lesser light. He becomes a reflection of Ra. And therefore he's called Yah, which is the word for moon in the Metaneter. Moreover, I give thee power to drive back. Now he's driving back the Habu. How is he driving back the Habu? Because these people were rebelling and trying to fight Ra. So Sekhmet which is a more detailed story of how the fight took place, drove back these people, the rebellious people, in a fight, a bloodthirsty fight, fighting and killing. But you didn't hear about Tehuti. Tehuti was also in the fight. He was also in the fight, and therefore he was called the dog-headed ape. That's why Tehuti was associated with the ape. Anan, because Anan is to push back something. You're fighting back because these beings were coming in droves. Sekhmet was fighting one set, and Tehuti was fighting the other. Tehuti and Sekhmet were both fighting and pushing the Hanebu, or the rebellious people, back in this bloody warfare. Tehuti was in it too. So vicious, he was compared to a baboon. They didn't teach you that, right? Because it's polarity. One side of the baboon is the meditative peace, and the other side is a fierce, crazy fighter. If you want to go watch a nature video and watch a baboon fight. So Sekhet had this martial arts fighting technique ability, Sekhmet, to fight multiple beings. These were tribes coming at one woman. And on the other side, Tehuti is pushing them back and fighting them too as one man, fighting tribes. This tribe, multiple people, it's Sekhmet and Tehuti fighting them. Fighting this bloody war. You have to be equipped in fighting technique and martial arts ability in some type of discipline to be able to fight a whole tribe of people as one woman Sekhmet and one man Tehuti. So that's why he was called the baboon. That was the Anan. That's in the writings of the indigenous people. Yes, Tehuti, who your current committed conscious teacher did not tell you was a fierce combative warrior, so fierce in battle that one of his names was Anan, the fierce baboon, the guardian, the one who pushes back, who fought the rebellious people, helping Sekhmet with Ra. You never heard of Tehuti in there, did you? It's always Sekhmet. Wow, Tehuti. But when my teacher shows me the baboon, he's sitting down like the peaceful scribe. As people said in the chat, they said the meditative sitting, right? You're right. The polarity seat. One seat is the peace you receive after the fight. That's the peace. That's the meditative peace. Yes, he's sitting down. See? There he is, sitting down like the scribe. There he is sitting down. There's the scribe sitting down. There's a Tehuti crescent. And there's a scribe. They're in peace. But that's after the fight. That's the peaceful. Because Sekhmet, the violent lioness, killing people left and right, fighting the rebellious tribes that were trying to attack Ra. Sekhmet's over here. Tehuti is pushing them back over there. He's in it as well. What happens to Sekhmet? She goes from the fierce lion after the fight. She comes associated now with a house kitten. That's the polarities. Before the fight, after the fight. From a fierce lion to the house kitten, the house cat that you see just posed in a peaceful sitting position. Not the fierce lion like this, because lions don't fight sitting down. That's after the fight. Now this the kitten, the house cat that roams around in the temples of Tamaray and Kemet. Not the fierce lion on the outside that fights. Two polarities of the same animal. Cats, but two polarities. The baboon, sitting down, peaceful meditation, just like the house cat is sitting down in a state of peace with the scribe. But the other polarity of the baboon, who has teeth sharper than a lion, is a fierce killing machine animal. Go watch baboons fight. Go watch hyenas or something trying to face off with a baboon. Watch what happens. Fierce, bloody fighters. After the fight, peaceful sitting meditation, yes. Sekhmet and Tehuti were both in the fight, but you only hear about Sekhmet. But Tehuti is driving away the same rebellious people too. So fierce that one is being compared to a lion's fighting, a lioness is fighting, and one's being compared to a baboon's fighting. Both in a state of peace and polarity after the fight, yes. Welcome to Tehuti podcast. Here we go. So you're right, sitting down. Now look again. Sitting down. Now look again. Where's the baboon sitting down? There he is sitting down. How you like that? He's sitting down. There he is with his mouth open now, though. You see the baboon here with the mouth open? You see the baboon here with the mouth open? They're sitting down, but it's showing both. Sitting down. He doesn't look like he wants to meditate, though, does he? You want to meditate with that guy right there? You see those teeth sharper than a lion? But he's sitting down. Boom. Fierce baboon, which represents Tehuti, and the scribes, who fights and drives away Isfet, protects and guards with the Saka weapon. They're both sitting down. Because Tehuti fights two ways. As the baboon, one peaceful sitting down with the scribe, fighting Isfet with the words of Hika, writing down magical spells and writing down the laws of Ma'at, sitting down. The baboon also sits down and warns you and shows you his teeth. You don't want to sit down with me right now. It's not a good time to sit. With the mouth open, because he can also fight physically, spiritually through Hika, and he'll also tear your skull apart. That's Tehuti and Sekhmet. This is the Saka weapon. This right here is detailed from the Book of the Dead, the Purim Haru, showing the heretic writings of Hornefer. This one is from the Ptolemaic period. And there he is. What is he doing? Has the weapon. It's a scribe with the weapon. The scribe was also a fighter. The scribe is depicted in the afterlife spearing. Spearing like who? Set, who was a fierce warrior, fighting for Ra. Heru, who was a fierce warrior, fighting for Ra, and fought Set. The scribe, the Ani, in the afterlife must also become a fierce warrior, spearing a pep with what's called the Saka weapon. This, what they're calling the javelin, is called the Saka, right there. An object like a short javelin. There is Hornefer, right there. Scribe, but also a fierce fighter. Scribe, Tehuti, but also a fierce fighter like Sekhmet. They didn't teach you that side of Tehuti. The fierce, bloody fighter fighting the same war the Sekhmet's fighting in blood. The baboon, the scribe, were the protectors as echoes of Tehuti, the great guardian fighter, utilizing wrestling, martial arts in real combat while also reenacting them in cultural festivities to echo the fight against a pep, bringing an end to a pep's time. In your consciousness, the same tool for the great warriors called the Saka was also a word that meant to bring evil to the end of its time. So this word right here, Saka, the javelin, the weapon of the scribes, the weapon of the warriors, the weapon of Tehuti, the weapon of Set, the weapon of Heru, called the Saka, was also a word that meant to bring evil to the end of its time. Seki, to come to an end, make cease, diminish, to be destroyed. Sek, what is he secking? The end, death. He's secking, this is a pep. Sek, there's the Seka, javelin of the fighter. And what is he stabbing? A pep. Bringing a pep to the end of evil in this realm and fighting the pep out of you in your conscious mind. Fighting the evil, the isfet, with the javelin in the afterlife. Fighting the evil within you with the Saka, and how beautiful the ancient people of Tamaray Kemet were. Like you see, every word has the story in it. This is the difference between Ma'at culture and the other cultures, is that in the Ma'at culture, the words, like we just saw with the Hes, which was the libation, the definition of the word has the story in it. So this weapon called the Saka that he's using to kill a pep, the definition of the word has the story in it. To bring an end destruction, the end of who? There's the apep, the death, the finishing of a matter. What matter? The matter of dealing with a pep. To bring to the end of years, the end of the renpet, the end of the time of a pep. That's where they got the concept in the Bible. The devil's going to rule for a certain period of time. The Seka weapon to destroy a pep, to bring a pep to the end of his time. And you have probably heard that Tehuti is the nectar of time. What you have not been told is how does this time refer back to the fighting fierceness of the great ape Anan, Tehuti, and bringing Isfet's time to its end. Well, now that you have come to the Tuti Pod class, you know the answer. What you still do not know is what was the title of Tehuti as the god of time. So you have all learned that Tehuti was the god of time, right? Tehuti is the nectar of time, right? The nectar of time in what sense? What sense was Tehuti? And Nook's actually been saying this before we even started the class. Before when the last class started, Nook's been typing spirit to the next spirit. He must have known this class was coming in his subconscious. He must have even saying spirit to a pep for the last 3 hours. Spirit to a pep. So Tehuti is the god of time, right? And when you think of that, you think of him creating the aspects that you use to tell time, which is one truth. That's the peaceful way. Polarities, though. What was that? The Mexicans are going crazy in the background. What's that? They're doing the merengue. I don't know what's happening, man. Oh man, let it pass by. They're blasting the music. Mira. I don't know what's happening. Let them go by. Hold on. They must be setting up a party outside. Okay, I hope you all can still hear me. Here we go. All right, boom. So why is Tehuti associated with the god of time? Not only that he invented things that you use to tell time, but what's the other meaning that they don't give you because they never told you in your life that Tehuti was a fierce fighter in the same war with Sekhmet. He was in the Anan pushing them away too, like a fierce baboon. So guess what Tehuti's name was pertaining to time. So again, we have the scribe with his weapon called the Saka. It's a javelin that he uses to fight a pep in the afterlife as a fighter. We see the word Saka means to bring the end of a pep, to diminish, to be destroyed, to bring the end of years, the end of a pep's time. Tehuti is called the god of time. But guess what Tehuti's name pertaining to time was? Sek, the name of a god. Seku, Sekaha, time divider, title of Tehuti. That god of time, the fighting god of time, the god of the Sek, the javelin, the fighter, that divider of time. The one that brings a pep to his end, because this sek is the end of time of a pep. Fighting the fight here with the javelin called the sek. That is a violent weapon stabbing the enemy, bringing the end to the isfet, but also was a real javelin in Kemet. And Tehuti's name is the god of time, the time divider, but that particular time was referring back to the sek weapon, the seka, that one, the baboon, the one who kills the enemy and brings the end to isfet, because the enemies of Ra at that time were physical beings trying to attack. So you had Sekhmet in a bloody war on one side, killing and slicing the heads off of men, and Tehuti, Sekhmet fighting as a fierce lion, associated with a lioness's way of fighting, and Tehuti associated with how a baboon fights. And the weapon that they would have would be the seka weapon, or the javelin, that the pharaohs used afterwards. Boom! Sek, the same name as the javelin weapon that the fighters are seen on the walls, the same walls of Keti where they're wrestling. The javelin weapon that the fighters are used in the same scene on the walls and seen in the afterlife to drive away Ispet energy. We see the echo in the physical fighting guardian, echoing the attribute of the fierce baboon Tehuti again. Whoa. Oh man. Oh. Oh, did I tell you the name of the great wrestlers? See these wrestlers here? The great wrestlers, the martial artists, the guardian fighters on the walls of Keti. I didn't tell you what the wrestlers were called, right? What were the wrestlers called? Those fighters. They had a title. What was their title? Are you ready? Welcome to the Tutti Pon class. Here we go. Oh, yay. What was their title? These men right here. What were they called? Uh-oh. The Sek. The Sek was not just the javelin. The Sek was the warriors, the athletes. Remember? The competitive sports fighters. They were the athletes. They were called the Sek. That was the Tehuti fighting. Tehuti was the god, the Sek god, the one who fights and defends Ra as a fierce baboon, bringing Isfet to its end. One of the weapons is the Sek javelin that brings a pep to his end. So Tehuti is called the god of time, the divider of time, because he brings evil to an end by spiritually and physically fighting as violent as a baboon. So thus the athletes, the competitive wrestlers on the walls of Keti, their name was the name of Tehuti. Their name was the Seka. Their name was the Sek. The warriors, athletes, fighters, the guards, the soldiers, because remember, Keti was the governor over the fighters and the governor over the athletes, where they were playing sports, wrestling sports, and they were named. Keti is way after Tehuti. They were named after Tehuti. That's Tehuti's name, the Sek, and also the name of the weapon, and also the name of the wrestlers. The wrestlers were called the Sek. They were named after Tehuti, the great fierce baboon fighter. Sek, Sekau, Seka, divider of time, through violence, the fighting of a pep in the violent world of any of his rebels that wanted to fight Ra, or in the afterlife. Boom! The wrestler's guardian's athlete title was the same title as Tehuti. That's what the wrestlers were called. Oh, guess what? The area that the first images of martial arts and the wrestlers, the protective warriors, guess what the whole area was called? Remember this area that I showed you earlier? Remember this? When I told you it was called Sajuti? Guess what it means, though? The guardians. Those were the Sek guardians, the wrestlers, the martial artists of Tehuti, with the same name, the guardians, the Sek, the name of Tehuti, as the first fighter, way before the pharaohs, the first fighter when he fought like a vicious baboon as the guardian Anan, and the fighters after him, the wrestlers and the martial artists were named after Tehuti and sported his baboon as both fights, the fight against evil, as writing down laws of magic, and the physical fight that a baboon does that Sekhmet was doing. The entire area where wrestling martial arts is first recorded in detail in Earth history is called the Sayuti, the Guardians. The whole area was the area of Tehuti, the Guardian fighters, the sect named after Tehuti. And as you can see, the fighters depicted on the wall, unlike today, were not just mere wrestlers, but they were echoing the theme of biological imperative while simultaneously protecting the entire nation, guarding the nation, women, and children, which is biological imperative itself, while simultaneously echoing the extent of biological imperative into the immortal afterlife by fighting off Isfet. Much different from what our consciousness perceives as wrestling today, Hulkamania leg drop, right? Jiu-jitsu grappling, isn't it? Isn't it much different? Thus, that is what is reenacted in the cultural festivals forms as seen on the walls of Keti right beside the ball players, because there were cultural festivities reenacting the War of Isfet, the War of Apep, and the fighting named Sek after Tehuti, the first guardian fighter to fight off many men as one man, side by side with Sekhmet, the female one, fighting off many men as one woman. You have to be a heavy martial artist, combat fighter to be able to do that. One moment, everybody. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. Hold on. Okay, I am back, man. I'm back. Am I back? I'm back, I think. Boom, Tuti leaves me speechless. I'm back. Okay, here we go. Another burst of energy. Here we go. So, boom. These were not just sports players of today. These were ancient. These were not just sports players of today. These were the ancients reenacting the fight against evil and echoing Tehuti. Now sorry, clear my throat. Let me clear my throat. These were not just sports players of today. These were the ancients reenacting the fight against evil and echoing Tehuti. Now there was another animal the followers of MAAT Tehuti would observe along the Nile River, and that was the frog, which also represented biological imperative. This frog right here represents biological imperative. This is the primordial frog symbol of Heket, the Heket netter, right there. It represents many, the many, multitude of things. Oh. What is this? What happened? Oh, fit with, okay, with. Let me go back. Okay, here we go. The multitude of things. Let me scroll back. Okay, here we go. Yep, there's the Seka. Okay, so there's the frog. There's the Heket frog, which represents the multitude, who you see on the side of the temple of Kam Ambo, giving the Ankh of immortality and the abundance of life, as frogs were seen giving birth to more children than any other four-legged water animal. So when frogs were seen, their biological imperative was stronger than any other four-legged animal on the planet, because their children were in the hundreds of thousands at a time. You can't even, this is millions. You can't even count how many tadpoles are here. That's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of tadpoles just in this one little section. So that represented high biological imperative, and you see Heket giving the Ankh, which is life, biological imperative on the spiritual side. So representing the mass abundance of reproduction, which was biological imperative. I have a question for the class. What is the most common pickup wrestling moves, whether in entertainment, whether it is entertainment, WCW or WWF? What is the most common move, everybody? The most common move in wrestling where you grab somebody and pick them up like that. What is that called? I'm going to give you some time. Those who watch wrestling, whether you do combative professional wrestling or whether it is WWF, WCW. What's that move called in wrestling when you pick up somebody with your whole body and body slam them behind you? What's that called, everybody? What's that called? Type it in the room. We got, there it is, suplex. There it is, that's right. It's a body slam, but the specific body slam is suplex because his body slams forward too. But the one where you pick the guy up like this and you throw them backwards, and before you land on your head, you land on their body. It's a backwards move. It's called the suplex, most popular throwback move in wrestling history. Body slam suplex. That's right, Anu. The suplex. Body slam. Yep, body slam. So there it is right there. Boom. You got it right. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, boom. Here we go. Ready? Boom, 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 and boom. Ooh-wee. What is one of the most common pickup wrestling moves where you pick the person up and throw them behind you? That's right, everybody. There it is. This is the suplex. You got to get this move down perfectly because you could break your own neck. You can land on your own head. You have to use the other person's body and hope this part lands on the mat before your head lands there, or you're breaking your own neck. But this is called the suplex right there. Competitive sports wrestling, so it is in entertainment sports, but it comes from competitive sports wrestling. There's the suplex. Right there, you're picking the person up and throwing them over your own body. Where does this originate, everybody? Let's see. Uh-oh. There it is right there. Tomb of Kheti. What's that? There's the suplex. There it is right there. Picking them up and throwing them backwards over your own body. This suplex move in wrestling originates back to the Tomb of Kheti, back to the warriors of Tehuti, the fighting baboons of Tehuti called the Sek. Sek, the name of the athletic fighters in the Tomb of Kheti, which was originally the name of Tehuti, the one who uses fighting technique to end the time of a pep or end the isfet. And there it is right there. Boom. But what if this goes back even further? Remember earlier in the class I said some of these techniques go back millions of years? Remember, the followers of Ma'at along the Nile Valley observed nature and the natural life along the Nile, the ITERU. Let me play some footage of something that may surprise you. Let's see where this move really comes from and who saw it and imitated it. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. Let's go and see where this move comes from that went back millions of years and was observed by the followers of the Nile. Let me go ahead and I'm locked up. Hold on a second, everybody. Here we go. Okay, boom. All right, everybody. Let's go back. We're going to go along the Nile River and see what the followers, we're going to see what Kheti saw. We're going to see what the followers of Ma'at saw on a regular basis. Let's go to the Nile River. Let's go to the rivers in that area and see what's there. Ready? What's that on the screen? Uh-oh. Who's that on the screen? Who are those guys right there? What's about to happen right here? What's going on? Why is Tehuti showing these frogs? We already showed you that the ancient followers of Ma'at were heavy observers of frogs and used the frog as a symbol of biological imperative. They studied the frog, watched the frog's biological imperative, and that became the name of one of the highest netters of the NITERU and became the symbol at the bottom of the renpets of Sheshet and Tehuti, and became a mathematical number for a certain amount of numbers. And it was all because the frog had the ability to reproduce as the fastest four-legged creature on the planet. But what else did they see the frog do? Let's go ahead and show it. You ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. There's the plant. There's the clench and there's the suplex. Let me play it again. There it is, everybody. Along the Nile River, that would be seen on a regular basis when it was competitive season. What's competitive season? They only did it one time. That was a competitive season. Who are they competing for? The female. That means that the frogs only wrestled and put themselves in clinch moves, not to really kill each other, but to compete for the female's intention. And that's when they would do the clinch and the suplex, which means that the fighting was for biological imperative. And the result was the millions of tadpoles. But before the tadpoles come, the fight and the wrestling is being observed by the followers of the Nile. The clinch, the hold, the flips, and the suplexes. Then the millions of babies come. Both the fighting and the tadpoles, both signs of biological imperative, because that's the only time that they would do that move. See where this fighting comes from now? Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. You see the true origins? I hope people appreciate. Boom. Yes, back to the frog, the original wrestler, the original inventor of the suplex move for the purpose to impress and fight for the female biological imperative theme once again, starting on the Nile and passed on to the observers on the Nile, but analyzed the frog and used it for sacred symbols, for reproduction and biological imperative. The exact same thing on the frog. The frog who invented the suplex was fighting for, which was biological imperative. The frog now, symbolically, and thus wrestling and fighting, were symbolic of protection of the women and the children, and biological imperative and cultural festivities. Huh? The frog doing this for millions of years along the Nile. The followers of Ma'at watching the frog for thousands of years, putting the frog into the Medu language as a symbol of a number system in the mathematics, symbolizing how many children it reproduces, which is unlimited. Does anybody know what the frog's name is in mathematics? It's a mathematical word, but it's multitudes of beings, and they behave in a state where they do the clinch and the suplex only when they're fighting for the female for the purpose of biological imperative. Here's the move originally, millions of years ago. Here's the followers of Ma'at doing the move. Here it is again right here. And here's the pickup of the move right here. And all of that becomes a suplex of today, originating with humans in the tomb of Keti, 2000 BC. Huh? Oh, guess what? Oh, guess what else does the suplex move along the Nile Valley that the followers of Ma'at would observe? What else did they see doing the suplex move? That's how baboons fight. They suplex each other. That's the sect, the wrestler fighter, Tehuti, the baboon, the Anan, that uses the fighting techniques to push the enemies of Ra away. Both the frog and the baboon were seen along the Nile. The baboon is a massive major wrestler, a massive suplexer body slammer. Go watch the wildlife videos and watch and see how baboons fight. Boom! The warrior baboon of Tehuti, the sect guardian, the Anan, the protector of self-defense, the great sect, the wrestler with the armor against evil. The sect, the athletic fighters and the fighter warriors. Well, the athletic fighters are on the walls doing the grappling and the wrestling, which were also the soldiers, because Keti was the governor over the soldiers. So there's the athletic fighters for the combative sports. They are called the sect, named after Tehuti, who's the divider of time, because sect, the time that I was speaking of, was the end of a pep time, if you all remember. The Seka, the javelin weapon, and it was the end of a pep's time. The end, death, finisher, matter, the bringer to the end of years. What is that? That's the Renpet. That's the staff that Tehuti and Sheshet hold to mark time, the end of whose time? The end of the time of Isfet, the great fighter. That's the Sek, the great fighter, which the scribes were the fighters as well. That's the move right there of the Sek and the Anan animal that the followers of Ma'at would see along the Nile and design their fighting system after animals that they would see doing it first. Go study martial arts on the Asian side and ask yourself how many fighting techniques are actually named after animals. Monkey style, snake style, cat style. And go watch those martial arts movies again and watch the Sifu sensei describe to the students why it's called that style. You watch the snake. Watch it again. Because the ancients, whether along the Nile Valley or on the other side in Asia, were watching the animals fighting and designed their fighting techniques and named it after animals. That's why the first thing Ra did when he saw Tehuti fighting was he named them after what he saw the baboon doing, because it looked similar. Sekhmet's fighting was similar to how a lioness fights. But he didn't call Tehuti the lion, because the way Tehuti was fighting, the way that Ra saw it, was more similar to a baboon. Why didn't he call Tehuti the male lion? This one fights like the female lion, so he's fighting with her. He must be the male lion. He's fighting like a baboon. So he said, "You're the great Anan. You look to me like the baboon." And over in Asia, snake style, monkey style, cat style. Because the inspiration of fighting of humans comes from them watching the animals. My teacher of jiu-jitsu, his name is Crocodile. That was my old teacher of jiu-jitsu. He was called the Crocodile. Boys Gracie, Rick's son Gracie said, we fight like the anaconda. Because people are watching animals, because animals are way greater fighters than people. If you think not, take all the martial arts you know. Take Steven Seagal. Take your Bruce Lee. Take all the martial artists. Those are the students of animals. They can't fight the animal. Go get your Floyd Mayweather out. Go get your Muhammad out. Get all your favorite boxers out. Get your Israeli or whoever these guys are. And put them in a room with a kangaroo. Watch how that goes for them. Put your MMA fighters in a room with a kangaroo. And see how long that fight lasts. Do the double key lock on a kangaroo. Take your greatest martial arts fighter, put him in a room with a 4-foot chimpanzee, and tell me how that works out for him. Because the humans are the students, the animals were the teachers. They're greater fighters than us and always will be. Doesn't matter what belt you have. You're not fighting a black belt. Good night. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Boom. But guess what? Guess how the fight against evil was described in your Bible today when they took all of this? For all of these years, it was a particular word that they threw in. Let me take you to Ephesians 6:12, which was the code. Ephesians 6:12. What does it say in the Bible now, which is the fight against Isfet? For we wrestle. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. How do you fight them? You wrestle in the Bible. That's how the fight is. You wrestle in the Bible. Wrestle. Ephesians 6:12. Yes, wrestle in verse 6:12. Wrestle in verse 6:12. That's an interesting verse to wrestle. Gematria. WRESTLE. 138, 108, 30, 114, 120, 72, 30 equals what? 6:12. The verse of wrestling that they encoded in their Bible, Ephesians 6:12. That's the gematria number of wrestling itself. Boom, Hotep, I am done. Matrix. Boom, Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the Nathan's hot dog that you have given reciprocity to, more than the past 10 plus years and the past pre-awakening that you spent on July 4th celebrations that you partook in, if you have learned or if this has had any type of impact or has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, of this particular subject matter, if this has any impact or has advanced your recently current understanding of this particular subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called Wrestling Origins, Spiritual Martial Arts, or any creative title you can come up with to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App, TT Amun, Wrestling 612, Ephesians, Wrestling Against Evil 612. Hotep, I'm done. Yep. I don't know what's happening. They put the link in the room, everybody. I'm gonna put the link in the room. Supporters team, jump in. I'm gonna start reading. I'm gonna see the reciprocity on this. I don't know. Wow. There's a link in the room. Jump in. We're gonna go to the Anu and Antu, always the first to jump in. How you doing, you two?
Doing excellent and wealthy, Saba, to very much for this class. I appreciate it very much. Gives me something to think about while I'm practicing martial arts. I've always felt that while I'm practicing, it is to help me prepare in case anything happens outside of myself. And while I'm practicing, it feels like I am destroying negative things within myself too. So now I know the origin of that. I'm very thankful for you for having this class, for showing all that you did. I remember when this question was asked to you in the past, and that class was great as well. And it shows how much you are giving us now versus back then. This class was a lot more thorough.
way more.
This class is a great class.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy that you went so in depth. And Tua very much. Otebiri.
Glad you appreciate it, Anu. And yes, this is way more than the last class. Okay, let me come sit back. Oh man, oof. Okay. All right, how you doing, Antu?
I'm doing great. This was very nefer. There was a great synchronicity for me because recently I just went back on a pod class of you teaching on who is Sekhmet, and you gave the Ren of Uwajet. So that was a really beautiful synchronicity, powerful synchronicity. And I loved the names of Tehuti that you gave, and this was very in-depth. I loved the biological imperative and understanding that we are fighting the Isfet within our consciousness, and everything in here was just very helpful and inspires me to practice more with Anu and with the knowledge of this within it. So it was very powerful to us.
Glad you appreciated that primordial thoughts. And this is why they don't bring these things up, why they say the Netzar principles, because if they don't want to talk about the aspects of Tehuti's named after the Tehuti. How about, did you know Tehuti was in the fight with Sekhmet? You never heard of Tehuti was driving away like a baboon? You know, because the symbol of the Netiru is this, right? So this isn't the meditation symbol. I mean, you could meditate with it, but you may cut some off, so I wouldn't suggest it. That's a warrior's symbol, because they were physical fighters too in order to run a nation. That's the difference between people say Kemet versus the Bible. This is stupidness. You're talking about a nation that had physical warriors and fighters. When you have a nation like Tamaray or Kemet, the other cultures are coming for you physically. They're not just over there meditating and praying. I pray for them to go. I pray for them to give me the pyramid. No, they're coming over with chariots and weapons and martial arts and stuff, and you have to match that or be better than that. So that you have to have fighters and warriors. So Kemet is not the name of a religion; it's an actual nation. The name of the way of life was MAAT. The nation had to have actual warriors like ants did. So Tehuti, seen in the meditative stance, sitting down, but that baboon sits down in the same stance and rips your neck off. In the same position, right there. How you doing, Primordial? You ready to wrestle?
Saba, that was phenomenal. Appreciate you always. You out here suplexing Isfet. Tossing them like the, what was that, the bullfrog, Saba? Was that a bullfrog?
That was the one I brought to class, yeah.
Oh man, yeah, those they're massive. It's funny that you mentioned the ant just now, because I was watching a documentary on them yesterday, and especially like the fire ants, like, hey, they don't play. They got hey, you could be a predator like the praying mantis, and he eats the first one, he tears the ant up, and then once that signal get out, boy, I done seen ants decapitate a whole praying mantis, a full grown one, just decapitate them and just carry them off, feeding the colony.
Those are the name of styles, fighting styles too.
Oh man!
There's a Mark Russell movie called The Something Mantis. They're watching these things, and the guy was. I remember when I was a child, the guy was fighting like that. The guy was fighting and grabbing guys like this, and I was amazed watching, and I was saying, "Oh, they're fighting like the animals that I study. This is beautiful, because the animals are where we learn from. This is just further proof of it. And the people of MAAT, so advanced, so beautiful, to take violence that they had to do to protect their nation and turn it into spirituality side by side, is amazing. That Tehuti can be the god of time because he's ripping people's head off. Hey Annie, how you doing, man? How you doing, good brother? So Tehuti's in the fight. Tehuti and Sekhmet. Tehuti's driving him off. We never learned that from the Kemetic teachers, did we?
Yeah, you don't learn none of the real teachings from any of the Kemetic teachers. This.
Well, I'm sorry, but thank you, Primordial. Appreciate your appreciation, good brother. Sorry, go ahead, Annie.
Yes, I love this class. Medu class that you gave, which by the way is my favorite Medu Netter class.
Wow.
Teaching on the transformation and the biological from the ape or the monkey, the baboon, and teaching on that. So this was phenomenal. Tua for the Sekha, and showing that and teaching on that, and for showing the per head of Keti and all those beautiful images. It's just amazing. It's truly amazing, and I always love to sit in a meditation and just think about as much as I can what it felt like to be surrounded by that, and it helps me a lot. So Tua for teaching us the way that you do, and for bringing the sources to the forefront, and putting that pressure on everyone who's sneak learning from and then they go back to these other so-called teachers, and making sure that people know to ask the questions, slow everything down, and don't just take what someone's saying. Ask the question to further dig. And so Tua for that, and just for this beautiful class of artwork. I love that you point out, how everything we learn from is from the animals.
Right.
And it's the tools that we use are just reflections of animals' natural state. And it's so beautiful, because in today's time, there's no respect on the animals. Mm-hmm. And it's like the superiority. And the only reason why we're able to do anything ever is because of what the great Cometians did. And they gave such a respect at the culture and the honor that went into that. I just love that. So Tua for showcasing it in its purest form. Great Saba. Hotep Hinu.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to Bella and then Tanya. I'm gonna read a couple of donations. Oh, Atef the fighter, Atef Rem Kim Ma'at has appeared. The warrior. He has appeared. And how'd you like that, Annie? You see how when you look up, well, you know because you do it. When you find something, it doesn't openly say what you have to look deeper. So even though looking for wrestlers, you have to look for the athletic fighters and find the word, and the athletic fighters is actually the name of Tehuti. But they don't say that. You have to.
Right. I always thought too, just real quick, was in the contentions of Heru and Set, where Tehuti's just watching this. I'm like, he could have stopped this at any time. He could have intervened, and chose not to. And I always think about that. So yes, Tua.
Exactly. I was gonna put. I took that part out of the class. It was too much. I was gonna put that in the class, but yes. Okay, we're gonna get to Bella. Say a couple words. Atef and Tanya, and then we're gonna go into. Let me see what the support is on that question and the answer. I don't know. The answer was yeah. Hour and 29 minutes. Let's go. All right, Bella, give a couple words. How'd you like the class, the fighting, grappling, the sack, and all that? How you like it?
I liked it too. Very much perfect. Never one. New for all that you do and all that you know. I love learning about animals and being surrounded by them and learning about them through you. So Tua very much paves my life plans. So learning about animals. So very much Tua for all your decisions. And yes, Tua.
Nini, glad you appreciate everything you just mentioned, and beautiful words. To it to you. I'm glad you appreciate it on multiple levels. That's wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you, and your networks, and Spectrum, and all the animals.
Okay, I'll tell Spectrum. Wonderful. You're welcome. Atef Rem Kim Ma'at, my brother. I'm gonna let you. You can say a little bit now. I know you got a lot. Because this is your first time since the first answer, right?
Yes, Hotep Saba. Pour out a little liquor. Thank you for that. For that libations breakdown. I was there for the whole class. I'm not a safe learner. I'm a participant. I'm 100%. That was absolutely a phenomenal breakdown. That I love how you. I love what Primordial said when he said he picks up the little things that you talked about, that you dropped, because when you was dropping those, Ampu being the stepson, but also being the embalmer. That was, I always wondered about that. Was when he was helping his mom. How you broke that down and touched on that was absolutely, I was like, oh, okay, that's what I always was wondering about that. The first class, it was, oh man, that was great. This one right here, the 612 on the fighting. Oh man, I'm blown away. But I truly understand how the fighting styles are modeled after, how you said the animals are the teachers. I understand that 100%. That was an absolute breakdown. Phenomenal, Sab. I'm not gonna go long-winded, but man, Tua, I thank you for everything that you do, and I just the name of the Aku, the Unas Nefer Offset. I love that, and I love correcting people when they use the wrong terms now. As I increase my vocabulary and learning from you, I just gave one of my a good friend of mine. I just gave him a book, the a book titled The Emerald Tablets, and he watches the show. He watches the show, and I definitely enjoyed breaking it down for him and giving him some insight and directing him to your class and Ani's class. And yeah, 2 out for everything that you do, Saba. For I think it was Angela Gates said people don't want to unlearn and relearn, and that's so true. And I'm just so grateful for you for teaching us and allowing us to break out of this matrix, because these answers are truly matrix breaking answers. They're not just regular answers. So 2 out to you, Grace Saba. And welcome to the panel for the young lady, Tanya 23 Experience. Welcome. You're on mute.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Peace. Thank you very much, Brother Atef.
Okay, Tanya can give a couple of words of what she thought, and then we're going to go into the support donation and see what see the actual support.
Sorry about that. I took a couple of notes. It was so packed with so much. What really stood out is I asked myself a question. I said, when you showed how wrestling originated there and all of the moves, how Tehuti, originated was the originator of these things. And of course it was done so long ago, but yet these things made it to China, Japan, India. And I said, how did that happen unless Tehuti circumnavigated all these places? How could they have gotten this information? So that was one thing that popped up. And then it's just awesome how you continue to prove how everything started in Kemet. And when you say everything, people are like, oh, it's not everything, but literally it's been everything.
Yeah.
So far, that's what I've been seeing since 2014, over and over. Ever since I came into the study, I'm seeing that everything goes back to Kemet. And it's a shame that the world won't admit that.
Beautiful observations. And I am also changing the way that we word that to change the psychology. So everybody says everything this goes back to Kemet and this goes back to Kemet. And I'm actually changing that paradigm to everything goes back to the consciousness of the followers of Ma'at. Okay. And Kemet is one of those things, because it's the people, the Neturu and the people's consciousness that created all of these things, and one of the inventions was Kemet. So Kemet itself didn't create anything. Kemet is an invention, and once that hits people, we'll start to see, oh, it was the consciousness of the followers of Ma'at. We're not talking about Kemet like we're talking about Germany or China. We're talking about a frequency that's in the minds of the beings there that was supernatural and immortal, and we were just inventing anything, because the invention of Kemet is also the invention of a country. But the way that we speak, countries are so normal to already be there that we have to say, well, wait a minute, how did the concept of a country come about? Because Kemet is a country, that means that Kemet was one of the inventions. Who did that? Oh, those followers of Ma'at. And once people understand that, so yes, it's beautiful. Everything goes back to Kemet. True, exactly, except for Kemet. So we're gonna get into the. I'll say it again, Tanya.
No, I said I agree. Absolutely.
Wonderful. We're gonna get into some the support. Let me refresh this and see what the people actually thought of what the reciprocity is of what I gave for an hour and a half of that. Starting off with Ani Pata, I'm gonna read 4 of these. Then I'm gonna go on to break. My eyes are I need to break my eyes from this, even though I'm wearing glasses and whatnot. But the amount of time it took to put these together is longer than 2 pod classes. So here we go. What's this one? What did I just? What am I gonna call this? What am I gonna call this? I'll call this I'll call it I'll call it sec. Save it as sec. Sec. Yeah, sec. Okay. Okay, here we go. And did you hear that, Nefertatin? That was a little jewel for you in there too. The fighting, the name of the fighting is the name of the fighting is the same name as one of the ones who was fighting, and the name of the other one that was fighting. I didn't say that, but I'll go ahead and say that right now. The name of the fighting technique was the name of both of the fighters. One was Tehuti, whose other name was Sek, and the other one's name was Sek, who became Seket. All right, so I'm gonna stop. Let me stop. I'm gonna get to stop this, man. All right, here we go. So here we go. We give shout out to this supporter right here, the little jewel right there. Okay, so shout out to Annie Patop, Attend Tehuti. I'm gonna get $40.72. I'm gonna get him to read this. Oh man. Stranger says, better to have the option to successfully choose peace than to not have option 2 successfully. Yeah. Man, huh? Man, but anyway, okay. Go ahead, Annie, read that, please.
4072. Dua for suplexing the ISFET on libation. Heka.
Give yourself, I mean, Atef, give him some big noise, please. Who's this? This is oh. Okay, and this is an artifact. Yeah, the classes on segment just don't stop. You know, the Tutti Pod class for the last over 2 years has been one class. Watch class for class for class, and it's one long story of the same class, even though different questions are asked. You'll see it if you truly observe. All right, we're gonna go to Artifact. Go ahead and read that for me, Bella. Read that for me, please.
Well, for letting me is $20 for Dog-Headed Ape Tehuti Dua Hanu Saba.
Give him some big noise. Give him some hand claps, please. Ooh, okay, and what is this? Snakes. Okay, that's another day. What's all these emails? I got a lot of emails. Little snake. I got emails piling up. I'm gonna spend tomorrow on this. I gotta go through everything. A lot of stuff coming in. Okay, let me go to the pod class. Okay, there's Nick putting up with his dream. Oh, Gabby has a change of question. Gabriella. Okay, change of question, Gabriella. I think this one is I think this is anonymous. I'm gonna go off memory. I think this large. I think this is anonymous. Let me go ahead and save this and then confirm. Metadata order. Okay. Madu. I'm not going to read it, but shout out to the person that made a large metadata order. I'm sure you'll send me to send. I'm sure you'll send me a message to confirm that this was anonymous. Okay, so I'm not going to read that one. Let's go back. Back to who's this? Johan Billadou. Oh my! Oh, a class on HEJD. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody's faith and the guidance from what is it, August 17th. August 17th. August 17th. Okay. August 17th. Okay, there we go. Boom. Shout out to Johan Billadou. Johan Billadou with this support here. $40 class for HDHD. Give him some big noise, please. Okay, shout out to you, Johan Billadou. Appreciate you. We're going to go back up to a couple tips, and I'm going to go back down to the old ones. Okay, we got Anu and An2. I see Tanya at 23 experience. Okay, we'll go to Anu and An2. They're on the screen, so they can actually read this, and I got to take a break. You all send in your support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rock SV. This is this class these classes that I gave tonight, like I said, one of them there wasn't even a full answer for 5 minutes before the pod class started. I had to go through a little bit of pain to answer, to do what I did, but shout out to everybody who supports. Appreciate everybody. This is Anu and An2. Go ahead and read that, either one of you.
$20 for Saka to a Pep's neck. Henu on. Driving away is fit with an emoji of two people wrestling.
Oh man. Oh, that's a lot again. Give Anu and An2 some big noise, please. Okay, we got Tanya, 23 experience. I'm going to get her to read this one. She's on the panel. I think she's on the panel. Let me close all these windows. See everybody. There she is. Oh, where'd she go? Where are we going? Oh, where did this disappear? Hold on. Okay, boom. Tanya 23. Now, is this gonna show? It's not showing. Man, let me fix something here. Tanya 23 is okay. It's saved. Cancel. Present. Let's see if it shows up now. There it is. Boom. Okay. Tanya 23. Go ahead and read that, please.
Tanya 23, 444 for SABA. This will multiply many times over.
Wonderful. Go ahead and give her a hand clap for that. Just give her a hand clap for that one. For me. All right. We got Mary Sekhmet. who gave a tip for, oh, I see like a martial arts gi. I'm gonna get somebody to read this. I'll read one more, then I gotta take a break. You all keep supporting. I see your supports. T. Tim Moon, if you're listening, check. Whoa. If you're listening, check the PayPal's. Okay, this is a tip from Mary Sekhmet. Learning more about her name, Sek. The Sek from Sekhmet is the warrior. That's what Sekhmet was. Go ahead and read this for me. Who read? Was that you that read? Who read last time? Tanya 23 read. Was it for? Okay, Bella. Bella, could you read this for me, please?
Yes, Salvatore for letting me. It says $10 for spiritual martial arts, and then it has an image, but I can't really see it that well.
Oh, it's a man with the martial arts outfit on. Nini Ook and Tua for that. Give Mary some noise, please. And I'm gonna take a break. I don't hear anything. You all hear something? Hey everybody, I'm gonna step away for just a moment. There's more donation supports given that I'm gonna read when I come back. You all continue to support the Tutti Pod class. This took a lot. It took a lot from me. A lot of these two questions took a lot from me. So I hope you all appreciate this. They were difficult to get, meaning that some of these answers some of these answers came at hours in the morning that I was supposed to be sleeping, and whenever it comes, and I have to jump up and just put it on the screen so I can get back to it. But some of these came in wee hours of the morning, and the result of that was a lack of a lot of sleep. But to it to the NITERU, to it to the frequency of where these answers are coming from. I'll be right back. I got to go. I have to go refresh. Peace and love, everybody. Support the Tutti Pod class. Support what this is that's happening, because this is year-end a phenomenon that's going to be talked about in history when this is all said and done. And people will be using these classes. These classes will be the futuristic, advanced version of MAAT Google. I'll be back.
Oh, tap. Peace and love. Peace and love to you, Tanya 23, for asking that question on reciprocity. I definitely look forward to that. I don't ask no questions because every answer and every question is important to me. And I learn so much. I learned that very early on because I ask all the questions. So Tua for that question. I'm definitely looking forward to that. And shout out to Dr. LaRoche and you. I'm glad Saba's going to combine that and give us another phenomenal breakdown. I don't know what just jumped off my computer. But yeah, this was great, man. You know, it's shout out to Chef Chayette who came on the panel. It was good to see her. Talking about consistency, that's definitely one of the things that I'm learning. You know, it's discipline. It definitely takes discipline and consistency. Hinu to you, and Anu and Antu. I look forward to being there when you receive your Ren. I heard Saba speak on that, along with the other wonderful brothers and sisters that will be receiving there. It's definitely a very magical, very, very magical experience. Tanya 23, when you're able to do it next year, man, it's something like no other. You know, I was explaining that to someone at my job, and I was showing them you know, the definition of that sound frequency of the Ren, and just what I know about it. Just for myself, it was one of the best days of my life. I'll say, and this physical experience to receive it, it was very special. Me and my good brother Ani received our Rens on the same day. We actually were at we had the pleasure, the wonderful pleasure to actually be at Saba's residence and receive it in his home, amongst his animals, and his family, and it was I had nothing to compare it to at the time. You know, I was trying to explain to my mate just the feeling that I had when I was in his home and amongst his family, and that energy, and also it was Minku was there, and there was another brother there. It was a beautiful experience. And you know, I still, when I think back on it, you know, just how magical it was, and how he was able to it gives me chills as I think about it. The Tef Rem Kim MAAT, and even like how my name ties into to today's class. It's just beautiful, just learning, you know, everything that I learned from Saba. But that day was truly magical. And this year's ceremony won't be at his residence. It will be where we will be having the event. And that is gonna be magical too. Just the way that how everything looks. It is just like everything is playing out like a movie. It really truly is playing out for me. I connected to like when I used to watch the Kung Fu movies. It's just the way it's unfolding. Like I can't make it up. I can't like fake it. You know, you guys are gonna love it. And Antu, oh man, it's go just when you enter the space, just like when you see the space, you're gonna be like, whoa, just that. And it's like, it's just pure magic going on here. It's definitely Saba's working magic. I don't know. Man, I don't know how he do it. I really don't. So you see, I'm laughing because I'm thinking of just how wonderful it was when I received my Ren. And, you know, I've come through a lot of different, as they would say, schools of thought, you know, religious backgrounds. And, you know, and a lot of them, when you enter them, or when you participate in them, you take a Ren then, or you obtain a new Ren. And I never had any desire to receive a X or Ren at that moment. You know, even though I was a part of particular organizations, I never desired it. But when this opportunity came about, it was like my car was beckoning me on to do it. And all of you will too. You'll have to, I mean, unless you're in, you know, California, you'll have to fly to another state. So it was a lot of effort that has to be put into this. It's not like I'm attending my local church or my local, you know, mosque or synagogue or temple in my area, and I could just go there and, you know, whoever would, you know, give me a name. Like the names that are, when Saba identifies who you are and you receive your Ren, it fits. It truly, it absolutely, it fits. So the experience for me, I don't even know how I got on this. I'm supposed to be talking about the classes, but this is a part of it. Like, this is like everything is, like, you have to imbue everything into your life, like everything, you know, your work, your life, your whole life, you know. It's just truly remarkable what's going on here. So I hope everyone supports Saba, because people are not answering these questions. You know, I shared the pod class twice today with people, and this is not happening nowhere else. And I was trying to explain to some people what kind of class it is, and they were confused when I said SABA just comes to the class. I said the teacher comes to the class and he just answers questions. And I gave them a thorough breakdown, shared the link, but they were like, what kind of teacher is that? I'm like, well, I mean, he's like no other, you know. Whatever the people ask is what he answered. You know, he doesn't come to class with a curriculum already. He answers the questions. Well, what kind of questions? Whatever people ask. Like, I don't, you know, it's like no one knows what's going to be asked. We had a class today about wrestling and a Tupac song. You know what I mean? Like, where does that happen at? Libations, pour out a little liquor, and, you know, wrestling. Like, it's just like, you can't make that don't go together. Like, that don't, but it does. It flowed together seamlessly. You know, SABA, when you truly live this, it flows together seamlessly. I heard you say, Tanya, that you've been watching SABA in his debates. You know, I used to watch the debates, and I used to be confused at how the people just could, like, you know how somebody like me, just using myself as an example, right? If I think I know something, but then you show me the truth, I'm like, oh, I'm grateful. I'm like, oh, thank you for that. Like, you know, this whole time, you know, I thought the Easter Bunny lay eggs, you know, and then I come to find out, you know, like, wait, hold on, mammals don't lay eggs, dude. No, like, you know, and then I'm grateful. I'm not mad, like, oh man, well, you know, I'm still, you know, well, Peter Cottontail, and, you know, I don't get upset. Like, I'm grateful when I'm able to learn the truth, because all I want is the truth. I truly I want to learn, and I want the truth. I would rather the beautiful truth than the ugly lie. You know, so it used to confuse me, like, how don't they, yeah, you should immediately bow down. Yes, 100%. You should give adoration. Thank you. You know what? I appreciate that, because all this time I thought it was something else, you know, and he's never challenged anyone, you know, and then relating it to this class about wrestling, I used to get mad and want to jump through the screen at people and just, you know, express my anger, you know, at the disrespect for the truth and for SABA. But to witness my great teacher completely dismantle people, they mental, like, just the way he does it verbally is definitely something to be admired and something to be inspired by and something to learn from, you know. The way that we express our emotions, be it anger or sadness or whatever, you know, emotions that we choose to display, you know, watching the way he handled those situations, I was easily able to correct myself and say, well, you know what, I'm doing it wrong, or that's a better way. Like, to watch SABA handle that, the disrespect and the way, you know, people would say, to watch that, I would recognize, oh, you know what, that's a better option, you know, a way better option. Yeah, you know, right. To the point where he would have the people looking confused, like they would. It's just beautiful, man. So the example that we have in a teacher is, go ahead, great sister. It's truly great. I'm just, you know, I'll give praise to my teacher and my aunt and to all of you, you know, just how we interact on the panel, you know, how it's just not for everyone. You truly have to be on this frequency to be able to give your attention to this. Versus ISFET. It's almost like people they would rather give their attention to the ISFET than to give their attention to Ma'at and to peace and the truth. So, you know, I'm grateful for the supporters and the people that keep it going. Tanya, I feel like you feel like, you know, everything that I give, it will be doubled, you know, tripled and quadrupled, you know, because the respect that I have for my teacher, the respect that I have for all of you up here, it's just you know, this is the frequency that I choose to be in. It's a choice. It's a choice. And it, for me, it doesn't really require much, but my support and my adoration for my teacher and for my fellow students that ask the never questions. So I truly look forward to that answer on reciprocity.
Yes.
If you have some words you could talk, because I'll keep talking till he come back. Or you,
Absolutely.
panel. Go ahead.
I just like, you know, like everybody to get all their thoughts out, because once I get going, it's kind of like an excitement. But I'm truly excited and grateful to be here tonight. I've been watching this panel for a little while now. I want to say a little less than almost a year. I want to say off and on for a year. And I can truly attest that there is nothing like this, you know, as far as learning what the teachings actually are, what they mean. Just absolutely phenomenal. And I look forward to the reciprocity answer also. But I feel like I'm where I'm supposed to be, because I had longed to have a connection with a group that was all about this information. And because in my household, when I came into enlightenment, you know, you go through the anger period when you go and you know, come out of it and you find out, you know, about the Bible and the characters and just all this information you go through, and you find out the first thing is kind of like anger, and then you're like pity on your older people that kind of led you down this road. And now all these years went by, and I'm an older lady, and so I actually went this spiritual road myself. Like, I was in Christianity, and I started out as a younger lady in the Nation of Islam, and you know, like kind of like self-taught, but I had the teachings from the older brothers, the gods and earths and different things like that. And it is a great foundational teaching to wake you up, you know. And I had that first, and then I went into Christianity. So it was kind of like I was already conscious to a certain level when I went into Christianity, that I felt like it was just my condition in life at that time, where I was just like, I just need something spiritual, you know, because there wasn't anything spiritual around me. So I just pulled myself out and was like, that's the road I'm going to take, because it's better than not having any kind of teachings in my life at all. And so I'm a progressive person. I got through that, and I started to see different things. And, you know, I got the opportunity to learn about Egypt again, because I used to be fascinated with it as a child. And so fast forward into my older days, it came back to me, and I just felt like this is it, you know. I'm back home, and I just immersed myself into relearning pretty much everything, history, like as much history relearning as possible, and just learning about crystals. And I just went crazy with metaphysical information, Bobby Hemmett, Brother Panic, just immersed myself into not being afraid to have an open mind and learn something else besides that one book, right? And so I've always been adventurous like that, and I just feel that I can handle it, you know? And so I did. But then I ended up here, and I said, this is it, because this is what I actually envisioned in my mind being connected to a group that was actually learning the teachings, you know, not just, like you said, the Egyptians are black and ancient Kemet and this and that. And then I started to see people kind of, everybody was Hotep at one point. And then I started to see the community drift off into not being Hotep, but profiting off of the gear, like just say the symbols. Let's just say the symbols, selling the t-shirts, you know, the crystals and everything about the civilization of Ma'at, but they weren't Hotepers, or they had this thing where, oh, Hotepers. And that just, you know, pissed me off, because it definitely felt like Isfet to me. So I kind of got off to myself and just started buying a lot of books, educating myself, and just wanting to have a group that I could study with, because there is no group, you know, until the House of ATTON. And so it's just awesome. We are so lucky to be in this time learning this information from SABA.
That was
Hotep.
That was
to Hotep
fantastic.
too, for those Nefer words. Primordial, welcome, great brother.
Yo, that was fantastic. I like what the
Yes.
sister Tanya said, because I can relate. Once you get out of that whatever religion you started in, you just become open-minded to a lot of things, and you just start to it's like just being set free for the first time, right? So you just get out there with no fear,
Absolutely.
no nothing, and you just start flapping them wings, right? So
It feels so good too. It felt like this is living now.
Yeah,
So-
most definitely.
I feel I'm older than I feel. You know, I feel like I had more of a youthful feeling to it, and it was just like, yeah, I have a chance to do what I need to do. I feel like my life is where it needs to be because of this.
Yeah, most definitely. And why I said it, because you can be in that, and then you can be, you know, delving into a lot of things, but then I can relate. But then when I started watching SABA, he started connecting the dots for me, right? Everything that I was starting to get into, things that I was starting, you know, astrology, whatever, and anything. It didn't even matter. I was happy that I experienced those things before SABA, before I came to a crossroads with SABA, because I'm happy I didn't imbue myself too much into it, to where I just started attaching myself to multiple of things and trying to just become, you know, a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And then SABA just started scratching things off my checklist, like boom, nope, boom, nope. And that's why I gave him praise about, you know, pulling me out of the verbal, you know, just everything was verbal. You can't attach it to nothing. And so the beautiful thing that I love, and I'm sorry, so let me just say this, the beautiful thing that I love is ancient artifacts over religious opinions. And that opened up a huge things. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions opened up everything for me, and then that gave me a whole different perspective of how I viewed everything. Because where does man get the idea of something? It had to start from a root of something. So before someone started to create an imagination, I don't care if they're reading a book or whatever. People read most books, and then their imaginations flow, and then they give you some of this verbal jujitsu. So at the end of the day, is where did it root from? Where did it come from? And when SABA opened that to Maku, that's what changed everything, because now I want to see the root of everything. Where'd you start from? Where it come from? So
Right.
shouts out to the SABA Tehuti Amun
Yes.
Hotep, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Nini Uk and Tua, for all the beautiful words from you, Tanya, and your experiences and how you got here and how you're meant to be here and primordial. Tua to everything that I heard in the background. Glad everybody truly appreciates this. I had to go recover myself. I feel a little bit better. I'm going to go ahead and we're gonna finish reading off the supports. I'm glad you have that section. You all have that section there while I go recover, where you all can build and become acquainted with each other and speak as a family in the time that I'm recovering. So I just told my nurse that that's a really great thing, because I know after this shuts down, there's not many people you can relate to outside of this, that you can have these kind of like Atef was saying, the people that he was telling about the class, they couldn't. What kind of class is that? They couldn't comprehend it, and you all appreciate it, and these people are like, "What kind of class is that?" But they would find out what kind of class it is if they watched it.
Exactly, Saba. It was very beautiful, because I was in another room and my mate was trying to first explain to them, and they was confused. Then when I came and tried to explain, it was just, you truly have to want this and truly be in this frequency to truly appreciate this. So I'm glad all of you appreciate it, because I sure do, and I'm glad to be here with all of you. I'm honored.
Thank you, brother. Okay, we're gonna get into these supports and donations and see what's going on over there. Okay, I'm gonna see the appreciation right now. Also, I want to tell everybody, all the young ladies that are listening right now, this is the I'm gonna go ahead and put this on the screen. So this is for Gabrielle. This is for everybody. Lisa, everybody watching right here. This is the email address. You all copy this down. And I'm also going to put it in the room. This is the email address where you can reach Nana if you want to be a part of what's happening in 2 weeks, the Sacred Moon Circle. And there it is right there. Some people have access to Nana through the Facebook, but there you can email her. That right there. And write that down. It's a sacred room gathering, and for after you contact Nana, you'll get the metadata name for this for what she's doing. So there it is right there, and I'm also going to now place it in the chat. So if you all click on it, it should immediately just go to her email. So I'm going to put this in the chat. And that's how you can contact for the womb circle, and there it is right there. You all can it disappeared. You all can click on it right there, and Annie already did it. Oh, is it clickable? I guess. Okay, good. Annie did it. All right, so everybody, women, contact Nania Setmer, and she'll take you on from there. And you can participate whether you come in person or whether you do it online. I see Antu's already smiling, and I know that Gabriella is excited. And this is a place to this is going to be something for the females to build, to become better Naturts. Better mothers, better females, better everything, so they can prepare themselves and create a new home, create a new environment and everything. She'll do more elaboration on that. And we got a new person here. King Ram says, Hotep, I just started watching the videos and they're quite interesting. Thank you for the positive information and enlightening. Well, let me read again. Hotep, this is, first of all, King Art.A.M, and he has a RAM. So Hotep, I just started watching the videos and they are quite interesting. Thank you for the positive information, the enlightening knowledge. Okay, so he's thanking. Shout out to you, King Ram. Keep watching. Support the Tutti Pod class. That's what keeps us here. And you can actually also send in questions and send in support, which I'm sure you're familiar with, to keep this going. So Hotep to you, and I'm glad, Hotep, I just started watching the videos and they're quite interesting. Thank you for the positive information and enlightening knowledge. Shout out to you. All right, we're going to get into the support here, and this is from Primordial Thought 9, who's giving support here. Shout out to all the people. I'm going to scroll down. I hope to see all the familiars like Vortex Ninja and all the people that do continue to support this, because it is necessary. So this is who's this here? It came off the screen. Oh, Nanny and Submersed on. Let me fix that. Hold on. Okay. And take Nanny and Submersed off and put on Primordial. And Primordial, you can go ahead and read this for us. Let me see if it's saved. It's saved. So we're gonna cancel. Go right here, and boom, and boom, and there we go. All right, that is Primordial Thought 9 for a tip. And Primordial, since you're the one that gave it, you can go ahead and read it for us, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Saba says tip for suplexing the Isfet to a great Saba, Hindu Fist, Black Eve, and the Great Ra.
Give him some big noise, please. Okay, and let me check TTM Moon. If you're hearing this, send me a message. I want to know if all the PayPals are coming through. If anybody sent a PayPal that has not been seen yet, you can type it in the chat. So here we go. So shout out to speaking of Primordial, we have the other side of Primordial, the inner side, and that is young lady who is producing a child, Gabriela Lopez. Primordial, could you go ahead and read that one for us too, please?
Yes, it's $20 for the great Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, Purple Eve.
Purple Hearts. Go ahead and give Gabriela Lopez some big noise, please. We'll do a class one day on the significance of the color purple for Gabriela. All right, shout out to Gabriela. Now the next one, Tehuti Harakuti. I was wondering where he was when they come in and PayPal's. I don't see the names. I only see them with Cash Apps. I knew he was in here somewhere. Now that I clicked on it, I see him. He is a continuous supporter ever since he redeemed himself. He has over-redeemed himself. He is he's a wonderful member of the House of ATTON, a great supporter, and he is wonderful at making his media abilities, his ability to edit and send things out. And shout out to you if you're still hearing. If not, you're probably asleep. But shout out to you, Tehuti Harakuti. We're gonna give you some big noise right now. Tehuti Harakuti. Tehuti Harakuti sent $31.72. Tanya Experience, could you read that for me, please? $31.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Great. Your voice is clear and strong.
Okay. Tehuti Harakuti sent $31.72 to all the so-called teachers out there. No more libation. To our Mary, great Saba Tehuti, for your infinite wisdom. Uncle Jah Seneb, and he gives 3 axes.
Give him some big noise with the 3 axes. Boom, boom, boom.
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
Shout out to Tehuti Harakuti. Peace to you. He gave the 3 axes, and yes, I am here. We are here as your protector with the great axe. We're here to protect you. Shout out to Tehuti Harakuti. Protect you against Isfed and the lies and the nonsense that's out there. Okay, everybody, we're going to keep on going. Let's see who else is supporting. Who else is supporting the Tutti Pod class in this? What is happening? Hey, there is that Bijan Pharaoh. Bijan Pharaoh. There he is, Bijan Pharaoh, wondering about you. You sent me an email and it just got buried on. I got so many emails around the same time. I saw your name, I saw the email, and then it's somewhere on page number 200 or something. There's too many, a lot of emails that come in. So come on the panel and interact, good brother. I hope everything is good and you're safe out there. Shout out to you, Bijan Pharaoh. And where's Maharu? Where's Maharu? Let me scroll down. This is Bijan Pharaoh. Maharu, I hope you're doing good and successful out there, and I hope those things that you're fighting, you're winning the fight. Shout out to Bijan Pharaoh. $20. Could you read that for me, Antu, please? Oh, and thank you, Tanya, for reading the last one.
Yes, I can. It says, for support, I haven't forgot what you've done for me.
Give him some claps and some noise, please. Wow, where is this? This is Nook Panuk language. I need Nook Panuk on the panel to read this. This is Nook Panuk language for sure. All right, let me see who I can challenge to the Nook Panuk language. Who can read the Nook Panuk? Thank you, Antu, for reading that.
Niniuk.
Okay, good. And here's a Nook Panuk. Nook Panuk Panuk Panuk. $9.99. Tef, could you read that for me, please? Uh-oh. Tef?
Hotep, can you hear me? It says,
yes, I hear you.
Nookpoo Nookpoo, $9.99. For I have my Uncle set. I have my uncle set in a headlock, taking him to Ma'at.
What in the world? Give it. Oh, that's a tip for the sec class. Yeah, sec.
Yes.
I get it. Go ahead and give it to me.
Uncle set. Uncle set.
Oh man. Uncle set. Okay, shout to you, Nook Nook Nook. I love the creative I love the creative donation, the support with the creative little codes that are given you have to figure out. I like little codes. All right. Shout out to Nook Nook. That's wonderful. We're gonna scroll down. Primordial Thought 9 again. And oh, it's another one for life. Oh, what happened? Well, what happened just now? Oh, let's look for no. Okay. Oh, Primordial Thought 9. Primordial, are you on the panel, good brother? I can't see the panel right now.
Yeah, I'm here, Sub.
Okay, good. Did you give 2 tips for the libation class? Like I've seen your name.
I gave one for the libation, then I gave one for the martial art.
I see. Okay, I see what happened. Okay. Wonderful. I see what happened. Okay, wonderful. Thanks for the clarity, good brother. Here it is. This is Primordial Thought 9. Go ahead and read that. Great student, read that, please.
Yes, it's $15. Tip for libation to a great Saba Tehuti and New Fitz, Black Eve, and a Great Rock.
All right, give him some big noise. Give him some hand claps. Please, with the tip. All right, some big ones are starting to come in. Harass did. Harass did. She's not on the panel or in the chat, but she is watching. She is there. She is in existence. And shout out to you for your great support, continuous support. Harass did, also known as Sarah Jean. We're gonna go ahead and give her some big noise for that, please. Shout out to you, Harassed. Appreciate your continuous support. You are wonderful and you are consistent. Consistency is my favorite attribute of any life form. Consistency. Shout out to you. And the next one here is who's this? Big Vapes. Big Vapes is almost at the end of the MetaNetter classes. He has 4 more to get. I see him right here. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Let's out to Big Vapes. He's giving for 60. What is this? 61. Shout out to Big Vapes giving for 61st MetaNetter class. Shout out to you, Big Vapes, and you should have that class 1, 2, 3. Right now, you have that class. It is in your emails. Give him some big noise for that, please. Check your emails. It should be there right now. Okay, now Scribe, I need you to assist me with this one because I did a few altar classes. Maybe you may know what Menku is requesting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this on the. Oh, what did you say, Scribe?
I said Hotep. And okay.
Okay, good. So shout out to Menku Ra, Marima Maat. I don't know which one I've done maybe 3 classes on altars, but shout out to Menku Ra. If you're watching Menku, you can come to the screen. Tell me which one. It says MetaNetter Monday altar and offering class. So Scribe, you have them labeled. I did a few classes on altars, but maybe you could be talking about the one with the. Send me the one because I can't see them right now. With the Hetep table that has the Vesica Pisces on it. If you remember which one that was?
Yes.
Okay, please send me that and I'll send that to him and hopefully that's what he's asking for because I did a few classes on offering and altar. So let's give him some big noise, $20.27. Let's give him a hand clap, please. Okay, shout out to this good brother here. He's raised the support. And that's the great brother who actually came to the pod class, I think last week for the first time. His internet system wasn't working that great. But shout out to this brother here for being another Mr. Consistency. And that's none other than Octavius Sly. Oh, he gave it in a palindrome. 1771. That's 17, and then in reverse mirrored image 71. Tua Octavius Sly, appreciate you. Thank you for your great support. And you are an excellent contributor. And you've asked some good questions that have triggered some very, very good pod classes. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Okay, and Lisa, are you in the room? Is Lisa in the room? Okay, shout out Lisa. Appreciate your support. And she gave $13. Shout out to you, Queen Lisa. Appreciate your support. Hope you are safe, alive, and well. Thank you for everything that you do and your loyalty. Wonderful, wonderful. Bella, you hanging in there? You okay over there?
Yes, to
Okay. It looks like you're fading into the next realm. Okay. Just checking.
I'm thinking and manifesting.
Okay. Think and manifest. I love hearing that. Think and manifest. That's what I love for people to do. Think and put those thoughts into manifestation. Grandma dozed off. What? Who's grandma? Grandma dozed off real quick. Oh, you dozed off? Are you still here? That's you, Tiny, right? Are you dozing off? Are you? What's going on?
I did right quick. It was like 2 seconds, and I was like, "Hey, you're alive."
Oh no, we didn't notice. We didn't notice. You kept your.
That's good. It was a glare on my glasses.
It was a good composure.
I'm comfortable.
That's right. Nefertatan said last Medu class was the Hetep class. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you, Nefertatan. Let's see if that's the one Annie sends me. Okay. And Two has returned. And Two, question for you. Was your hair always like this the whole pod class?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like it changed. Maybe it's my vision. Looks like you came back with fuller hair. Okay. Maybe my vision. Okay, wonderful. Looks great. Okay. Shout out to oh, of course, it's Ephraim Kemaat, Mr. the man who has no questions, because he said every question is his question. Every answer is something he wants to know about. So instead of sending in let me fix that. Instead of sending in questions, he just sends in his support as if he's sending in for a question, and he gets the answer like he said. He said, "Man, pouring out liquor and wrestling don't match," but he just got wisdom on him. He didn't wake up this morning. He didn't wake up saying, "Man, I want to know about libations and wrestling." No, but he loved it, right, FF?
Yes, to a great SABA.
This is your support right here. I'm going to put on the screen so Annie can give you some noise, and it is consistent what he gives, and I'm sure the writing in MetaNet is consistent. Go ahead and tell us what that says in MetaNet writing at the bottom there, Tef, please.
It says Hotep Tua Ishin.
Nice. Give him some noise, please. And wherever there is the 2772, you can guarantee That's right behind it is going to be another one. Oh, hey. That's odd. Oh, I see. Okay. That should be good. You can guarantee that right behind it is going to be another one of the Sacred Amount, which has a great sentimental value. This was how he started and continued. Oh, where'd it go? It's saved, right? Let me see. Boom. Let's try that again. Shout out to the same brother there, the Tehuti. And there it is right there. And so in total, it's $27. So give him another hand clap for this again. Let's see if I can do this erasing thing. How did I do that before? How did I do the erasing thing? Can I erase? Won't let me erase. How did I do it? I want to. Oh no, that's worse. What is that? Black pen. Oh, I thought I could erase this. It says eraser. I'm trying. Okay. I can't erase this. This one's anonymous. I was trying to erase the name, but so I'm just gonna do it like this. Okay. Shout out to this anonymous supporter who is also so consistent. I'm just gonna do the support that was given, and the message is what's the message? To a SABA, all the best, nothing less. I'm going to go ahead and put that on the screen to this anonymous supporter who gave $30. And the message again is to a SABA, all the best, nothing less. Give him some big noise, please. Okay. Philip said he sent a funny question. I wonder where that is. I'm gonna keep scrolling down and see where that funny question is. Was it in a Cash App? Met another class watch. Shout out to this brother here. Oh, he didn't put what class. Daryl. Okay, let me check something here because maybe you sent something. Okay, let me so Daryl, you sent. Okay, first of all, let me give you a shout out for the donation for the class. And unless I'm not seeing it properly, I'll get Bella to read this. Maybe I'm not seeing it properly, but shout out to Daryl, $20.08. And Bella, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, Tula for letting me. It says $20.08 for Medu Magic Monday class, Divine Wellness 71 at gmail.com.
Okay, give him some noise for that, please. Okay, I'm sending a message right now. So when you all send me, come on here. When you all send for the Menetta class, yes, definitely put your email on there. But there are 65 classes, so if you just say send Medu Magic class, I need to know which one. By the number is good. If you have a title, send it like that. But let me know which class, because there's 65 to choose from. So I sent a message out to you, Daryl, for clarification. Shout out to you and respect. And you sent it back to back with another support. That's $20 and 20, and this one here, both are over $20 together, over $20. So I'm gonna give you a hand clap for this one too. Do you have any water, Nanny? You have water? Well, yes, I have one. Shout out to you, Daryl. Appreciate you. Okay, I hope that's on the screen. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen again, or try to attempt to put it on the screen. Shout out to you, Daryl. $5.08. Give him some hand clap for this, please. Wonderful, Daryl. Good continuous support from you. Okay, we have another one here. This one is this one is anonymous. So I'm gonna okay, anonymous. Okay, let's save under anonymous. And the next one here is Nook says he's gonna jump on the panel. Okay, see you on the panel, good brother. You need some hiccup. Okay, we have all the hiccup you need up here. So come on in. Oh, good. Stephen E sent me the 4 attributes. Ox effect. While I'm reading it says Stephen E. After 2, I feel. Okay, I'm gonna save this under your I'm gonna save this in your Ren file. Shout out to Ox effect. We're gonna save this in your Ren file. He gave me the 4 attributes, which is what I need. For the completion, so let me see, Rens, so many Rens for pathway, and this is Ox effect. I'm gonna put attributes. Okay, you are saved, Ox effect, for your attributes. 4 attributes. Okay. Next up is oh, Nook again. Is this the funny question? I'm not sure. He'll be on the panel. Shout out to Nook again. This was sent. This one was sent actually earlier in the week. Oops. Origin of Wrestling, August 17th. Shout out to Nook. This is in the Nook language, so. Let me see if I'm going to get to read this. Ooh, okay. Bella, is that the main coon? Is that the one we call main coon?
No, that's the other one.
That's who?
The other one is the main coon. The main coon is Ray, and this one's Raw.
What is his name? Oh, okay. Okay, so we got okay, to Abella for letting me know. And since you're right there, could you read this one for me, please? Oh wait. Oh, I'm sorry. No, actually, I'm sorry about that. Sorry, no, not this one, because Nook has just appeared on the panel. Nook, are you there? It's his thing. I'm gonna get him to read. There's the blue, of course. He's there.
Hotep Salva.
Hotep.
Yeah, this one is not the question. This was reciprocity throughout the week.
Okay.
And this one says Hotep Henu Sem or Nefer Neter Tehuti Amen Hotep Ra.
Okay, wonderful. Give him some noise because this is the 3rd donation of the night. Okay, and we have who is this? Anu and Antu. Oh, this is from Anu and Antu for okay. I'm gonna Anu, contact me tomorrow sometime. I'm gonna give you an update on the Heru Heret situation. I have to change that to something else. I'll talk to you, but send me a message, and I will update you. So much going on. Okay, so I got that for the Heru Heret, and also is this your Ren? Anu and Antu. Okay, Anu and Antu for the Ren. Shout out to you both. I'm gonna place this in your Ren section. Here it is, Ren for the pathways. Perfect. Where's Anu and Antu? Okay. I call this ink. Okay, good. And let me see. What do we have here? We have oh, is that it? Is that it for support for the podcast? We go back up. Oh, some just Nook Panuk. Okay, I found Nook Panuk. It's a recent. You sent it within the last few minutes or something, right? Is that right?
Yes, Saba.
Okay. What is Hey, Scribe, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Is Benko Araz, I know he has 2 emails. Is his most current one his name?
Yes, Menku Ara M.
Got it. Menku Ara and just the letter M, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Menku Ara, you have your magnetic class. All right, so now we're going to blow it away with Nook Panuk, and then we have Bella. Bella with the largest support of the night, I think, coming in. But Nook Panuk surprised me with this one. I was scrolling down looking for something he sent earlier. He actually just sent this, so we're going to get him to elaborate on it after I read it. And let's see what it is. Oh, man. Oh, what interesting thing this is. Okay, this is interesting for many reasons. Okay, we're gonna go here. I'm gonna put this in here under the file, and we're gonna go boom. Already from August 17th. Okay, shout out to the good brother Nook Panuk. Large donation support has come in for the good brother. It looks like it's in multiples of 7. And we're going to put on the screen, and Nook Panuk can elaborate what this is about here. So first of all, let's give him some big noise. Nook Panuk with the 4272. Give him some monster noise. Give him a transformer too. Give him some nice noise. Okay. TT the answer. Oh, wait. What is this? Well, that's from way earlier. Yes, TT the answer is yes. This is from 3 in the afternoon. Okay. Okay, wonderful. Yes, you may. Okay, getting a little update from TT. Yes. Okay. Thank you, TT Moon, for the update. Okay, I got the update on the donations. Okay, Tua TT, appreciate that. Great secretary work as always. Okay, so shout out to Nook Panook Panook. Give that big donation. And Nook Panook, could you read that and just read that and elaborate what this is, please?
Hotep Saba. So yes, so this is pertaining to the question that you had asked that a while back when that incident occurred with you with the serpent, and you had these certain individuals laughing, and I remember you mentioned that there was a evil laughter and there was a good laughter. So this has to do with that question, and I'm going to send in more funds throughout the week for this question as well. So this question is just Hotep, do NITERU laugh, and then good versus bad laughter.
Okay, so I'll do it. Okay, wonderful. Oh, I look forward to getting to this one. That's one I look forward to getting to. We're gonna find out why. What do the NITERU laugh, good and bad laughter, and I'll elaborate on why do we laugh in the first place? Are we the only creatures on the planet that laugh? Because hyenas laugh and just know there's nothing funny going on. Nothing funny is about to happen. If you're a pack of hyenas laughing, don't laugh with them. That'll be your laugh. Ye who laugh last, laugh best. So we're gonna get into that and see what that is. That's an interesting question, and I'm looking forward to getting to that one. I may bump that one up. A little bit. I like that one. Okay, that's a great. I like that one. We're gonna find out what that's about. Okay.
I told you it was a funny question.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. So that is it, everybody. Is that it for the support? Where's the good bro? Where's Vortex Ninja in here? Let me see if I can scroll down. Oh, I got your other emails. I see them now. You're just giving me some experiences in these emails, right? Shuku, Eve, and Upesh.
Oh yes, Saba. When you read those, it's gonna be real deep. It pertains to the question, what you answered today on the question. So it's real nice. So when you read it, it's gonna be good. Just take your time. You don't have to rush. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Did you say it's a real nice hook? What did you say? It's a real nice what?
I said, I think I said it's a real nice. I don't know what I said.
Okay. It's real nice. Whatever it is, it's gonna be nice. Okay, everybody. So that is it for the support. It looks like I see a message from. Oh no, it's not. I'm sorry. We have the largest donation of the night. How could I forget? The little manifester, little magical manifester, manifesting, putting the thoughts in her mind, putting the words in her mouth, saying them, visualizing them, and then they come true. And that is none other than, who is that? Who am I talking about? That is none other than the young lady who's on the panel right now. She has the biggest, this is the biggest support not purchase, not the biggest donation. Hey, what's this? What is this? Hold on. Okay. The biggest support without a purchase in the pod class. And she goes none other by Bella for now. So that is going to change very shortly. So we're going to put it up on the screen. We're going to give her all kind of noise, transformers, all type of, I don't play with pseudos, the little owl laughing, never kept her at giggling and all that. Give her some big noise for right now, please.
don't play. I don't play with. I don't play with pseudo.
Oh my goodness. Who's the DJ? Who's doing that? Oh my goodness.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Wow. Okay, Bell, he just got every noise in the sampler. Let me go ahead and put that back up on the screen and go ahead and read that first, Bella, and let us know. Let me put it back up. I took it out. Go ahead and read that first, please, Bella. What does it say?
So for letting me read it, it says 72 for Imari Ok Nefer Amun Aut.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And what does that translate to as? Translate that into, for the people that don't know full MetaNetter like you, could you translate that?
It says for I love you, beautiful hidden family.
Wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to Bella. Appreciate that. The biggest support of the evening. And 720. Great number. And we look forward to that, all of your manifestations that are happening. Okay. All right, everybody. I think that is it. Is that it, everybody? Let me scroll down. I see a message from that's a WeTransfer. Okay. I see Nook Panooks. I'm scrolling back up. I'm going back to the last page. That's me, as above, so below. Tidal wave illusion. That's it, everybody. All right. That looks like that is it for the Tehuti podcast support for the night, unless some comes in as we're closing. So we're going to go ahead and get the closing remarks from all the beautiful people on the panel. And then we'll close it out with a Tepu and affirmation. And then we'll go ahead and close out the podcast. We'll start with Annie. Go ahead and give us some lovely words, Annie.
Hotep Henu to our great Saba for this podcast and all that you do. I'm very thankful and grateful to you and your Aut. To our Henu, to everyone who supports the podcast and asks your questions and just supports this so it can continue to exist and grow. It's a beautiful thing. So I'm very thankful to everyone who participates in this HECA. houseofatton.org. Everyone go support there, get your merch and everything else that we have. Support, leave your reviews. House of Atton on YouTube as well. The great brother Minku Arab will be presenting this Sunday, 4 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Central time. So everyone, make sure you're subscribed and come join us. It's a very beautiful thing that's taking place. Have a nefer rest of your rest of your night. Have a fantastic weekend, and I'm looking forward to everyone who's coming out to the pathways, and excited for those who are receiving your rins. And I'll close with the Medu. Sakim im Arit, murder Ka'a, Simu Hatu Natiru, Pert int Hotep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in offering.
Beautiful. Very nefer. Very, very beautiful. The tone of your adoration and closing matches your background. You should do a video meditation class with that background and that voice, and everybody will be asleep. Thank you. Annie Patel for the great words of adoration. And I look forward to, oh, you know what? I look forward to, I may not watch Menku's because I actually missed Primordials, but when I saw the little TikTok or something clips, it looked like another movie was made. So I'm gonna have that in the background this Sunday. It looked like he did another, did he do another movie type last Sunday, Annie?
Yes, he did.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and play that, and I like these unique things everybody's doing. Good creativity. All right, we're gonna. So thank you, Annie Patar. Great, beautiful words. You have a great. What time is it over there?
It is 1:51 a.m.
Okay, good. You have a good rest, and you be mentally at peace. And let me know when you want to move to California. Okay. On to Anu and Antu. We'll start with you, and Anu. Give us some great words. I had a Mandela effect with you or something, Anu. I had a Mandela effect. I have a clear memory. Did you ever did I ever ask you for a before and after picture of your what you want to look like, and you sent me a picture of me in a blue shirt? Was that you, or was that a dream?
I did send you a picture of yourself. However, you never asked.
Shirt, right?
Yes. Wait.
Yeah. He's in a blue muscle shirt, and he said, "This is." I remember this. I don't know.
I think it was. However, you never asked me to send a picture of myself.
You didn't send a picture of yourself flexing or something? No, I don't know where I got that from. I have a memory of you flexing and me complimenting your definition, but okay. I'll go back to my file. So
that part did happen on the one-on-one.
Interesting. Okay. All right. So go ahead and send me. I already gave you your diet plan without the picture. Then I guess I based it on I locked in what she looked like from the one-on-one and based it on that. Okay. Just clarify that up. So just to know I'm not having a Mandela effect. You did send me a picture of me as the after picture, and you posed in the one-on-one, but did not send me a picture of that. Maybe I screenshotted it. I don't know. All right. Maybe that's the picture, the screenshot. Go ahead and give us some closing words, please.
With that very wonderful Saba to offer another Nefer life-expanding class. I'm very appreciative of you for what you do. Otemeri to you. Otemeri to your neters for being your Jed and holding you up. To all of your animals. Otemeri to them. Otemeri to your family. Otemeri to everybody on the panel. All the supporters. Everybody in the chat. Everybody watching the playback. Make sure to support our wonderful Saba Tuti and the HOA. Everybody make sure to come out to Manclu's class tomorrow and watch Primordial's Thoughts movie from last week. It was excellent. Happy you're all live. May you all have a Nefer Upesh, Nefer Rezi, Nefer Satut, whatever your pleases. And I will end with this adoration to our wonderful Saba. Ka'ak em sa'a neferuk kef kur tepk semakeruk em nut uster tu ma neteru keper tutu kur kef sunef sekni temudasu nef. You are crowned in the majesty of the beauties. Thine enemies have fallen under thy feet. Thou hast been made to triumph in Nut, being powerful within ITERU. May it happen that the evil one falls when he setteth in order destruction. Let be cut asunder his vertebrae. Ankuja Seneb Hotep Miri.
Tour for that. I appreciate that. Man, somebody got the vertebrae. What happened to the vertebrae?
When somebody sets in order destruction for you, when they think that, their vertebrae will be cut.
That's horrible. Oh my God. The vertebrae may be cut. Oh my goodness. I hope nobody
And what did you say? If somebody does what things comes against me?
Yeah.
Okay, man. You all better not come against me because Anu's gonna slice vertebrae. That sounds like I don't want to see it. Just tell me when it happened. Shout out to you, Anu. Appreciate your protection and vertebrae slicing. On to you, Antu. Give us some great words.
Tua Hotep Mary, Uncle Neb, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra, and your Nefer Out, your life expanding family. Tua for the hard work, the intensity that you do every day for yourself, your family, and your students, which are your family. Tua for all of the decisions you've made to become who you are daily. And I appreciate you very much and for raising Anu and I up every day, even if you are not on the podcast live. We are learning from you every day, and we do many things to learn from you as much as possible, as much as we can, to imbue your consciousness. We appreciate and love you very much. I appreciate your Netzherz for her womb circle. That is a very huge synchronicity for me, and I'll be explaining it to her. But I appreciate that very much. It means a lot to me. And I will end it off with an utterance to you. Anun Antu Shesu Mket Tehuti Pert Netter AUSET Immense. Kutsen her out and Tehuti or Hetep her Ma. Anu and Antu, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Mary, Uncle Jasanem.
Tua, for your great, beautiful words of Hanu and adoration. I appreciate that. And it's so beautiful that the words, when I hear, especially you and Anu, all of your adoration, all your words, they all sound ancient. Tua, for you, yours was nobody's vertebrae got sliced, but I know you will protect when the time is when the time is right. Appreciate you. Thank you, Anu, Antu, for your great words. Thank you.
Hinuk.
Okay, we're gonna go to Miss Bella for now, formerly known as For Now. Bella, give us some. Oh, you're welcome, Niniuk. Antu. Okay, we're gonna go to Miss Bella for now. Go ahead, Bella, and give us some great words, beautiful words from a wonderful little Ebe. Go ahead.
You are wonderful, Big Ebe. Cool. Hanu, all of my love and respect to you and your A'uts. You and your Netzherz give all things beautiful with shape and form. May those you love be by your side forever, and may you be praised forever, for you are a youthful presence, and, well, yet you are the oldest in the timeless capacity we are in. You're grounding like the base of the Aku, and it's rising as your Ka. You have a placement in patience, and your possession is embracive, and your realms linger on you. You know the right ways, and you know what is fair, and you know every particle and every wave for what they really are. You don't forget, and your imperative flows itself, but you have never had a tear, never anti-imperative. Kula, Pure One, Uksaket Nefer, your heaven, and beautiful. And Tua very much for everything.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. Never anti-imperative. I don't think that sentence has been said in Earth's history. Never anti-imperative. Tua, for your beautiful words, ancient words. For those who are watching, this is the way the ancestors prior to the Matrix spoke to each other on a regular basis. The reason why this type of communication seems unfamiliar and strange to people that may be watching
is because your teacher, your current teacher, doesn't walk you through the papyrus, walk you through the daily conversations of how the people along the Nile actually spoke to each other, which was just like this. Go read the Sinuhi, Sinusuret records. Go read the records of Wadi. Go read the records, and you'll see the conversations. And if you were reading them and didn't see the names, you would think that everybody's worshiping each other, and that's actually exactly what was happening. That's why it had to be destroyed by Isfet. So Tua, Bella for echoing, being a little echo, echoing the ancient frequency without any corruption involved, and the way that you speak and write, if that was written, is just like how it is on the papyrus. So Tua for echoing that without any there's no corruption in your Eid. So Tua for that.
Nini Gang, to you for being my role model and teacher. And to your networks for being my role models and teachers. And all your animals for being my role models and teachers.
Okay. Nini wonderful. We're gonna go to the man he's not in red. The screen just has his head looking red. A Tef Rem Kim Maat. I don't know what type of graphics those are. We got a red man and a blue man on the screen. Tef, give us some great words. They got was that Set and Heru?
Oh, Tap, peace and love, great Saba. Tua for this great class. Tua to you, wonderful students. It's good to see new people on the panel. Always, we're ever expanding the house of ATTON. Tua for everything that you do, great Saba. Just want to say I appreciate you, and definitely see if I can get Shantae to email Nana and participate in that class, because she really misses the Monday classes that we used to have. So it's very important that we're still able to imbue this frequency of Ma'at. So Tua to that, Tua for that, to you and your mate. And yeah, this was a great class. I definitely look forward to running it back and digesting a whole lot more, because there's so many different jewels and gems that you drop, Saba. So I just appreciate you and your family, and I just want to say Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep Ma'at, and peace and love to you. Beautiful words. And most definitely, yes, get her to give her that email to contact Nana, and that will go very well for you. So Tua for your great words, my good brother, and keep up the good work, keep up the good fight, and keep up the good balancement and the purification of your surroundings. You're very strong and honorable for your surroundings. You're really a good role model for those who are around you. You don't crack. All right, thank you, good brother.
Tua, great Saba.
Nini And now to Primordial Thought, the wrestler of wrestlers, the champion Greco-Kemetic wrestling heavyweight, coming in at 310 pounds, suplexing the Isfet. Who's that guy? The Undertaking. What's that move? The Dead. I don't know these things. The Dead. This Tombstoning. What do you got to say, Primordial Thought?
To you, Grace Saba. Definitely appreciate you. Appreciate another wonderful, phenomenal, consistent class. Tua for just all that you do, Grace Saba. Tua to you on the Turks as well for definitely supporting your Jed and playing their part as well.
Mm-hmm.
Tua for Nani for making the womb circle. Please send the email. Gabriella's gonna be definitely excited for something like that. Just appreciate everything, Saba. The whole movement. The ITERU looking after you and your household, and not backing down from the challenge, and doing definitely what is pleasing to your Ka. Appreciate everybody on the panel. Appreciate everybody in the chat. So I just thank you too for just everything. Even when you think you know, sometimes you know, no one's paying attention, or all this effort, you know, that idea that may come in and thinking that none of this is actually having any benefit to any of us, just know that SABA, that's not true. So just know that you're always inspiring, you're always doing great things. Even if you don't see what you don't like, even certain things that you don't like, SABA, just know that we definitely building, we're definitely putting the teachings to work, and I just appreciate you, SABA, and that wonderful Ka of yours. So may Ra grant you all and your family's health and prosperity. May your monuments be established on the foundations of MAAT, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore in MAAT. Hotep Meri.
Incredible, wonderful, thank you. I thought you were gonna give. You said that was interesting. You said even if you don't see this and don't. I thought you were gonna give a big sentence afterwards, but you said if you don't see this, don't see that, don't see this. You said it's not true. The two of us summarizing it. That was nice. That was good. Appreciate your great words. I look forward to your. I like this theme that you're setting with this movie. Movie type inspirational class. I'm gonna definitely have that in the background. Tomorrow I got a trip to make and a lot of busy stuff with the animals, so I'm gonna have that in the background while I'm here. So to you for your great words, good brother.
Neil Grace, I appreciate you.
Okay, I know Tanya experienced this is her first time on the panel. She's like, oh, how am I gonna like ancient papyrus scrolls and Medunetta? How am I gonna match this? Well, Tanya, let's go ahead and say some positive, beautiful words from your heart, and just give us a good closeout from whatever comes to your mind.
Thank you. Just grateful for this opportunity. It is a first time, so I jot down all my first time things in the journal, and so this is history tonight for me. And a special shout out to Nook Poo, because he was in the chat like, get on the panel, girl. So I said, you know what? I think I just better jump out the window. So that was great. Thank you, Nook Poo. And now I see you up here, so I hope that we're both up here again next week. And this has been great. I learned so much tonight. Now we can have these conversations about where wrestling and karate and all these good things started, and I could stand on a rock and pull out this video if somebody wants to get testy and say, nah, what Saba said goes. You know, your information is solid, and solid rock of MAAT, and I will use it as a backup any day in confidence. And I'm just looking forward to learning a lot more with the new family, ANKH and MAAT.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful words. To you for that, and to you for coming to the panel and speaking about you being on next week. It is interesting the first time clicking on and coming to the panel, but once you feel the vibration of everybody here, it's like, hey, it becomes it's actually going to become addictive to come to the panel, because you get to interact with the people that have the same understandings and likes, even on different levels than you, because it's hard to relate to anybody out there. Once you get all these teachings and your brain is full of this, and you go to talk to a regular person, talking about maybe the astrology cup of the third eye, and you're like, oh my goodness, you have no idea. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, and you have an interest in Circuit?
Yes.
Okay. That will come up one time. You can, if you find that as a netter or the symbolism important to you, one day definitely you can send that in, and maybe in the future when it's time for the Rand ceremony, we'll see if that's added onto your name, since Circuit, you vibe with that. We're gonna see how powerful you can manifest that in the next year.
Yeah, she's very special to me. Very, very special. So I appreciate that.
Okay, wonderful. Now we're gonna go to the man that you shouted out, the man that, what did you say, he threw you out the window, or you jumped out the window?
Yeah.
Jumped on the panel window, and that is Nook for Nook for Nook. Thank you, Nook for Nook for Nook, for inspiring her to do this. It's great. You're a legend, right?
Yeah.
To New York. I just had 9 out-of-body experiences coming into this panel, so thought to you, Saba, for the hecker. And,
what did you say? You said you had 9. What? Say that again, please. What happened?
I had 9 out-of-body.
Uh-oh, I think you froze up. I thought I just heard the man say I had 9 out-of-body experiences coming up to the panel. We'll see if my ears are...
My device keeps freezing on me. I don't know what's going on, man. It's these out-of-body experiences. It's the hecker you giving me, Saba.
Say the thing about the 9 out-of-body experiences. What happened with that?
Coming into this panel, I received 9 out-of-body experiences. So what to you, Saba?
That was some fast. It just coming to the panel, you had 9 out.
Yes, it's real hecker. The hecker really works.
Tell me.
Saba,
go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Tour for the classes today. I appreciate the Kung Fu, the martial arts, breaking that down, elaborating more on that. That was Nefer. My favorite was you banging on this ISFET spirituality thing, because I do believe that's a generational curse that a lot of us do inherit within our generation. I grew up into that. I grew up within that, and still have people around me that deal with that kind of spirituality, which causes spiritual psychosis at the end of the day. And a lot of people may feel like, oh, they Christian or Catholic, but it's the same thing, because those individuals do use the Bible to conjure up whatever they're conjuring up. So it's all in the same. So Tua for you, Saba for...
I think it's frozen again. That's interesting with his breathe. It still looks like he's moving. I mean, that's my eyes.
Tua, Saba.
Okay.
And new Hotep to everybody on the...
Uh-oh. I wonder if he knows when he's frozen, or if he thinks we're hearing him right now.
Reciprocity. It's kind of like studying, like certain people would say that they don't have time to study or learn or to do certain things. The main thing is that you got to just get rid of the distractions. So that's the same thing with the reciprocity. You have enough to give. You know, you don't have to give a whole lot, just give enough. And the main thing is you just got to look at the distraction where you're pouring your libation, or, you know, your money, where it's going towards is a distraction, and just stay focused on giving, you know, reciprocity to what is going to give back to you more so. Because I know you buy food, I know you buy water, so you got to think of it like that, and that'll help you push forward and to realize that, yes, you can support, you know what I'm saying, without you having to give, you know, everything. So you're left with nothing. But to me, I look at it like I give it all up because, you know, you receive more than what you really think, you know, and it's not so much that you're giving to try to receive, you're giving out of, you know, out of your eve. And, you know, when you give like that, that's when you really get reciprocity. So to Saba for teaching us that, because you taught me that, and I do show reciprocity to other people as well, thanks to you. Before I was, you know, thinking like, oh, knowledge is free and things like that, and I could support in another way by building myself up, and I was thinking like that as well too, but you helped me realize that, so I was Tua for that, and Hotep, ITERU, MAAT.
Tua, to you, you just gave the introduction that I was gonna give to Tanya 23's question. you just gave the first like 5 sentences on that. So that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right what you said about giving from the Eve without the intention of without a certain intention. And the reason why I tell people this all the time, and it sounds harsh and strange at first, but I always tell people that in my journeys, in this journey that I am in, no one has ever given me anything. And people will say, no, man, you get the donations, you get the thing. And I say, when I start my relationship with everybody, I start off, I go on the bus. I'll go on the bus with a deck of cards and a spoon, and I'll just start performing magic to myself to get the attention of people, and then just start teaching them. I'll walk the streets. My relationship with everybody starts off with me giving first. I have no relationship where I've ever met someone and they started giving me and helping me. It's always start off with me assisting them first. So by the time the person ends up giving a support or donation or whatever they give, that's why it's called reciprocity, because I say, why are you giving this? And they say, I'm giving it back, because I immediately start the relationship with me giving with no intention first, knowing that the way that the ebb and flow cycle works is that eventually the person will give back, and that person giving to me is them giving back. It's not them giving me, it's giving reciprocity. So that's going to be a part of the class that I discussed. So that's a very good way of looking at things, and that's how I start off every relationship. And if you start off everything like that, the whirlpool wind of Hika just falls back on you, just like anything in existence that you're going to do. If you keep hitting at a tree, or doing whatever, eventually the tree's going to fall. Whatever you keep doing, it's going to have an after effect. And if what you're doing is giving, then the after effect is something will be given back to you. And we're going to go over that, dude. That's going to be a good class, the reciprocity class. So thank you, Nook Panook, for your great words. What you said is actually how I live my how I live my life. That's why I hardly ever buy. I have animals in here that cost $3,000, and I've never bought them. I've never bought them because I took care of the parents and they gave me babies, and the babies I give to someone and they give me something in return. That's how I have so many animals. It's a reciprocity. So thank you for that, Nook Panook. You're wonderful, and your words are great, and you have a great Eve. I wish the day that you find Nook Panooket. I will help.
On the corner. I got it. Don't worry. You just said that too.
I will help you.
You're manifesting that for me.
If you ever come here to California and you need to hop on a bus or hop downtown and have me, and I do some magic and manifest a Nook Panooket for you, that's all you need left, because your heart is so pure that any regular woman will run from you. You're too peacefully intimidating. So we're gonna get you a Nook Panooket. So peace and love to you, good brother.
She might come on the panel next week.
Man, come on the panel, Nook Panooket. If you're out there, we got a brother in blue. Don't be afraid of him. He's just a magical brother. That's all. All right, everybody. That is yeah, Nook Panooket. Nook Panooket. Nook T. Whatever his name is, we gotta find the somebody else in blue. That I mean, you get a new sister come to podcast in blue. I'm gonna get her for you. We're gonna find you, Nook, because that will be your perfect balance. And a lot of the brothers out there and a lot of the people out there, to make this real, that you have to build the female and male energy together with it. That's what's gonna make this real. Shout out to you, good brother. He's frozen. He's so happy. He's frozen and is smiling. He's reached a happy climax. That's the end of him right there. That's the end of the movie right there. That's how the movie ends right there. Shout out to Nook. That's what he's gonna look like when I bring him his female. All right, appreciate
that heck on that night, and
I don't know what's going on. This class is. I'm about to shut the class down. This is
another thing I wanted to mention. I got the cakes and I got the amber beer on deck. Ready? We're ready to party.
What's the cakes? What's the cakes, brother? I don't know what that is. What's that code? Cakes.
I got the cakes and I got the amber.
What is that? Show me that one more time before I close out. What's the cake?
We're ready to party. I don't got the cakes right now. I got it in the kitchen, but I got the amber. I don't know if you can see it.
I don't know what this man is brewing up, but ladies, watch out. He has the cakes and the amber.
Watch out now.
What he's preparing for, but look out for this man. He has the cakes and amber. I don't know what the heck that is. I'm gonna do a class next week on cakes and amber. All right, everybody, shout out. We're gonna close this class down right now. Atef is gonna do the closing out affirmation. It's been a informative and fun podcast. It's been a fun interactive podcast, and I'm still ending it before 10 hours. So I'm gonna say peace and love. We're gonna do the closing out affirmation, then I'm gonna close out and recover myself and jump in my recovery bed. All right, so and at Tef, peace and love. We're gonna say peace and love to Annie, peace and love to you, peace and love to Anu and to, peace and love to Bella, peace and love to Primordial Thought 9, Tanya, age 23 experience. She's still having a 23-year-old experience. Shout out to Nook. She's still 23. Don't be fooled, everybody. She's a 23-year-old grandmother, just in another body. Shout out to Nook. You all jump back on the in the chat. Atef's gonna do the affirmation. Actually, before you jump in the chat, Atef do the affirmation. Then you can, and then you guys can jump. You can stay on while he's doing the affirmation, no problem. All right, and then I'll go big screen. So here you go, Atef. There's the affirmation banner, and after he does the affirmation, then you guys can jump in the back in the chat. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, good. Okay, go ahead, Atef. Close out with the affirmation.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and MAAT.
NNS.
Nintet or set and MAAT.
Nin Hepapet and MAAT.
Her and Hugh Kiwi.
Per Ekut.
I live for MAAT.
I exist within her.
I do not speak in the place of MAAT.
Every day I advance towards MAAT.
My being is surrounded in darkness.
I come forth as conscious light.
Okay, wonderful. Was that the little one's voice echoing? Let me come off this. That was your little one, Atef, in the back.
That's the mother.
That was Shanti?
Yes.
Shanti, she's 12 years old. Wow, she's going backwards in age. Oh, shout out Shanti, the fountain of youth. She sounds like he's 14. Okay. All right, wonderful, everybody. You all jump back in the chat, and then I'm going to go big screen and close out this beautiful pod class. Peace and love, Anu and 2. Peace and love, Primordial Thought 9. Tanya's 23. Experience. Bella, Atefrem, Kemaat, Shanti in the background. Okay, I'm going to go big screen and okay, wonderful. What a wonderful experience. What a wonderful pod class. This pod class had all of the answers, the guidance, and the explosions and the matrix breaking of all the other podcasts, but with a combination of this one seemed to have a very close family knit vibration frequency. Shout out to everyone. I'm gonna let ETYMOLOGY rest in the back. But we have Saket definitely here. Saket the Weaver, the oldest word for the heavenly plane and the oldest word for spider on the planet that is connected with immortality. That is Saket. Shout out to everyone who has come to the beautiful Tehuti pod class, the answers that you have been given, the questions that you ask. Support the Tehuti pod class if you're watching this. Actually, let me put this banner back at the bottom. If you're watching this, support what you have seen. These two topics of wrestling and libation in the way that they've been covered. I don't know of this being covered in such detail with the origins, especially the libation one. That makes a lot of changes in people's lives if they understand who the focus was always to for thousands of years. Go ahead and watch the class for those who missed it, who tuned in late. At the bottom, when this post, you're going to see the timeshare, the timestamps, and you'll be, some people say the class is 11 hours, 10 hours. Well, you go to the timestamps and it has the topics, and you just click on the topic. You don't have to watch the 11-hour class. It's Nefertatan has it separated. So by the time it posts in the next tonight, and by the next day or so, you'll see the timestamps and just click on the topics. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to the sisters that are going to reach out to Nanny AUSET Mer for the Womb Circle at the end of the month. Support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV for that which you feel is important to you. Peace and love, everyone. Those who came, those who supported, those who asked questions to keep the pod class going, because of course time is running out. Nothing will be here forever except for the continuous consciousness. So while the pod class is here, support this and keep it moving and keep it at a level, frequency, and condensed quality, intense, condensed, compact quality that it is in. Peace and love, everybody. This has been a beautiful experience. You all get your rest. The classes that we covered tonight: origin of martial arts, wrestling, libation, the indigenous written origins taught for the first time by Tehuti, the reason why none of your quote-unquote African conscious spiritualists have never given you the indigenous written source reason for libation. That is what we covered today. Support the Tehuti pod class. This is a beautiful experience. The moderators tonight were Nanny AUSET Mer, Kia MAAT, and Ni Pata Ten Tehuti, Atefrem Kia MAAT, Menku Ara Marie MAAT, and they were named so by Stranger, the namer of the moderators. For those who just tuned in again, we are the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU, the last representative energies of that consciousness that exists thus far. If you watch the Tehuti pod classes, you will understand the difference and the separation while simultaneously understanding the unity. Saket says peace. For those who will be watching this years to come, the House of ATTON. The NETERU exists, and thousands of years from now, when they dig all of this up, you're going to see